Chapter 151 Global Crisis. A virus called the Clown. Please subscribe. The Clown organization is a scar in Tony's heart. Even Pepper did not dare to mention the name easily in front of him. The 5 robbers in front of him who didn't know what to do had already angered Tony, but now they dare to sprinkle salt on his scar, and a murder intent suddenly rises in his heart. The arc pulse in his hand stopped working, and Tony slowly clenched his fist. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the arc pulses from the feet spewed out, causing Tony to fly forward. The robber holding the Joker's playing cards widened his eyes, watching a red iron fist grow from small to large, and smashed towards his face. Click! With a crisp sound, the robber's face was deeply dented by an iron fist, and the whole person took off for more than 10 meters. The robber fell to the ground with a face covered in blood, convulsed for a while and was silent. Tony kept his punching posture and slowly exhaled. Most of the anger in his heart dissipated. Shit! Seeing that the leader was killed by the Iron Man with a punch, the remaining robbers hurriedly ran into the car. While running, he changed into a magazine and shot at him. Tony stood still, watching the funny performance of the 4 clowns in silence. They are panicked, they are angry. They want to resist desperately, but in the face of the absolute strength gap, all their efforts seem very ridiculous. For an instant, Tony suddenly thought of him. Perhaps in the eyes of Jason Walter. He was so funny at the time. However, thanks to Jason, he was completely reborn. This feeling of gaining powerful power and being able to control his life and death at will is really fascinating. Kai. The tires rubbed violently with the ground, and the SUV of the robber rushed to the road and quickly moved away from the dangerous guy. Tony looked at the taillights of the car with no emotion in his eyes, the arc pulses from his feet gushing out, and Tony rose straight into the sky. The steel armor drew a long arc in the dark sky and then descended rapidly. The driver of the robber stepped on the accelerator very deeply. He risked losing control of the car and wanted to drive the car to a crowded place as soon as possible. Before he thought about it, this man in steel uniform would not want to expose himself to ordinary people, so as long as the car is driven to a crowded place, they can survive. I have to say that the robber's idea is correct. But what he didn't consider is that Tony would not let him go far. Boom! The steel armor fell heavily from the sky, smashing the concrete road in the suburbs to pieces. The driver was taken aback, but waiting for him to look intently, he happened to meet the cold eyes of the steel armor. Go to hell! After a while of heart palpitations, the driver pressed the accelerator heavily, accompanied by the roar of the engine. The car accelerated towards Tony. Come on! Tony showed disdain, stood up and pushed the door. Just as the car was about to hit him, he leaned forward and pressed his hands on the grille. Boom! The air intake grille was compressed and deformed, but the nearly 2-ton car still pushed Tony back easily, and 2 rows of splashing sparks splashed on the concrete floor. Jarvis, increase the power. As soon as the voice fell, the feet of the steel armor spewed a ball of white fire. Because of the increased resistance, the car's forward speed suddenly dropped, and eventually it slowly stopped in place. The matter is not over yet. After Tony forced the car to stop, he smashed the hood with one hand to find the engine's focus, while the other hand went down to support the car chassis. Puff! The arc pulses on the hands and feet spewed again, and Tony increased the power and slowly lifted the car into the air. What? The 4 people in the car hung in the air, facing the earth, shouting in despair and horror. Tony made another effort and buckled the car upside down to the ground. Boom! A thick dust rushed around. The roof of the car was smashed to the ground, and the door suddenly deformed and bent, locking the 4 people in the car. Help! Help! The door was locked, and their heads up and down made them unable to escape. Tony heard their call for help, but was indifferent. Killing such a scumbag made him feel no sense of guilt, but a sense of justice for the heavens. The car's fuel tank was smashed and the gasoline ran down the crack to the ground. Tony raised his right hand and fired a palm cannon. Boom! The gasoline was instantly ignited and quickly burned toward the fuel tank. After doing all this, Tony turned around and left calmly. Boom! The fuel tank behind him exploded, and the car suddenly turned into a ball of fire. Tony bends his knees slightly and rises into the air, rushing to the boundless dark sky. A few minutes later, Tony controlled the steel armor and flew back to the seaside villa in Malibu. After accurately landing on the smart floor, several manipulators rose again to help Tony take off the steel armor. At this time, Pepper came to the underground laboratory from the restaurant upstairs with a delicate dinner. Seeing Tony's appearance, Pepper's expression remained unchanged. She put the dinner plate on the table and sat down on the high chair, as if routinely asking, "Going to be a righteous policeman again today? Any gains?" Tony didn't wash his hands when he walked over, just fork a piece of soft duck meat and put it in his mouth. After chewing 2 bites, he sighed. "Well, after receiving the alarm signal, there was a robbery in the southern suburbs. Unfortunately, I was still a step late. A middle-aged couple was killed by clown fanatics, but I avenged them, and I killed all 5 robbers." Pepper frowned, his expression a little sad. She closed her eyes and prayed silently in her heart for the couple who had never met. "It's too pitiful. May God bless them." "It's useless to pray to God." Tony ate a few pieces of duck and took another sip of wine and said, "I must speed up the development of the steel armor, and I must uproot the clown organization to restore the world to its original state." "Order." Pepper nodded and looked at Tony quietly. As a witness to the birth of the steel armor, she believes in Tony very much and firmly believes that he can do all this. Dreaming about his future achievements, Tony was in a much better mood. To ease the atmosphere, he half-jokingly said, "Maybe you can prepare a speech." "What?" Pepper understood what he meant and couldn't believe it. Tony looked at her and said seriously, "If I were not for you, I would drink and complain all day long, and eventually sink down step by step and become what the unscrupulous media said. Fortunately, you have never given up on me, and have always been with me and encouraged me. The birth of the steel armor has a lot of credit for you. I do the math, it looks like at least 17%. Hearing this, Pepper rolled his eyes suddenly. In the first half of the sentence, she was a little moved, and she also had the idea that Tony would confess to herself. Just as she was entangled in whether or not to agree, the second half of the sentence, Tony really is Tony." Pepper pretended to be angry and said, "Well, I'm so great, I actually have 17% of the credit." Tony explained quickly, It may be 19%, but it is definitely not as much as me. At least I have more energy than you, so I will account for 31%. 31%? Pepper asked curiously, "What about the remaining 50%? Tony's expression collapsed immediately. He sneered and pointed his finger at the TV screen and said, "There is still 50% of the credit for him." Pepper raised his head, and the TV screen was broadcasting live news, which was the case Tony just solved in the southern suburbs of Los Angeles. 30 minutes ago, the Los Angeles Police Department received a call from a couple. But when the police rushed to the scene, the middle-aged couple who called the police had been killed by the robbers. A picture of a couple falling in a pool of blood appeared on the screen. As soon as the screen turned, the host said, "But I don't know who it was and solved these robbers." Although this may not comply with federal and California laws, I still want to say to that unknown person, "Thank you, you are a man. Hero." After speaking, the hostess bent down and picked up a Joker playing card from the ground. With a worried expression, the police found this playing card representing the clown organization at the first scene of the crime. There is no doubt that this is another violent crime case triggered by clowns organizing believers. Counting this is already the 276th clown violence and terror case in Los Angeles this month. Now there are more and more followers in the clown organization, and police forces in various countries are very tense. If things go on like this, I really don't know what the future will become. May God bless America. After reading the news, Tony and Pepper were silent. Since Jason gave a public speech in Times Square, as everyone expected, terrorist activities around the world began to blow out. The followers of the clown organization are like a virus, spreading rapidly around the world. In just 6 months, tens of thousands of criminals under the banner of the clown organization, They have created a total of 100,000 violent crimes, large and small, all over the world. From stealing and fighting, to murder and robbery, and even suicide attacks, the followers of the clown organization are crazy, bloodthirsty and do no evil. The virus called the clown has infected most countries in the world. In each country, there is a situation of insufficient police force, and this has further increased the spread of the virus. Tony was silent for a moment, drank the wine in one breath, and slammed on the table. I'm going to speed up. Unless God drops a thunder to kill Jason, the steel armor will be the only weapon against him. Pepper nodded in agreement, and then patted Tony on the shoulder with a smile. I know it is important to develop the armor, but you must pay attention to rest. If I find you working all night, I will give the meter box in the laboratory smashed. Hearing this, Tony's heart warmed and he patted Pepper's hand and said, "Thank you, I know it." The eyes are facing each other, expressing affection. The feelings between the two have been heating up during the 6 months of getting along. Only the last layer of window paper is left until the confession is successful. At this time, Jarvis interrupted them mercilessly. "Sir, there is a phone call. Increased lung texture and severe fatty liver equal quit smoking. Lose weight. I'm too hard." Chapter 152 The Crisis of Stark Industry. Obadiah's ambition. Please subscribe. It set off to the perfect atmosphere, and was interrupted mercilessly by the phone call. Tony and Pepper came back to their senses, looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. "Connected," Tony said uncomfortably. "Hey, Tony, you're all right lately?" Colonel Roddy's voice came out. "Roddy." Tony was a little surprised when he heard a familiar voice. His friend, just like himself, had been in the military for a long time because of psychological disorder caused by Jason. It is said that he was suspended for psychological treatment. Now listening to him speak, he has obviously returned to normal. Two longtime friends greeted each other for a while, and Roddy said, "Tony, I'm sorry about Obadiah. I was suspended at the time, and even if I'm still there, it won't affect the decision of the top." Roddy's remarks refer to the military's cooperation with Obadiah to drive Tony out of Stark Industries. If it had been a few months ago, Tony might have been very angry, but now he is very light on these things. The birth of the steel armor allowed him to find a goal he was willing to fight for his entire life, and he hadn't cared about the flying dogs in the company. "That was my responsibility. It was my boasting in front of the general." The final result can only be said to be self-reliant. Seeing that his friend didn't blame him, Roddy secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "However, your chance now is here." Tony asked suspiciously, "What opportunity?" Roddy explained, "After the Los Angeles incident, the military was very dissatisfied with you." At this time, Obadiah took the initiative to stand up and said that as long as he can control the company and adjust the company's structure to develop new weapons and help the military solve the clown organization. The military boss was full of grievances, so he agreed to Obadiah's request, made a fuss in front of the major media, used public opinion to disrupt the judgment of the board of directors, and kicked you out of the company. After Obadiah took over Stark Industries, he immediately targeted Jason and actively developed new weapons. As he said, the bigwigs are also quite satisfied with Obadiah's attitude, but those big guys are also confused. This weapons company is called Stark Industries, and Tony Stark is the soul of the company. Hearing Roddy's flattery, Tony smiled and said, "I understand. Obadiah did not produce weapons that satisfy the military during this time." Roddy replied, "Yes, Obadiah has developed several weapons, and the experimental results are very mediocre. Even mini weapons were shot by military leaders on the spot." Big guys actually know that developing a weapon can't be done overnight, not only by Stark Industries, but also by other weapon companies. But now that the clown organization is so rampant, they are under great pressure. They are really waiting. "Sorry," Tony chuckled and said with a slight sarcasm, "So, those military bosses think of me, a sick person in bed." Roddy pretended not to hear the sarcasm in the words, and continued, "Yes, Obadiah is also stupid enough. His product is not up to standard. He actually sent the Jericho missile you left behind to the military boss. before. The big guys immediately thought of you when they saw it. If anyone in this world can develop weapons to kill Jason and kill the Clown organization, then that person must be you. Although Roddy's words may be flattering, they are telling the truth that everyone knows. Tony accepted it unceremoniously, and then thought silently. If Jason is the person in his heart who wants revenge the most, then his once good Uncle Obadiah is the second pick in his heart. From the moment he joined forces with the military to drive Tony out of the company, the friendship accumulated over the years has instantly turned into a monstrous anger. Tony dreams of driving Obadiah out of the company, so that he can also taste the taste of being betrayed by his relatives. Now the military takes the initiative to hand the knife to Tony's hand. He has no reason not to take over. Moreover, the development of steel armor requires a lot of funds, and personal assets will always be stretched. Therefore, the importance of taking back control of the company is self-evident. Tony thought for a moment and asked, "What will the military boss do?" Seeing that he hadn't refused, Roddy knew he had agreed. "You have to tie the bell. The board of directors will drive you out of the company. It can also drive Obadiah out of the company and take you back. The first thing you need to do is to reverse your image in front of the mass media." "Isn't Obadiah selling Jellicoe missiles to the military?" "The military leaders have agreed, but they invited you as a weapon designer to go to the Afghan military base for weapons demonstrations. This is your first step out of the mountain." Tony said, "Obadiah, I'm afraid I won't agree." Roddy snorted and said contemptuously, "On the contrary, Obadiah can't develop new weapons, and the military and his honeymoon period will end. If he doesn't agree with you to go to Afghanistan, Stark Industries will never again can't get the order from the Ministry of Defense." Guess what those group directors will do with him? After listening to Roddy's words, Tony thoroughly understood what the military boss meant. "Understood. I just have to wait for Obadiah's call now." Roddy smiled and said, "Yes, the road ahead has already been paved for you, and the military boss will give you a platform. You can toss it as you like." Tony's expression was indifferent, thinking that the premise of all this is that he can design weapons that satisfy the military. If not, he will end up with Obadiah in the future. After ending the call, Tony went back to work. After about half an hour, Pepper told Tony through Jarvis that Obadiah was coming. Tony stopped working, feeling a little surprised. Obadiah did not call, but chose to visit him directly, indicating that the military had hit his sore spot and he was really anxious. After changing his clothes, he went to the living room on the first floor. Obadiah was sitting on the sofa and chatting with Pepper. Seeing Tony, he smiled and stood up, walked up and gave him a warm hug. "Tony, I'm really happy to see what you are now." Tony pushed him away with a cold face. "Really? Then thank you so much for kicking me out of the company." Obadiah stiffened and explained, "I said, Tony, I did this to protect you. Stark Industries will always be your business and no one can take it away." As he said, he picked up a huge pizza box from the table. "Come on." "A new store in Los Angeles. It tastes pretty good." Tony unceremoniously took a piece of pizza, sat down next to Pepper and asked, "So, what are you doing with me?" Obadiah sat across from him and said a little discouraged, "Tony, the company is in big trouble now." He used the victim's perspective to tell Tony about the company's current situation, and the general meaning was similar to what Roddy said. It is nothing more than that the company has been unable to develop excellent products without Tony, and the Ministry of Defense has begun to consider purchasing new weapons from other competitors. Even if the opponent's weapons are also not perfect, but the generals are drawn from the dwarf, these opponents' weapons are at least a little better than those of Stark Industries. In this case, the board of directors of the company, which only cares about interests, immediately panicked. 6 months ago, they drove Tony out of the company for profit, but they forgot that Tony was the most important core of the company. Without Tony, Stark Industries completely fell to the altar, and fell sharply by 2 levels. Lockheed Martin, first-class weapons companies like Thor can sling him. That is to say, a second-rate company like Hanma Industries can wrestle with it. The board of directors is indifferent and ruthless. At first, Obadiah proposed to expel Tony from the company. Now that the company is in crisis, Obdia must be responsible for this and then invite Tony out. Hearing that, Tony took a bite of the pizza and said vaguely, "Sorry, I am now in a bedridden state and cannot handle company affairs." Obdia smiled and said, "Tony, you are in a very good state, so energetic." "No, it's not good at all," Tony said with a serious face. "I have suffered from a psychological disorder and have been in bed for many days." "This is not what you told the media." Obadiah smiled awkwardly, and then said sincerely, "Tony, I'm sorry. I was too selfish before. But you know, your father and I teamed up to start Stark Industries, which is just like mine. Like a child, I can't bear to see him hurt." Tony continued to sarcastically, "Very well, now your child is sick, you, the father, can treat him well." Seeing that Tony's oil and salt did not enter, the smile on Obadiah's face gradually faded. He sighed and said helplessly, "Okay Tony, I know you are dissatisfied with me, but don't forget, you are the company's largest shareholder. The implication is that if the company goes down, your major shareholder will suffer the most." After speaking, Obadiah stood up and prepared to leave. Just when he touched the doorknob, Tony finally let go. "It is okay if you want me to return to the company, but you have to resign all existing positions in the company. I will declare to the public that you have to stay in bed for medical reasons." Obadiah stood still and laughed at himself. "This is your revenge on me," Tony said with a serious face. "Yes. My request has been made and the decision is yours. But if you disagree, I will let the board of directors initiate a vote, just like you did before." "There is no need for the board to vote. I will submit my resignation to the board tomorrow morning." Obadiah opened the door with his back to Tony, his face cold and grim. A Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicle got in the door, and a train team roared out of the villa. Obadiah leaned his head on the back of his chair, pondered for a long time, and finally made up his mind to take out the satellite phone. Tony returned to the company. The first thing is to go to Afghanistan to promote Jericho missiles, and Afghanistan happens to have old customers of Stark Industries. It was a group of jihadist organizations, all daydreaming about subverting the local government. For this reason they have been importing large quantities of Stark Industries weapons. Just give them a large sum of money and reveal the route to them, and Tony will definitely die. Humphrey. What can Stark Industries become? A second-rate weapons company? As long as the company remains in my hands, there will always be a day of turning over. After the phone call, Obadiah's eyes were full of murder. "Tony, this dead end is your own choice." Chapter 153 Test Firing Missiles. Tony is attacked. Please subscribe. In the news section of the next day, financial news with weak combat effectiveness suddenly emerged, hitting the sky in the Siege of the Clown followers. Stark Industrial earthquake. Tony Stark came out and became president again. As soon as this news came out, it immediately became the headline of the major media. The people are tired of watching clown believers making noise every day. It's time to change their tastes. The timing of Stark's comeback can be said to be unique, and it suddenly became a hot topic among the people, and major media began to study in depth. Speaking of Tony Stark, he is an old friend of major media. It can be said that he has supported a large circle of media people by himself. In the morning, the job incident broke out, and in the afternoon, many media people dug up behind the scenes. In the past 6 months, Stark Industries sales have continued to decline, and no new weapons have been developed. The military has even considered changing partners. Obviously, the new team led by Obadiah failed to take the Stark industry to a new height as he did in his inaugural speech, and even experienced a serious decline. At this time of domestic and foreign difficulties, it is reasonable for the board of directors to replace Obadiah and bring back Tony Stark. The most worthy of the reporters' digging is the relationship between Tony and Obadiah. According to reliable insider, at the same time Tony returned, Obadiah also resigned from all positions in the company, which clearly shows that the contradiction between the two has reached an irreconcilable point. Just before the melon was eaten clean, Tony took Roddy and held a press conference together, announcing that Stark Industries would cooperate deeply with the military to experiment with Jericho missiles at the Afghan Air Force base. 2 pieces of news were broadcast one after another, aimed at telling the world. He, Tony Stark, is back again. 3 days later, the Afghanistan Air Base. In order to make amends to Tony, express kindness, the high-level military organized a grand welcoming ceremony at the military airport. The local top commander personally went out and stood in front of the tarmac watching Tony's private plane slowly stop. The hatch opened, and Tony Stark, in a neat suit, walked slowly down the spiral staircase with sunglasses. "General, hello." Tony stepped forward and shook hands with several big guys without humility. The general nodded and said, "Mr. Stark, I look forward to your next weapon demonstration." Tony said confidently, "I won't let you down." After some courtesy, several people boarded a military jeep and hurried to the missile launch site. The Jericho missile was deployed a few days ago. The launch site was scorching hot, and Tony stood in front of the weapon launcher and began his speech to the military's high-level generals. "Respected or feared, which one is better? I want to say, can't both be taken care of at the same time? Let me introduce the latest flagship weapon of Stark Industries, the Jericho missile." They said that the best weapon does not need to be fired at all. I do not agree with this statement. I think the best weapon only needs to be fired once. My father did this, and the United States did the same. This truth is still not outdated. Just find an excuse to launch this missile once, I assure you. The bad guys will hide in the cave and dare not come out. After the speech, Tony signaled the military personnel to test the missile. The soldiers immediately activated the launch system, selected the target at a predetermined location 20 kilometers away, and then pressed the launch button. Boom! A Jericho missile carrying 30 high-explosive warheads ejected a large amount of tail inflammation and quickly launched into the sky. When the missile reaches its highest point, it releases 30 sub-warheads in the air, and the sub-warheads fly around to accurately locate its target. Boom! After the explosion, the mountain shook violently. 30 giant pits were exploded at the foot of the mountain in the distance, and mud tens of meters high was raised. Tony opened his arms and said with a tone, "For your reference, Jericho missile." As soon as the voice fell, a shock wave surged in the distance, and directly lifted the caps of a group of soldiers. The launch site was quiet for a while, and the general nodded and praised, "Yes, very good." Tony walked over and smiled, "Thank you. I wish us a happy cooperation." The test shot ended perfectly. Tony still has the military's top leaders preparing to leave, while the middle-level and grassroots generals stayed and tested the remaining 2 missiles to obtain further data. Roddy walked over and patted his shoulder excitedly. "You guy has succeeded again." The general is full of praise for your weapons. Jericho missiles will definitely get a big order. Tony was not surprised by the success of the missile test. He casually dealt with a few words before leaving with a suitcase. "Hey, Tony. Our car is in the back." Tony waved his hand and said, "I don't like to be with these big people. It's too dull. There is no humor at all." Roddy hurried up and stopped him and said, "You have just regained the company, and there is still a lot of road to go down, so let's get in touch with the general while he feels good about you." With that, Roddy's voice became smaller and smaller. "This is a powerful general. He has a great say in the military, enough to influence the Ministry of National Defense and your business." Hearing this, Tony stopped, hesitated for a moment and said, "All right. Let's go. Our car is behind." Roddy took him to the high-level military convoy, then pointed to the box in Tony's hand and asked, "What is this?" Tony smiled and said, "This is my baby." Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Roddy didn't mention it. Interestingly, 10 minutes after the first vehicle left, Tony and the general's convoy also set off, but shortly after they left, a local general hid in an empty corner and took out his cell phone to make a call. "The target person has set off and is expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Yes, it's not the Vanguard. Don't make a mistake." In the jeep, Tony and the general sit in the back row, while Roddy sits in the co-pilot. As Tony expected, chatting with big people is a very painful thing. The other party was talking awkwardly throughout the whole process without knowing it, and Tony could only agree with a smile. "God, this feeling is too painful." Fortunately, Roddy, who was sitting in the co-pilot, took the initiative to intervene and asked some lace news that men are interested in, which made this trip less boring. Boom! At this time, a jeep at the front of the convoy suddenly exploded, and the entire car was overturned to the ground. The awkward chat in the carriage came to an abrupt end, and Tony and the general were all confused. Anti-tank mines. There is an ambush. Get off the car and protect the general. This is a war zone, and terrorist attacks are often encountered. Those professional soldiers reacted quickly and jumped out of the car to look for shelter. Da. At this time, dense heavy machine gun bullets came over, and several soldiers were screamed and fell into a pool of blood. Chapter 154 Script Rewriting. Portable steel armor. Please subscribe. Someone fell to the ground. Medical soldiers, hurry up and contact the base. Urgently ask for help. Already contacted. The gunship has taken off and will arrive in 10 minutes. The soldiers outside used the convoy as a cover to form a line of defense. Tony and the general in the carriage were still confused. Quick, get off! Roddy shouted, awakening the two. To stay in the car is to be a target for the enemy. Tony has quick eyes and hands, opened the door and jumped out of the car from the side. The general also followed him out of the car, and then evacuated to a bunker on the side of the road under the protection of Roddy and others. When will the helicopter arrive? The general's expression was very ugly, and he asked loudly from the bunker beside the road. Roddy hung up the phone and replied, General, the helicopter has taken off and will arrive in 10 minutes. Too slow. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, a shell flew over and blasted several military jeeps into the sky. The mud covered the heads of several people, scaring Tony and the general into a cold sweat. If he hesitated for a moment, they would all become undead. This shell. Tony frowned, with a hint of doubt in his heart. If he heard it right, this should be a short-barreled rocket launcher from Stark Industries. The problem is that this rocket launcher is only sold to the military and allies. How did these terrorist organizations get it? There was a flash of light in Tony's brain, and a familiar face appeared before his eyes. Oh dear, it must be him. In order to make money, this lunatic actually sold weapons to terrorists. It is really crazy. Wrong. Tony thought of something again. It should not be a coincidence that he suffered a terrorist attack on his first day in Afghanistan. But is the enemy's target him or the general next to him? In such a rigorous military operation, only the middle and high levels of the military know the driving route. How did these terrorists learn about it? There is a vague guess in Tony's mind, but there is no conclusive evidence yet. Just as he thought about it, a few more shells came. The soldiers were bombed and turned their backs on their backs. The number of casualties suddenly exceeded half, and the newly formed defense line collapsed instantly. Looking at the soldiers who fell to the ground, the general's face turned pale. The helicopter arrived in 10 minutes, but the current situation can't hold on for 5 minutes. General, Tony, let's retreat. Roddy grabbed the two of them and pointed to the boundless desert behind him. The general frowned and sighed. If the enemy has a sniper, we will definitely die if we run like this. Roddy said anxiously, but if you don't run, you will only end up being caught alive. At the moment when the two were arguing, Tony made up his mind, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Ignoring the gunfire and bullets, he got up from the ground, pressing his thumb on the fingerprint button of the suitcase. Tony, what are you doing? Get down. Roddy was shocked and distraught. The leader here hasn't succeeded in persuading. Why the friend over there is starting to be stupid again. The fingerprint is unlocked and a beep sounds. Tony threw the suitcase on the ground. The expression on his face became serious and excited. He didn't intend to expose it so soon, but the situation forced him to take care of it. Roddy, General, please keep your eyes open. What you will see next is the future. The suitcase quickly began to deform when it landed, turning into a large and one small mechanical module with 2 red and gold colors. Tony stepped forward, stepped on the slightly smaller part of the module with his feet, then leaned down and placed the slightly larger module on his chest. The mechanical module quickly deformed, and the lower part quickly expanded from the sole of the foot to tightly wrap Tony's lower limbs. The upper part starts from the chest and wraps the front chest, back, arms and head. This scene is extremely sci-fi and mechanically beautiful, and the generals and Roddy who are lying on the ground are dumbfounded. That kind of sluggish and curious look is like a child who goes to the Science and Technology Museum for the first time. Seeing everything is a three-pointed expression. You guys are hiding. The last step of modularization, Tony said calmly, with only one face exposed. As soon as the voice fell, the mask was quickly closed on his face, and the Mark IV portable armor was completely worn. This suit is designed to deal with emergencies. The thickness of the fuselage armor is very thin, it is not equipped with advanced weapons, nor can it fly at supersonic speed. Therefore, its attack and defense are far less mobile than the Mark III, but it is more than enough to deal with a group of terrorists who are still alive in the last century. Tony's legs bend slightly, and the arc pulses from his feet gush out, flying quickly into the sky. In the dust of the sky, Roddy stood up and stared at Tony, who had become a small one. Steel armor. Tony succeeded. The general also came back to his senses at the moment, and shook his head mockingly. After the Los Angeles incident, everyone, including our military, pointed the finger at him, and even said that his steel armor is a bunch of useless iron bumps. Unexpectedly, he stayed at home for only a few months. He solved the problem of the energy supply of the armor, and made a real steel armor. Tony Stark is a genius that has been rare in a century! On the hillside, a group of 30 terrorists is carrying long guns and short cannons, aiming at the convoy down the mountain. Suddenly, a burst of noise came from above the head. The terrorist looked up and saw a set of humanoid armor falling from the sky and hitting the ground heavily. The terrorists with beards froze for a few seconds, squirting bird whispers in their mouths, and fired at the steel armor. Ding ding ding. A little spark appeared on the armor, and the 7.62mm bullet hit it and did not work at all. Although portable armor is very fragile, it still uses high-strength alloys. If you want to cause damage to it, at least you have to use a large-caliber armor-piercing projectile or a rocket launcher. Puff. Electromagnetic pulses spewed out, and Tony flew quickly in front of a terrorist, hitting him in the chest with an uppercut. Boom. With a muffled sound, the man was directly beaten to a height of 10 meters and rolled down the hillside. Jarvis, lock all enemies. Okay, sir. The smart helmet quickly marks all enemies with red hearts according to the threat level. Tony raised his hands and shot out full-power palm cannons from his palms. Every time he shot, 2 terrorists were shot and flew a few meters away. The palm cannon is not only powerful, but also has high temperature. All the terrorists who were hit suddenly showed a big black hole in their chest. At this time, a terrorist hiding in the dark picked up a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, aimed at Tony and pulled the trigger. Puff. The rocket was hung with long tail inflammation, and flew quickly toward the armor. Sir, the rocket is coming. Please make an emergency. The moment the rocket was launched, it was detected by Jarvis, and the trajectory was calculated to plan an avoidance action for Tony. Tony stood still and turned slightly. The rocket flew by his side and hit the ground. Looking closely, the rocket was clearly engraved with the words Stark Industries. It really is my weapon, that bastard Obadiah. Thinking of many young soldiers dying under weapons that should have been used to protect them, Tony's heart burst into flames. He raised his hand and hit the rocket artillery. The shells burst in midair and turned into countless small shrapnel. When such a god of murder appeared on the battlefield, the morale of the terrorists was greatly reduced. Seeing that the rockets didn't work for him, they had no courage to resist. They want to run, but Tony is not going to let them go. The electromagnetic pulse was ejected again, pushing Tony into the air. After a few seconds, the electromagnetic pulses from the hands fired out 2 full-power palm cannons. After a burst of dust, the 2 terrorists completely disappeared from the world. Tony moved quickly, looking for the next target. 2 minutes later, only one of the 30 terrorists remained, and the others were all sent to see God by Tony. In the end, the man was not tall, had a slightly fat body, and had the usual beard. In the local area, he looked like a small boss. Tony speeded up to catch up with him, pulling the car door away. Then he pulled him out of the car, stepped on his chest with his foot and asked, "Answer my question. First, who are you going to kill? Second, where did your information come from? Third, your weapon. Where did it come from?" The little boss endured the severe pain, and quickly said, "Paladifan wipes and sees it, wipes Sue and sees." Tony frowned. "Can you speak English?" The man looked nervous, but the answer was still incomprehensible bird language. "Jarvis, translate." "Good sir." A few seconds later, Jarvis's voice came. "Don't kill me. We are a jihadist organization. Our base is in the mountainous area more than 100 kilometers away, and our leader is." After listening, Tony said what he had just said again and asked Jarvis to translate it to him. After the little boss heard it, he paused and said, "We are here to kill the directors of Stark Industries. The route information is told to us by the undercover of the Air Force Base. Our weapons are bought by the leader from Stark Industries." Hearing this, Tony's face suddenly became gloomy. "He is the director of Stark Industries." Unexpectedly, there are undercover jihadist organizations in the U.S. military bases. They can steal this kind of confidential information. It seems that the level is not low. In addition, the bastard of Obdia, as expected, secretly sold arms to a terrorist organization behind his back. This guy really has no conscience at all in order to make money. Fortunately, the company was taken back by himself. Otherwise the Stark Industries brand would be ruined by him sooner or later. "Why are you killing me?" "What? You are the director of Stark Industries?" The little boss's expression was surprised, and he replied, "I don't know. I just listened to the boss's orders." "Our boss is at the base. It's too late for you to catch it now." The corner of Tony's mouth raised. "Very good. Then tell me the detailed location of your base." The little boss hurriedly gave an address. After listening, Tony lifted him up and flew down the mountain, throwing him in front of Roddy and the general. Looking at the handsome steel armor, the eyes of those American soldiers went straight. "Caught the live mouth, you can bring it back for a slow interrogation. I'll take the terrorist organization's den." "Mr. Stark, thank you for saving our lives." The general stepped forward and thanked him sincerely. "Regarding the terrorists' lair, do I need to send a helicopter gunship to help?" "No need." After that, Tony took off again and flew to the mountainous area 100 kilometers away. Chapter 155 Sneak Clown. Jason attacked the refinery. Please subscribe. The United States is the world's largest oil refining producer with an annual output of nearly 1 billion tons, accounting for 20% of the global crude oil processing capacity. From east to west, large and small oil refineries are scattered all over the country as dense as stars, providing American residents with extremely low oil prices. At 10 o'clock in the evening Eastern Time, Philadelphia Energy Solutions, USA. This is the largest and oldest oil refinery on the east coast of the United States, ranking among the top 10 in the United States in terms of scale and output. This refinery has a history of more than 150 years, employs more than 1,000 people, processes 335,000 barrels of crude oil every day, and processes and produces gasoline, diesel, jet fuel and other petrochemical products. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the fat-eared capitalist has fallen asleep soundly, but the workers in the refinery are still busy at work, and it will take 2 hours for them to get home from get-off work. At the gate of the refinery, 2 guards patrolling yawned and dangling at the gate. Sleepiness surged, and I was in dire need of a cigarette to relieve fatigue. If other factories are caught smoking cigarettes, at most they will be scolded by their leaders, but they can smoke at the gate of the refinery and wait for the rest of their lives to spend in prison. The guard rubbed his face vigorously, and suddenly heard a faint voice in the distance. The 2 guards frowned and looked up into the distance. I saw 2 bright spots of light, quickly approaching the refinery from a distance. This is the high beam of the car. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling a little confused in their hearts. This is almost off work. Who else will come to the refinery? A few minutes later, 2 cars finally appeared in front of the guards. They were 2 oil tankers. A guard asked curiously, "Is there an reserved tanker at night?" The other guard shook his head. It shouldn't be. No, then do business, let him go directly. As he said, the guard walked to the middle of the road, took out the stop sign from his waist and waved at the tanker. The oil refinery is a special factory, which is extremely dangerous, so the security work must be strictly implemented. The red stop sign in the guard's hand is very binding. Any vehicle must stop when it sees it, otherwise the guard has the right to use all means of force including guns. But something bizarre happened. The tanker didn't stop when it saw the stop sign. Instead, it increased the throttle and accelerated and rushed forward. Shit! Stop! You are blind! The guard waved the stop sign vigorously and shouted loudly. But the tanker didn't seem to hear it, so it continued to accelerate. Not good. Problem occurs. There was a panic in the guard's heart, and he hurriedly avoided the way forward and took out a standard pistol from his waist. At this time, the window of the tanker was rolled down. A man wearing a clown mask put a shotgun on the window. Boom! A ball of fire came out from the muzzle, and hundreds of marbles hit the guard's chest densely. The guard was knocked to the ground by this force, and the pain of being stung by hundreds of bees came from his chest. Damn, I'm so lucky that I wear a bulletproof vest. The guard had lingering fears, but when he was about to roll aside on the spot, gunfire sounded again, and this time the target was his head. Boom! After the gunshot, the guard's head exploded with a slap, and the gray brains mixed with blood and meat splashed all over the floor. Damn, it's a semi-automatic shotgun. The guard thought of it before he died. The person wearing the clown mask followed suit and killed another guard. The tanker broke through the iron railings and drove towards the interior of the refinery. The sound of shotguns broke the silence of the night, overwhelming the noise of the factory machinery, and many workers and guards heard it. Soon, the harsh siren sounded through the entire refinery, and hundreds of guards rushed to the arsenal to collect body armor and automatic rifles and ran towards the factory door. Kai kai! The tires rubbed against the ground, making a sharp sound. Two tankers stopped one after another, and a group of people wearing clown masks jumped out of the car with light and heavy weapons. These people are from the Philadelphia branch of the Clown Organization. Among them are blacks, whites, Indians, Mexicans, Chinese. But in a word, they are all poor people who live at the bottom and have long lost all hope. And it was Jason Walter, the leader of the Clown Organization, who led them in this operation. Jason didn't wear a mask or a weapon, and jumped out of the car with his hands empty. He beckoned, and the clowns came over with black backpacks. There are several kilograms of high explosives in each backpack. The action organized by Jason was a suicide terrorist attack. Looking at the funny smiling faces, Jason said seriously, "According to the original plan, I will kill the guards for you, so you can start acting, facing death." These clowns nodded without hesitation. They have long lost hope for life and the future. They are no longer afraid of death, and only hope to bite a piece of flesh on the capitalist before they die. You are the pioneers of purifying this world, and your heroic feats will be remembered in history, and will be a reminder to future generations. After speaking, Jason solemnly bowed to them. The clowns returned a bow, then fastened their backpacks and ran towards their respective targets, holding their weapons. Looking at their backs, Jason's mouth turned into a smile. "Kill, let's start." He mobilized energy and rose into the air, suspended in the air tens of meters high. Standing on a high place, relying on his extraordinary vision, he could easily gain insight into the distribution and route of the guards. The next second, flames erupted under his feet, and Jason flew to the nearest team quickly. Not far away, a team of more than a dozen people, all dressed in heavy full protection bulletproof vests and special anti-riot helmets, walked to the workshop and hid like fat penguins. They were all paid to eat, and they were not fools, and had no plans to fight Jason and the others. They only need to hide in the bunker and hold on to the workshop, use firepower to suppress the enemy from entering the workshop and cause damage, and then wait for the support of the police. After all, this little salary is only enough for this thing. "Have you called the police?" The police have already called the police. The police helicopter will arrive in a few minutes. So fast. Nonsense. The shareholder of this oil refinery is a veteran capitalist and a big taxpayer in Philadelphia. Upon hearing that something went wrong at the oil refinery, the police rushed over immediately and didn't dare to delay a minute. Hey, what's the use of the police here? These people are all from the Clown Organization. What's wrong with the Clown Organization? Not everyone in the Clown Organization is superpower. As long as we don't meet the core members, we will win. Yes, I guess these clowns must be newcomers in Philadelphia. They are all mudlegs that can't survive. And I bet that they are all black people. Shit. If this goes out, your job will be gone. No, everyone is white. Who can speak for black people? While they were chatting, Jason fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. Boom. The guards looked up when they heard the sound, suddenly dumbfounded. Pooh. Who said that sentence just now? It's not the crow's mouth that you are special. You actually recruited the boss of the Clown Organization directly. Stunned for a moment, the guards reacted and immediately took up the heavy weapons in their hands and attacked Jason. Jason's superpowers and the upper limit of superpowers have long been open secrets. The media and social networks talk about this every day. These security personnel have even listened to lectures and participated in training. Simply put, as long as the firepower in your hand is strong enough to exceed Jason's absorption limit, you can repel or kill him. In the United States, large and small weapons are everywhere, and security personnel can even have access to military weapons. In order to protect the safety of the refinery, the boss above specially ordered a batch of short-barreled rocket launchers from Stark Industries, and the shells were specially developed by Stark Industries for Jason. This special rocket weighs 8 kilograms, and it contains not ordinary explosives, but special explosives from Stark Industries, which is 8 times more powerful than ordinary TNT explosives. According to the existing data, as long as this rocket can hit Jason, Jason will definitely be blown to pieces. Watching the dozen or so security guards took out the rocket launcher and aimed at him confidently, Jason scratched his head a little. These shit experts only count addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Not to mention that Jason has perfectly mastered energy absorption and energy release. The 8 kilogram special rocket cannot break his energy wall at all. Even if you can break, I'm not a fool, so I can't hide. Fighting is not about winning or losing by writing and drawing on paper. Bar. 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 A shrill voice sounded, and the special rockets hung with long tail inflammation, galloping towards Jason. Jason bent his knees slightly, and with a blast, he rushed into the sky like a sky monkey. One missile cannot break the defense, but a dozen missiles are enough to tear him into pieces. So long before the guard fired the missile, he gathered a lot of energy on the soles of his feet. Jason flew to the sky, and when he looked back, he was suddenly angry with his mother. I saw the dozen missiles actually turned a corner and followed him to the sky. Damn. The individual rocket is equipped with a guidance system, which is simply his nemesis. It seems that Stark Industries is very special and can do business. Jason was angry, but not too worried. As he said, fighting is not as simple as data on paper. With a movement of his mind, most of the abilities of his whole body came out, forming a light blue pure energy protective cover on his body surface. The rest of the energy was concentrated in the palm of Jason. Gather, compress, reassemble, recompress. A ball of light blue light soon appeared in Jason's palm. Crack-ham-ha! A bird's word suddenly popped out of his mind, and Jason roared, launching a ball of light compressed to the extreme. In an instant, a light blue laser beam appeared in the dark night sky. Boom! The laser instantly penetrated a few rockets, and suddenly crimson fireballs rose in the dark night sky. Pretty. Jason did the same, gathering energy balls in the left and right palms again, and then bowed left and right to hit the rocket. Boom, boom. After a few more loud noises, all the rockets that followed Jason were destroyed. Chapter 156. The oil refinery exploded. The mushroom cloud rises to heaven. Please subscribe. The flames faded, and the sky above the refinery was as black as ink again. The bald guard poked his head out and looked up. There was no shadow of Jason on the starry sky. Have we succeeded? The person who asked this didn't seem to have much confidence. Think about it, who is Jason? There was a riot in New York and Los Angeles, and even the government army and the mysterious organization called SHIELD could not help him. Such a powerful character will be killed by their ordinary security with more than a dozen rockets? If so, it can only prove that this Jason is a fake. Everyone, be vigilant. A captain yelled. Jason is the most wanted criminal in the United States, and he won't be killed so easily. The rest of the team nodded in agreement, and then quickly loaded the second rocket. At this time, a figure fell rapidly from the sky. Coming! A team member yelled, took out the rocket and prepared to pull the trigger. Hold on. The captain hurriedly stopped. I'm blind. There is a gas depot. Jason was too thief. He galloped down from the oil depot this time. If the guard fired rockets recklessly, once it missed and hit the oil depot, the consequences would be unimaginable. The player also realized his mistake and took his finger off the trigger dangerously. At the moment they hesitated, Jason had already rushed forward. Several team members put down the rockets, took off the automatic rifle from the back and fired at him frantically. The other team members quickly adjusted their positions with rockets on their backs, preparing to launch an attack from the opposite direction of the oil depot. The densely packed bullets had no effect on Jason. They all fell like raindrops. The original sturdy bunker formation was easily broken by Jason because of their throwing rodents. At the moment of landing, Jason stomped on the ground forcefully. In the next instant, his whole person flew to the guard like an arrow from the string. Raising a fist containing majestic energy, in the guard's astonished gaze, a punch broke his body armor and completely penetrated his body. At this moment, a roar came from behind Jason. Jason, go to hell! I saw the captain and a few guards glaring red eyes, roaring and pulling the trigger. When Jason broke into the bunker, everyone understood that the guard had already died. Boom! Several rockets rushed towards the bunker. In the next second, the entire bunker was blown to pieces and plunged into a sea of flames. The captain panted roughly, staring at the ruins without blinking. However, the result disappointed him again, and the demon whispered above his head, "You are really cruel. I'm still going to leave him a whole body. As a result, the scum shot by your rockets is gone. I don't know how his family will recognize the corpse of his relatives in the future." The guards were shocked and hurriedly prepared to load the rockets, but this time, Jason did not give him a chance. Head down, wind blowing under your feet. Jason swooped down like a fighter, holding the captain's waist and leading him into the air 100 meters high. Fly! He grabbed the captain's collar, charged his energy with a single stroke, and threw him into the distance like a baseball. What? The captain was spinning around in front of his eyes, shouting in horror. Snapped. The next second, he slammed into the chimney of the oil refinery, and the whole body was sunk deeply. It's like a fly sticking to the wall, even if you can't pull it off. The captain was killed, and the team members were anxious, but Jason's moving speed was too fast to give them time to aim. Just a few minutes after disappearing, Jason has logged into the official website of Stark Industries and learned about the specific parameters of this short-barreled rocket. This kind of rocket is indeed very powerful, but to accurately guide it, you need to aim at the target for more than 3 seconds. In other words, as long as Jason keeps moving at a high speed, these rockets are no different from fire sticks. He did the same, first taking advantage of his ability to fly and avoiding the guard's vision. Then they swooped down from an angle they didn't expect, like an osprey predator, leading people to the sky, and then let them experience the feeling of sitting on a jumping machine without protection. 2 minutes later, the guards in this area were all resolved. On the gray-black ground, one after another human-shaped pieces of meat stuck. At this time, the 2 clowns in charge of this area also arrived. Jason fell from the sky and said, "The guards have been resolved, you go." The 2 clowns nodded and opened the door of the driving room. There was a harsh scream inside. Da. The 2 clowns picked up the automatic rifles and fired at the people inside. Jason looked at it for a while, determined that they could handle it, and then vacated again to find the next target. With the delay just now, The clowns have already engaged the guards. However, they are far inferior to guards in terms of numbers and weapons. Soon after being suppressed by the powerful firepower, he dared not move. Jason found the right time and dived down again. His target this time was a guard wearing heavy armor and holding a heavy machine gun and shooting wildly. Boom! Jason fell from the sky and slammed heavily on the ground behind the guard. The guard was shocked, and just as he was about to turn his head, he felt dizzy in his head. Jason grabbed his ankle and lifted him up like a chicken. Go! Jason charged the guard with one arm, and another dead fly pattern appeared. Without staying too much, Jason disappeared from everyone's sight again to find the next target. With Jason joining the battle, the pressure on the clowns dropped sharply, and they quickly wiped out hundreds of guards and walked into the target factory. After moving his body, Jason sweated slightly. He hovered in the air, looking at his watch while blowing the cold wind, waiting for the time to come. 3, 2, 1, boom, boom, boom. After several consecutive loud noises, the oil depot and butane storage tank of the refinery exploded violently. Jason only saw a dazzling white light, and then he felt a slight tingling in his eyes and tears unconsciously. Shit! He hurriedly narrowed his eyes into a slit and looked at it secretly. I saw a blossoming mushroom cloud rising in the refinery. What followed was a deafening explosion, and the shaking of the earth and mountains. Such a violent vibration is estimated to be felt from 100 kilometers away. Jason looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him, his face flushed with excitement. Grass. This mushroom yunti is too beautiful. With just a glance, he was impressed by the mushroom cloud and fell in love with it deeply. It looks good, but the time is too short. Next time, I have to make a bigger one. Chapter 157 Clown Community. Amazing changes in the organization. For subscription, an explosion at an oil refinery in Philadelphia awakened all residents in a radius of 100 kilometers, and even New Jersey felt the tremor. A few minutes later, when a helicopter gunship from the Philadelphia Police Department arrived, they saw that the oil refinery had turned into a sea of flames, and the intensity of the fire was far beyond their expectations. Thick black smoke like dark clouds drifted around slowly, and the unpleasant odor dyed the nearby air black. Just as the Philadelphia government was at a loss when faced with the mess, the initiator Jason had returned to his base in New York. At this point in time, Hallie and Belmode were asleep, and Jason tiptoedly opened the door. Boss, congratulations on completing your mission. There was a pleasant female voice, and Chloe was sitting on the sofa, speaking with a smile on his legs. Jason patted his chest, calmed his mood, and complained, Chloe, can you not be surprised? Stunned, Chloe tilted his head and didn't seem to understand what he had done wrong. Isn't it normal to say hello? This humanoid supercomputer can work anywhere without eating or sleeping. Somehow, she suddenly fell in love with the living room sofa. Sitting, lying on your stomach. I lie on the sofa every day, and every time Jason comes back at night, she is shocked by her. However, considering that Chloe stays in the living room to protect Hallie and Belmode at close range, Jason did not prohibit her from doing so. Jason didn't bother to explain to her, walked over and pushed open the door of the master bedroom. There was a cool air of moderate temperature in the room, and Hallie and Belmode were sleeping soundly on the soft 2-meter bed. Jason stood at the door and looked at it for a while, then gently closed the door without disturbing them. Going to the corner of the living room, took out a bottle of cold beer from the refrigerator, opened the bottle cap with his teeth. Jason sat on the sofa and took a sip. Chloe, is there anything abnormal on the internet? Chloe is responsible for the network architecture, communications, and security of the Clown organization. Because she doesn't need to rest, she can monitor the global network 24 hours a day. Once there is an abnormal situation, such as a certain base launching a ballistic missile and the target is a Clown organization, it may endanger the safety of the organization. Chloe will notify Jason the first time, and use his powerful computing power to modify the missile's positioning data so that the missile will lose its way in the middle of the road. After retrieving one side, Chloe replied, Everything is normal. I took care of all the cameras that captured you and members of the organization." Jason nodded. With Chloe, a powerful humanoid computer, the clown organization has done much better. Jason took a sip of beer and then asked, "How is the mission of the organization members going?" "A few months ago, the dog system was updated again. The system cancels the mechanism of getting villain value by committing crimes at will. Now, if you want to get villain value, you must complete the tasks released by the system. The system updates some tasks every day. The number and difficulty of the tasks are completely random. After the tasks are completed, the system will score the completion. The higher the degree of completion, the more villains you get, and vice versa." Jason was very dissatisfied with this update at first, because in this way, he would not be able to get the villain value by killing people, but fortunately, the dog system gave some compensation. In the past, in order to obtain villain value, Jason and his comrades had to act in person, but after the system update, this restriction was removed. All posted tasks, no matter who completes it, will give Jason a villain value. In this way, Jason and his party can free their hands and mobilize tens of thousands of members of the clown organization to complete tasks and obtain villains. Of course, some tasks that are too difficult require Jason or his party to participate, just like the oil refinery task that Jason just completed. After searching, Chloe replied, "Mr. David's mission has been completed, and he will be able to return to New York the day after tomorrow. Mr. John Wick's mission is expected to be completed within 2 days. Mr. Franklin's mission has just started, but his mission and his abilities are highly consistent, and the mission is expected to be completed within a day." Jason expressed satisfaction with the progress of the task. With these comrades leading a group of elites, the speed of completing the task will be greatly improved. "How is the clown community? Are there any valuable comments?" 6 months ago, Chloe was responsible for establishing a private network exclusively owned by the clown organization. At present, the network has been structured and named as Clown Community. This is a brand new social platform and the only communication platform in the world exclusively for criminals. On the platform, all users can freely communicate and speak freely, and Chloe does not have to worry about being located on your IP by the government network. If you are a notorious killer, you can share your work experience in the community, attract entry-level killers to read, and you can adopt a paid reading mode. If your neighbor just bought a valuable necklace, you can share this information with the community and earn a little intelligence fee. Of course, the intelligence fee is not too high in this case. But if your neighbor is about to travel abroad and will not go home for 10.5 months, the cost of this piece of information will be many times higher. If you are an anti-government element and want to make a big news in a certain area, but you lack helpers, you can post in the community to find someone. For example, if you scan the copy of the Federal Reserve Bank next month, there are currently 3 people, lack of hackers and gunmen, and generous dividends. If you are interested, please attach your resume to sign up. After the establishment of the clown community, criminals around the world bid farewell to the cold winter and finally ushered in spring. They have found like-minded friends in the community, bought guns that have been favored in the community for a long time, and even have a lot of people in special positions, earning money that they can't make in 10 lifetimes in the community. The daily life of the clown community is very scary, with millions of messages appearing in the community every day. And Chloe can read all the community messages in a few seconds, and use intelligent algorithms to extract valuable information and report it to Jason. In addition to being the network administrator of the community, she is also Jason's personal information steward. It's the same as Tony Stark's Jarvis operating system, but the intelligence and functions are much higher than Jarvis. After all, it is the product of 50 years later. 1 second later, Chloe said, "Since the last count, the community has updated 73,467 comments, of which 0 valuable information." Jason snorted coldly, "And none of the more than 70,000 messages is valuable." "Do these guys use the clown community as a chat room?" After drinking the beer in 2 mouthfuls, Jason stood up and prepared to go back to the study to sleep. Boss. Do you need my escort to sleep? Shut up, Chloe. At noon the next day, Jason woke up naturally when he fell asleep, and then turned on the system light curtain. Ding. The task blow up the refinery is completed. The system scores 85 points, rewards 10,000 villains, current progress, 3,037,426,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 27, gaining 10 attribute points, current progress, 437,427,000. Jason stretched out his finger and added 10 attribute points. Level 27, 437,427,000. Power 103,103, Agility 100,100, Endurance 100,100, Intelligence 7,080. Remaining attribute points, 0. Reputation 790,234,834,545. Party, TX, David. Prestige acquired for next recruitment, 1 million. Points, 534,740. Rechargeable points, 0. Abilities, Fighting Proficiency, Level 10, Driving Proficiency, Level 10, Firearms Proficiency, Level 10, Cold Weapon Proficiency, Level 10, Superpower Energy Absorption, Level 1. Mal, click here. For half a year, Jason relied on New York's criminal network and community platforms to make a lot of money. In addition to the 530,000 points on the account, he also upgraded his other abilities to level 10. The superpowers of David, John Wick, Franklin, and Stanfield also rose to 2 levels. Because Hallie and Belmode are in pregnancy, they are weak and basically do not participate in gang management and outing tasks, so they are not upgraded for the time being. After the system was updated, Jason thought that the income of villains would be greatly reduced, but he did not expect that relying on the clown community, the income would not decrease but increase. Whenever the system releases a task, Jason will classify the task into 3 levels, high, medium and low. The tasks of high-level difficulty were completed by Jason and several comrades, led by the gang strongholds. The tasks of medium difficulty are completed by official members of the clown organization. These people are all elites who have undergone rigorous training and armed with SHIELD black technology weapons. For low-level difficulty missions, Chloe will post the mission to the clown community and hand it over to criminals who have certain strength and aspire to become full members of the clown organization. The 3 routes go hand in hand. Jason has been quite fulfilled in the past 6 months, and the reputation of the clown organization has also greatly increased, reaching a terrifying figure of more than 830,000. It's only a bit short of recruiting 1 million from the next party. Ding. The daily system tasks have been updated. Please click here to view. Jason got up from the bed and clicked View Task. Let me see what are the interesting tasks today. Task 1. Someone outside the window. Task details. In the middle of the night, slip to the window of someone else's house, knock on the window lightly, and see what kind of expression the awakened residents will show. Task reward, 101,000. Task reminder. The more frightening you are, the more generous the reward will be. Jason curled his lips. Isn't he just pretending to be a scary ghost? Let the people in the community do the low-level tasks. Task 13, Playground Horror. Task details. An amusement park in Staten Island, New York is about to open. The organizer invited many celebrities to join us. It is estimated that more than 20,000 tourists will enter the park on the first day. Please give these people a surprise that will never be remembered. Task reward, 10,000. Task reminder. Bomb or indiscriminate shooting is a good choice. Blow up the playground. Okay, it's not difficult to mess up, but it's a little difficult to escape. Let's send some terminally ill branch members to congratulate them with bombs. Jason glanced at 10 lines and quickly read over 30 task information. When he turned to the last task, his eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 158 Mission Release Goal, Stark Industries. Please subscribe. Task 37, Gift. Task details, Tony Stark re-elected the president of Stark Industries Group. As an old friend of life and death, how could he not give him a gift? Task reward, 10,000 30,000 villain points. Reminder, there is a huge arc reactor in the core area of Stark Industry. If you blow it up, there will be colorful sparks. Such a gift is worthy of your identity. Jason stared at the screen earnestly. He read the task brief of more than 100 words over and over many times, and then he thought about it in his mind. The news of Tony's re-emergence as president of Stark Industries has spread across the internet a few days ago, and it has also been hotly searched on news and social media. Even the clown community has many people discussing this matter. As soon as the incident happened, Chloe told him the news, including media speculations about the personnel changes behind Stark Industries. The media's speculation is rarely consistent. They said in unison that Tony and Obadiah, the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, have had a serious conflict, and the two have reached the point of life and death. In the memory of Jason's past life, Obadiah, the director of Stark Industries, wanted to dominate the company and used Tony to go to Afghanistan to display Jericho missiles, allowing local terrorists to attack him. But Tony, the son of Marvel, did not die. The stupid terrorist actually asked him to help build Jericho missiles. As a result, Tony took the opportunity to develop a small reactor and used the first-generation armor to escape. Not only that, Tony also completed an amazing transformation in this life and death tribulation, from Hollywood playboy to Iron Man with the world in mind. But since Jason personally disrupted the main line of this world, everything that happened in the future became unknown. The flashbacks of some fragments of the previous life have long lost reference value. Where is the plot now? I read the news before and said that he had gone to Afghanistan. I wonder if Obadiah took this opportunity to get rid of him? More importantly, did Tony develop a real steel armor? Thinking of this, Jason was a little big-head. There is too little information at hand, and he is completely unable to reason. But the system rewards for this mission are very generous, so Jason dared to assert that this mission will be very difficult. Okay, Tony is the son of Marvel, so don't be careless. Let me go and explore the bottom myself. Jason's eyes flickered, and a decision soon came in his heart. After getting up and getting out of bed, Jason came to the living room after washing. Hallie and Belmont had just woke up, and the doctor who had been kidnapped was giving them a physical examination. Hanny, Artilda. Paulie yawned and greeted him weakly. Women during pregnancy are in very poor mental condition and always feel very tired. They can't wait to sleep for 18 hours a day. This is normal for them. Jason walked over, moved a chair and sat between the two of them, watching with a little nervousness as the doctor measured their body data. Traditional thinking is deeply ingrained in Jason's mind. He attaches great importance to the child in the belly of the second woman. He even tied up several additional obstetricians, each of whom took turns to check every day. His purpose in doing this is to be afraid that someone will hold hatred and secretly make some small actions. After the examination, the body data is normal. Hearing this, Jason and the second daughter breathed a sigh of relief. After the doctor left, several maids carried stacks of elaborate dishes on the dining table, and then helped the two women to the dining table. Most pregnant women have a bad appetite, but Hallie and Belmont are fortunate to belong to the minority. Their appetites are much better than in the past, and their weights have gradually increased as they eat Hesai all day long. The three of them joked and ate lunch. Jason drove Chloe out and lay on the sofa to watch a movie with the two girls. Now this period belongs to Jason's career upswing. He is performing tasks outside almost every day, and he is very busy. The money and the value of the villain are full of profits, but he has too little time to return to the stronghold, and the time to accompany the two daughters is even rarer. After the mission of the refinery was over, he was preparing to rest for a few days. As a result, The system released an important mission as soon as he woke up, although there is no penalty for not completing the task or failing the task. But it's about Tony Stark and the future of everyone in the Clown organization. Jason can't be careless. This trip to Los Angeles is a must. After watching the two family fun movies, the second daughter started yawning again, and Holly held Jason's arm and wanted him to sleep with him. Jason turned off the TV, kissed her on the forehead, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. There is a mission in Los Angeles. I may have to leave for a few more days." Hearing that Jason was about to leave as soon as he came back, Holly was immediately unhappy. A mouth that seemed a little fat to a baby because of being fat, immediately bulged. Belmode was very sweet. She took Holly's hand and dragged her into the bedroom. Before closing, she left a sentence, "Lang's smoked beef hasn't been eaten for a long time. When I come back, bring me more." "Okay." Jason waved and nodded with a smile. Back in the bedroom to change clothes, Jason left the room to find Chloe, who was hanging out outside. "Help me prepare my identity documents. I'm going to Los Angeles. The sooner the better." "No problem, boss." Chloe nodded and went to prepare immediately. She is proficient in more than 100 skills, each of which is at the pinnacle of humanity, including disguise. The human skin masks made by Chloe, no matter the production speed or the quality of the masks, have left Belmode for several blocks. In addition to monitoring the network to maintain the community, Chloe now also part-time production of human skin masks and fake documents. It can be said that those who have the ability to work harder, have several jobs. The only pity is that Jason is the only robot under her. "My stupid son. Why don't you send more?" This kind of robot is really easy to use, and I don't think that there are 100 more. Taking advantage of Chloe's time to make the mask, Jason sat next to her and relayed the tasks issued by the system to her. Some tasks need to be released by Chloe to the community, and some tasks need to be performed by the elite of the organization. As for some difficult tasks, they need to be led by the party to complete. Chloe's computing power is very powerful, and it's just a trivial matter. As soon as Jason had finished speaking, she had already sent the task to the most suitable players, and attached a detailed combat plan. This efficiency is simply invincible. An hour later, Jason changed his face and took a taxi and headed to Newark Airport. Stan left the Narcotics Enforcement Agency and went undercover under SHIELD, and Jason could no longer take the Narcotics Enforcement Agency's special plane. Just be the first class of United Airlines and make do with it. With Chloe's superb disguise skills and with fake credentials, Jason passed the security check smoothly and boarded the plane. In 6 or 7 hours, he will set foot on the land of Los Angeles. "Tony Stark, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. I wonder how you are now?" He. "I am looking forward to it." Chapter 159 Los Angeles Branch. Make an attack plan. Please subscribe, put on the blindfold and lie down on the luxurious and comfortable seat in the first class. After 6.5 hours of long-distance flight, the United Airlines passenger plane landed safely at Los Angeles International Airport. Jason was wearing comfortable sportswear and walking off the plane with a black shoulder bag behind him, looking like a tourist visiting Los Angeles. Bright shops, crowded people, noisy voices from ears, and Los Angeles International Airport is so bustling and busy. Jason looked at everything in front of him, put on his sunglasses and smiled slightly. "City of Angels, I am here again." "Boss, the pickup person has already been arranged." Chloe's voice came from the speaker on the sunglasses. With Chloe's top-notch artificial intelligence, and of course there must be peripherals that match it, Jason finally chose sunglasses. In addition to the 2 electronic screens, this pair of sunglasses also contains a smart chip, which was made by Chloe himself. Due to the technological limitations of this era, Chloe has no way to copy herself into the chip, but she has developed another way to strengthen the communication function of the chip. The sunglasses are only responsible for observation. All complex calculations are run by Chloe, and then the results are transmitted to the screen of the sunglasses. Walking out of the airport following the crowded crowd, A group of people gathered around the exit holding signs and speaking different languages. Jason walked over slowly, his eyes swept across the sign. Soon, he saw a cold and tough guy with the height of 2 meters and an inch. The sign in the hand of the strong man reads the words Mike Johnson, which is Jason's fake name. His perception was very sensitive, and he quickly spotted Jason's gaze. The two eyes met in the air. A few seconds later, the strong man put down the sign, walked over and asked, "Mike Johnson?" "Yes." Jason pulled out his credentials. After confirming his identity, the brawny man's cold expression instantly collapsed. He took the black backpack on his own initiative and respectfully said, "Sir, please, the car is in front." Jason followed the strong man and found 3 black Cadillac commercial cars on the side of the road. The strong man walked to the middle car and opened the door in a respectful gesture. Jason nodded slightly and got into the car. The interior of this car has been specially modified, using a lot of precious metals, and the decoration is magnificent, which is the favorite style of Jason. In the small refrigerator in front of the seat, there were still a few bottles of collector's edition Scotch whiskey, and Jason took out a bottle and poured it on himself. The brawny man sat in the co-pilot and took out the intercom to speak, and the convoy started slowly. "Boss, welcome to Los Angeles." He turned his head, eyes frantically. Jason shook the glass in his hand and asked, "Are you from the branch?" The strong man shook his head. "I was sent from the headquarters to Los Angeles. At the beginning, I was responsible for the training of branch personnel, and now all affairs of the Premier Branch." "Oh, I see." Jason nodded and took a sip of wine. After the establishment of the clown community, clown believers from all over the country have emerged, but they are all stragglers and fighting bravely. If these people are left unmanaged, they will be wiped out by the government sooner or later. So Jason trained a group of elites from the New York headquarters, and then sent them to various parts of the country to form clown organization branches. Only by concentrating all the power to one point can we exert greater power. "Tell me about the branch." Now that he is in Los Angeles, Jason certainly has to find out about the branch. He leaned on the leather sofa and listened with interest to the introduction of the strong man. Los Angeles has a high population density, and the number of people in the branch is also among the best. In just 6 months, the Los Angeles branch has more than 1,000 full members, and more than 10,000 peripheral members. The development momentum is very strong. Coupled with the headquarters funds, personnel, equipment, and technical support, the Los Angeles branch is the clown branch with the strongest combat effectiveness outside the New York headquarters. More than half an hour later, the vehicle drove into a stronghold of the branch. The strong strength of the Los Angeles branch is now reflected. There are more than 20 similar bases in Los Angeles, covering all districts and counties. The matter of Jason's coming to Los Angeles is of great importance. The middle and low-level members of the branch have no idea about this situation, let alone a grand welcome ceremony for him. Those who know about this are all the top executives of the branch, and the number of people is definitely not more than 2 hands. Jason put on a black windbreaker and got off the car, led by the strong man to the room deep in the stronghold. This was Jason's temporary residence. It is a room, but the term practical suite is more appropriate. Bedroom, living room, study room, bathroom, meeting room. This suite is 500 square meters. Entering the suite meeting room, several senior executives of the branch have already been waiting here. Some of them were sent by the headquarters, and some were climbed up from the branch by a little bit of merit, but no matter who it was, the moment Jason's face appeared, his heart suddenly began to beat wildly. This is like chasing stars for many years and finally seeing the idol with my own eyes. The door of the meeting room was closed, and everyone turned off their mobile phones, then took them out and put them on the table. While turning on the strong signal interference equipment, Jason sat in the first place, looked at the strange faces, and said straight to the subject, "I won't say any kind words. You will let know the purpose of my coming to Los Angeles." Everyone nodded. Long before Jason set off, Chloe informed the head of the branch, that is, the strong man, so that the people in the branch could prepare in advance. The brawny man immediately took out a document and handed it to Jason. This is the detailed information of Stark Industries, with the floor plan, and Jason shook his head and interrupted him. I have been to Stark Industry, and the floor plan is already in my mind. What I need to know is how much security Stark Industry has, what kind of weapons and so on. Hearing this, everyone was a little silent. Jason, what? Nothing? The brawny man opened his mouth and said, Boss, since the Stark Bank was robbed, his security system has been completely updated, and the confidentiality system is even more rigorous and scary. We have exhausted all methods and have not received relevant information. Jason frowned slightly. It was a bit of a hassle not to get information. Is it possible to force it? Thinking of the rewards for this mission, Jason felt that it was not a good idea to rush. The meeting room was deserted for a while, and the strong man said tentatively, Boss, I think I can use a way of sounding out. Jason raised his head and asked, Talk about it. The strong man quickly organized the language. We have a death squad. They are all poor people who have terminal illnesses but have no money to see a doctor. They have completely lost their thoughts about life and only hope to be crazy again before they die. My plan is like this. Let the death squad attack from the main entrance of Stark Industries. They are armed with various heavy weapons, and ordinary security forces can't stop them. In this way, the death squad can attract the attention of a large number of security personnel, and Stark Industries will use any killer features to deal with them. When Stark Industries first shows its cards, the initiative is in our hands. If their whole card is hard enough, then give up the task first and find a way to solve this whole card. If their whole cards have no deterrence, the boss can launch an attack from the sky. There is no security, no whole cards. Stark Industries is like a public toilet. Come and go if you want. Chapter 160 Mobilization Speech Before the War. Surprise Stark Industrial Headquarters. Please subscribe. After the burly man finished speaking, Jason fell silent. Stark Industries raised the security level and strictly maintained the confidentiality system, all of which he expected. But what he couldn't think of was what kind of security system was needed to turn Stark Industries into a piece of iron barrels, and even the local snakes and corrupt police in Los Angeles could not get in. This is considered to be an unsolved mystery. In addition to directly killing the door to ask questions, other methods of side-knocking and threatening temptation will not work. Since there is no intelligence, there is only the way to attack. But the storm is also a matter of brainstorming, and you can't pass it without thinking. In the unlikely event that Stark Industries had any defying killers, Jason would not have played like this with Second Life. The brawny man in front of him provided a good idea. Shocked, Jason thought about it carefully, and felt that the plan was fairly sound. First send a death squad to charge, to force out Stark Industries' whole cards, and then to advance or retreat. The initiative is in Jason's hands. If there is any flaw in the plan, it is that after a trial, Stark Industries must receive full attention, and it will not be so easy to think about it next time. Your proposal is good. Go ahead and arrange it. Yes. The brawny man seemed very excited to be recognized by the big boss. He immediately greeted the others to leave the conference room and call the death squad of the branch. After everyone was gone, Jason went to the living room and lay down on the sofa. There is still a question in his mind. The main business of Stark Industries is arms. In order to prevent backstabs from peers, the security work must be strictly treated. Take Jason's last dive into Stark Industry. If it wasn't a coincidence that he encountered the security guard, coupled with Belmod's extraordinary disguise, he would never have gotten into Stark Industry. For a private company, the security measures at the time were already perfect. After that, Jason successfully snatched $1 billion from Stark Bank. Afterwards, Stark Industries will definitely find the security loopholes and upgrade again. But here is the problem. Even if a private company racks its brains, the security regulations it can enforce are very limited. After all, the security personnel themselves are loopholes. Jason didn't believe that all the security guards who regarded money as dung could face the temptation of millions of dollars in the clown branch. There is only one answer to explain these questions, that is, Stark Industries has invited foreign aid, and it is foreign aid from the government or the military. After all, only government and military institutions can do such a good job of secrecy regulations, preventing corrupt police from intervening, and preventing ordinary people from finding loopholes. Could it be that Stark and the military are working on a highly classified project? Jason felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth. But what project is it that can make the military spend so much effort? Jason is no longer dreaming. If you are lucky, the answer will be revealed tonight! There was a knock on the door. Jason was puzzled and looked at his watch. It's only been 10 minutes. Is the operation of the branch so efficient? Squeak. Opening the door, two blonde girls wearing tight-fitting hip skirts stood outside, both of the kind that bulged forward and curled up. Handsome guy. A beautiful woman winked at him. Jason chuckled. This brawny man looks stupid, but he didn't expect that not only his brain is flexible, but his emotional intelligence is also high. After an hour and a half, Jason walked out of the room neatly, just as the brawny man sent his hand to inform that the death squad had been assembled, and asked Jason if he wanted to see it. Jason has always been interested in this kind of thing, so he went around to an empty warehouse. A strip of lights hung on the top of the warehouse, and 20 or 30 people stood sparsely in the central area. They dress differently, even their skin color is different. The only thing in common is that they both have a pair of empty eyes. The brawny man was standing on the stage talking, and the death squads were all listening carefully. As the speech got better, the emptiness in their eyes was gradually replaced by fanaticism. Before coming to Los Angeles, the strong man had been trained at the headquarters of the Clown organization. In addition to basic skills such as fighting firearms, speaking is also one of the skills that must be learned. The words spoken from him just now were carefully compiled by psychologists and speech masters in the organization, specifically for those who have lost confidence in life due to illness, poverty, and social injustice. The scientific and rigorous language skills, combined with the passionate body language of the strong man, made these death-defeating team members excited, just like a flashback before death. Boss, do you want to speak on stage? The person beside him asked. Jason shook his head and said with a smile, I may not speak better than him when I go up. Hearing this, his subordinates stopped talking, and stood quietly waiting. After the speech, the morale of the death squad had reached its peak, and it was time to prepare for action. Soon, 2 deck trucks full of weapons and ammunition drove into the warehouse, and the death fighters boarded the trucks in turn. Boss, time is almost up, let's act too. The strong man walked over to ask for instructions. Okay. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Los Angeles, the city that never sleeps, is still feasting and blossoming. But this is only the scene of the city center. The surrounding suburbs have entered the night mode, and the traffic of pedestrians and vehicles on the road has been greatly reduced. The headquarters of Stark Industries Group in the western suburbs of Los Angeles. The factory is off work, and several large areas of the factory are completely dark. Since the leak 6 months ago, Stark Industries has strengthened its security management. These strict and non-humane clauses have caused many workers and security personnel to complain. However, just a few days ago, the already strict terms were improved again, and they became more rigorous. Not only that, the attentive workers also found that the security team they knew had suddenly disappeared, replaced by a group of men with strong Kong-Wu and indifferent expressions. These people are very clueless and don't talk about feelings at all. They will check the past again and again according to the patrol route every day, without letting go of any clues. Once they find a problem, even if it is a small one, they will make a fuss and take people to the security room for careful inspection. In just a few days, there were as many as thousands of complaint letters to the new security team members. But the magical thing was that these complaint letters were like mud cows entering the sea, and there was no news. The workers are off work, but there are still dozens of security teams in the huge Stark Industrial Factory area. There are 10 people in each team. They are sturdy, wearing fully protective body armor, steel helmets and face shields, and holding a big gun that has never been seen in the market. Even if unsupervised, the patrol members still perform their duties. 3 blocks away from Stark Industries, there was a black Cadillac business car parked. Jason and several senior executives of the branch were sitting in the car. The strong man checked the time on his watch and said, "It's almost there. The death squad should be here." Jason opened the door and got out of the car alone. "I will go up to investigate and remember to switch the communicator to a dedicated channel. If something goes wrong, you just leave. It is easier for me to escape by myself." The strong man nodded and said, "Boss, good luck to you." After closing the door, Jason walked quickly into the darkness. Then he carried the energy straight into the sky, and came to the air suspension at a height of 100 meters. The night breeze is slightly cold, and the prosperous Los Angeles has a panoramic view. This invincible view of the night scene, no matter how you look at it, you won't get tired of it. Jason smiled and put on his sunglasses. "Chloe, start the high-power camera function." "Okay, boss." In the next second, the camera and display on the sunglasses were activated. As the lens continued to zoom in, the view of the main entrance of Stark Industries was clearly seen by Jason. After a few minutes of cold wind blowing in the sky, a faint engine sound suddenly came from my ears. Jason turned his head and looked around, only to see 2 trucks at the end of the road. The speed of the truck was obviously higher than the normal speed, and it drove quickly towards the gate of Stark Industry. A smile appeared on Jason's face. Coming. Chapter 161. Heavy machine gun breaks through the main gate. The ugly face of the capitalist. Please subscribe. The main entrance or Stark Industries. A heavily armed security team is patrolling nearby. Suddenly, the low engine noise caught their attention. Several team members walked outside the railings, only to see 2 large trucks as if they were out of control, rushing towards the factory gate at the highest speed. "Shit, there is a situation," the team members yelled in horror. Hearing that, the members of the nearby patrol all rushed over. Looking at the fast-moving trucks, one of the team members clenched their guns and asked, "These 2 trucks seem to be coming to the factory. Captain, should we take the initiative to attack?" "If you take the initiative to attack, you must bear the responsibility. If the 2 trucks are driving around because the driver drank too much, then these people will be sent to court for trial. But if you are afraid of taking responsibility and choose to attack passively, it will ruin the opportunity and even cause the death of the team members." The truck was less than 100 meters away from the factory, and it could be there in a few seconds, leaving the team leader not much time to think. Between the lightning and flint, the captain gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Fight." "I am responsible for something wrong. Understand?" As soon as the voice fell, the 9 team members raised their guns at the same time, knelt on one knee, and clicked the bullet into the load. At this moment, a pale middle-aged man, the co-pilot of the first large truck, suddenly set up a heavy machine gun, aimed at the gate of Stark Industries, with a cold smile on his mouth. "Da-da-da." The man pulled the trigger, the heavy machine gun spurted out flames frantically, and the windshield of the truck was shattered, splashing everywhere. The shards of glass drifted backwards, driven by the wind, piercing the man's face, neck and arms, and at the same time a few lines of blood flowed out. Colors hung on his body, but the man's expression remained unchanged, as if he could not notice the pain, only his eyes became more excited and crazy. The peculiar gunfire of the heavy machine gun sounded, and densely packed bullets shot towards the factory gate. "Be careful." The captain reacted quickly, and he immediately fell to the ground with a shout, and then rolled towards the grass on the side of the road. "What? Shit!" Several team members were unable to dodge and were hit by bullets in the chest and abdomen. Although the full protection body armor of Stark Industries keeps the 7.62 mm machine gun bullets out, their wounds still hurt as if they were punched. These security guards have quite rich experience in combat, lying down, falling down, or rolling on the side, and quickly scattered to the side to find shelter. Except for being caught off guard at first and causing minor injuries to a few people, The heavy machine gun shots have no results. Da. The heavy machine gun still didn't stop, and the hot brass bullets flew up and down, landed on the driver's cab, and landed on the arms and legs of the middle-aged man, burning his skin red. The security of Stark Industries is all elite. It is impossible to be wiped out so easily. These death-defying team members have long been psychologically prepared. What they have to do is not to kill all the security, but to break through the line of defense and break into the administrative building of Stark Industries to cause damage. Click. Hundreds of bullets on a bullet chain poured out. The barrel became red from the heat, and a burst of blue smoke came out. Although the bullets ran out, they bought time. With a bang, the two trucks smashed through the iron guardrail outside the door and drove into Stark Industry one after another. Bang bang bang. Hey! The sky was dark, and the driver did not see a row of broken tire spurs at the door. The two trucks drove straight past. All the tires were punctured, and the sound of violent air leakage sounded. But the drivers didn't care about this, and drove towards the administration building of Stark Industries after simply indicating the direction. 100 meters high in the air, Jason saw this scene, and his face suddenly smiled. They all say that they are stunned and afraid of being horizontal, and they are afraid of death. These death-defying team members who put life and death away will always explode with power far beyond normal at the last moment of their lives. Even the elite security of Stark Industries had to temporarily evade its edge. The first step has been successful. Let's see how Stark Industries responded. The truck passed by, and the ground was in a mess. The team leader immediately got up from the lawn, took out the intercom and notified the security team leader in the Stark Industrial Security Control Room. The team leader was also shocked when he learned of the terrorist invasion, but he reacted immediately, walked to the security console and turned on the highest level alarm button. Soon, the harsh siren sounded through all corners of Stark Industries, and the team members who were patrolling stopped one after another, looking up at the flashing red lights and staring at each other. The security team leader sat on the chair and turned on the full-frequency broadcast. Emergency! Emergency! Two minivans just broke through the main entrance and drove toward the administrative building. The estimated number of people is more than 20, and they have heavy equipment on hand. Weapon. Repeat, the enemy has heavy weapons in his hands. The voice of the security team leader reached the ears of all security team members through the tweeters all over the Stark Industries. No, something went wrong. Quick! Quick, action! All the team members looked solemn and ran towards the administration building with their guns in their hands. After notifying the security team below, the security team leader immediately dialed Tony Stark's phone and prepared to ask him for instructions. The two minivans indicated that the number of the enemy was no less than 20, and they were armed with heavy weapons, which made the security team leader feel more pressure. It's not that I'm worried that I won't be able to defeat these terrorists. Based on their numbers and equipment, even 200 terrorists will only have a dead end. The team leader is worried that the rat-catching weapon can't let go. If you stand in the interests of the factory, the best way is to use light weapons, namely rifles and machine guns, to fight terrorists. But in this case, there will be casualties in the security underneath, and at least 10 people will start. This is the last situation he wants to see as the team leader. But if the use of heavy weapons and vehicles, such as rockets, armored vehicles, tanks, and even armed helicopters, is allowed, the team leader can keep the number of casualties to a minimum, and even achieve zero casualties. Correspondingly, the use of heavy weapons and vehicles to fight in the factory can cause serious losses to the factory. Ask yourself, the security team leader certainly wants to implement the second type, but he is not the boss of the company, so he must ask Tony Stark, the new president of Stark Industries, for his opinion. Los Angeles, Malibu, Seaside Villa. Since the realization of the miniaturization of the arc reactor, Tony Stark has devoted all his energy to the research and development of the armor technology. He firmly believes in his heart that the steel armor is the only way to eliminate the Clown organization. It is precisely because of the obsession in his mind that he spends his nights and sleeps day and night in the villa's underground laboratory. The research and development of the battle armor has become a bottleneck, and there has been no substantial progress for several months. Tony sits in front of the workbench, using virtual imaging technology to make virtual models over and over again, and push it over and over again. If nothing else, tonight is another all-night he will stay up. This kind of day and night work and rest has become a normal state. At this moment, Jarvis's voice sounded, "Sir, the company security monitoring room is calling." "Come in." Tony scratched his hair in distress and took a sip of coffee. "Mr. Stark." Something went wrong. Just now, two minivans violently broke through the barrier and drove through the main entrance towards the administration building. The other party is armed with heavy weapons, and the estimated number is more than 20. Hearing this, Tony's brows suddenly frowned. "The other party has only 20 people, and your security team can deal with it." The security team leader hurriedly said, "Yes, but in order to prevent casualties, I want to apply for the use of heavy weapons and offensive vehicles." "No, no, absolutely not." Before he could finish, Tony denied his request. "Using heavy weapons and offensive vehicles in the factory of Stark Industries? What a joke." "Do you know how much damage the company will cause to the use of heavy weapons?" Once the workshop was suspended for this reason, the loss this day would amount to tens of millions of dollars. The security team leader was anxious and persuaded. "Mr. Stark, if only light weapons are used, the team members will be injured." Tony interrupted him again and said solemnly, "I repeat, the use of heavy weapons is never allowed." After speaking, he thought about it and added, "Let's do it. I allow you to use armored vehicles, so that you don't have to worry about the casualties of the security team. You only need to suppress the enemy with firepower and prevent them from entering the administrative building." He looked at his watch and said, "I will leave now." "You must hold on for 10 minutes. After speaking, Tony didn't give him a chance to argue, immediately jumped out of the chair and went to the armor assembly area. The smart floor began to move, and a dozen smart robotic arms stretched out and installed the third-generation steel armor on Tony's body. "Stark Industries, Security Monitoring Room." For Tony's reply, the security team leader was of course not satisfied. He did this to make fun of the lives of these soldiers, but there is no way. Who made him the boss? He is a big capitalist. He is just a big soldier. His arms can't twist his thighs. Two trucks are still moving in the Stark industrial plant area. The air in the tires has been exhausted, and now the truck can only run on the wheels, which is quite slow. Squeak. There was a sound of metal deformation. After all, the fragile wheels could not support the weight of the truck and were directly squashed. The truck slid on the ground for a certain distance and then stopped, and a spark came out of the ground. The driver can't step on the accelerator, and can't even turn the steering wheel. The car is dead. Get off now. With an order, more than 20 death-defying team members quickly jumped out of the truck carrying large backpacks. The backpack contains a lot of weapons and ammunition, even C4 bombs and short-barreled rocket launchers. Ironically, many of these weapons are produced by Stark Industries. This is the way to return to the other body. Click. Load the bullet. Chapter 162. Mowing the weapon. 12.7mm automatic rifle. Please subscribe. As soon as the Death Fighters got out of the car, the nearest security team arrived. After spotting them, these security team members immediately knelt on one knee and raised their guns to shoot. Da. The bullets rained down, splashing sparks on the truck. "Be careful," the Death Fighter exclaimed loudly and immediately rolled on the spot and hid behind the truck. But their speed is not as fast as a bullet. 3 Death Fighters were hit by that strange gun. One person was hit in the right arm and the entire arm was blown away. One person was hit in the chest, and the bullet directly opened a large hole with a diameter of 20 centimeters in the chest. Even worse was the third person. He was hit by a bullet in the head, and instantly burst like a watermelon, turning into a headless male corpse. The death squads hiding behind the truck were undecided. One by one they were short of breath and their faces turned pale. They are not afraid of death, they are afraid that the task is not completed, and they die meaninglessly. Shit. 2 dead and 1 injured as soon as they met. Stark Industries is really not easy to provoke. The gun. The gun has a problem. What is the problem? The daring one detained a warhead from the corpse and said, Look at the caliber of this warhead. Everyone looked sideways and frowned. Umeka. This is a 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifle bullet. Impossible. They obviously use automatic rifles. Don't forget, they are the security team of Stark Industries, and Stark Industries is an expert in this area. Yes, other companies can't produce 12.7mm automatic rifles, but it doesn't mean that Stark Industries can't. Then what should we do? It's still a few hundred meters away from the administrative building. Yes, and the speed must be fast. Once we get surrounded by the security team, it's all over. Everyone was chatting and discussing that in the face of such a big killer, these untrained death fighters did not know how to deal with it. After arguing for a while, someone suggested, don't worry, just shoot them to death with a grenade gun. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately echoed, okay, I think this is a good idea. A solution was discussed, whether it is useful or not. You have to try it first. The purpose of the Death Squad coming to Stark Industries is to do damage, so there are no light weapons such as automatic rifles on the list. They are all amazing weapons. They quickly untied their backpacks and took out an M32 grenade gun from the bag, equipped with a 40mm caliber high-explosive grenade or steel ball bullet, with a lethal radius of 5 meters and an effective radius of 15 meters. Click. 6 grenades were loaded into the revolver magazine, and everyone used the truck as a shelter, and then slightly put their heads out to launch the grenades. Although this method of launching is safe, there is no need to worry about being hit by a bullet, but the disadvantage is that there is almost no accuracy, but the death fighters are not worried about it. There are not enough quasi heads to collect. 20-odd death fighters fired 6 high-explosive grenades and steel ball bullets at the same time, and even a group of ladies can kill these elites. There was no movement on the truck side, and the security team raised the bulletproof shield and walked over cautiously. Boom boom. At this time, there was a muffled noise not far away. The security team raised their heads, but they didn't see anything except the beautiful starry sky. Boom. 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 Suddenly, dozens of grenades fell from the sky and exploded around the security team. Shit. Beware of grenades. The security guards were shocked and quickly retreated with their shields high. At this time, dozens of grenades were fired from the front and landed at their feet. Boom. The grenade exploded and suddenly knocked several team members to the ground. But before they got up, more grenades flew from the sky from the front. The 30-meter area with the security team as the center seemed to have become a bombing area, and the area was enveloped by violent explosions and thick gunpowder smoke. The wave of grenade offensive ended, and the death fighters stopped their attacks. After a while, there was no sound from there, not even the screams of the wounded. Someone quietly looked out and saw 10 corpses lying on the ground tens of meters away. Upon seeing this, he said excitedly, "Those security guards seem to be dead." "Really? Then you go take a look." "What am I?" The man complained secretly, but he couldn't say anything about his illness. Regardless of the success or failure of this mission, these people will definitely not see the sun tomorrow. Since we are all going to die, 1 minute early and 1 minute late, what's the difference? The man made up his mind and squatted down and walked forward quickly, looking at him with dozens of eyes behind him. Opened his eyelids, touched his heartbeat and pulse, and determined that they were all dead, he turned his head and smiled and made an okay gesture. Seeing this, the other death-defeating team members immediately picked up their black bags and ran towards the administration building. They had already delayed some time and must hurry up. Fortunately, Stark Industries covers a large area, and it takes a lot of time for those security team members to reach the administration building, otherwise they would have been surrounded and wiped out. A few minutes later, the magnificent administration building of Stark Industries was in sight. "Hurry up, we will succeed in no time." Seeing the dawn of hope, The Death Fighters suddenly smiled on their faces as their dreams come true. But at this moment, 3 armored vehicles appeared at the end of the road, each with a rotatable Mk-19 grenade launcher on top. The airborne night vision device spotted them and immediately opened fire. DADADA. The grenade launcher ejected a high-explosive round of 40mm caliber. The grenade accurately hit the Daredevil players and exploded them to pieces. The stumps and broken arms were flying around the sky with blood. This wave of shots directly reduced them by more than half. Quick, get away! The Death Fighters hurried to both sides to find shelter. The moment they saw the armored car appeared, the hearts of all of them were as if they were hit hard by a heavy hammer. Hey! What a pity, it's a bit short. For the Death Fighters, they are only a little short of success. For the security personnel, they are only a little short of failure. Great! I finally caught up. In the monitoring room, the security team leader finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this picture. But when he thought of the comrades who had sacrificed before, he suddenly became unhappy. Team leader, do we need to attack? No, don't. The group leader coldly snorted. You just need to stand in front of the administration building. Don't let these people come close, and leave the rest to the almighty Mr. Stark. Understood, group leader. 3 armored vehicles drove side by side and stopped in the middle of the road leading to the administration building. It is like an insurmountable high wall, blocking the front of the Deathly Fighters. But is this high wall really strong? Chapter 163 Breaking into the Administration Building. Install the C4 bomb. Please subscribe. The Death Fighters hurried into the bunker. Frightened, someone shouted, "Bazooka!" The rest of the team immediately woke up, untied their backpacks and took out a Sandy short-barreled rocket launcher. You have armored vehicles, I have rocket launchers. Anyway, everyone is a high-end product of Stark Industries, so let's attack the shield with the Spear of the Sun and see who can have the last laugh. The operation of this rocket is very simple. A pair of 2 can be loaded in a few seconds. After the installation was completed, the team members knelt on one knee and locked the armored vehicle with 6 rockets. Launch. Kill them. With a roar, the players pulled the trigger. 6 rockets ejected a trail of flames and rushed towards the armored vehicle. Because of the angle, all 6 rockets hit the front of the armored vehicle. Rumble. 6 loud noises burst. The armored vehicle was instantly swallowed by a ball of flames, and that huge impact directly overturned the vehicle to the ground, causing tires and parts to splash around. The 3 security guards who operated the grenade launcher were killed on the spot, and the personnel inside the armored vehicle were not much better. The vehicle was blown over and they were thrown into a dizzy head. The structural deformation caused the armored door to lock, and they could not escape at all. Can only be stuffed in this pressure cooker, burned by the hot flame, and finally steamed alive. Monkey reset. In the security monitoring room, the team leader looked at the sea of fire in front of the monitoring screen. His entire face turned pale, and then became red with anger. These terrorists are too frantic. They actually have a short-barreled rocket launcher in their hands, which seems to be a product of Stark Industries. I don't know which bastard it is, dare to sell this military weapon to terrorists. Before he scolded, he saw a dozen people on the screen, rushing towards the administration building. The security team leader Limala shouted through the microphone, "What about you guys? Why haven't you arrived yet?" As soon as the voice fell, a team member reported, "Team leader, we are here." The group leader quickly said, "Great, firepower suppression. Never let terrorists enter the administrative building." Understand? The administrative building of Stark Industries itself is not valuable, and the machinery and equipment of the factory are not even valuable, but there are a lot of files in the administrative building, and there is a large server for storing data on the ground floor. The server stores the design drawings, transaction data and other secrets of all the weapons of Stark Industries. If this thing is bombed, the damage caused is simply sky high. The Death Squad rushed to the administration building and met a security team head-on. "It's another security team. What shall we do now?" "No matter what, just rush over." "Yes, as long as people can enter the administration building, the task tonight will be completed." The death squad ran and made plans. They took out a grenade gun full of ammunition and fired in the direction of the team while running. Boom! The grenade exploded in front of him, setting off thick gray smoke. The security team members had a strong heart and turned around together and ran, hiding in a nearby bunker. As for the command of the group leader, they just ignored them. The death squads are not dead. These security teams still want to live. They are all paid to eat, and there are wives and children to support at home, so how can they be fighting terrorists? The death squad's let-off fight had an effect. They forced the security guard back and ran to the door of the administration building. Boom! A grenade hit the bulletproof glass door, leaving only a tiny mark. Boom! The next second, the grenade exploded. The strong shockwave mixed with steel ball bullets, shattered the glass door and crashed to the ground. Go! The death fighters flushed with excitement, shouting and rushing into the administration building. At this time, the security team hiding in the bunkers started shooting, and the death fighters who were walking behind were hit by a special rifle and fell to the ground unwillingly staring to death. This wave of shots took away 5 more suicide fighters, leaving only single digits in the administrative building. There is no time to grieve, no time to manage the life and death of teammates. They still have tasks to complete. The drawings of the administration building were already printed in my mind. After entering the administration building, the last 9 death-defeating team members immediately separated their actions. Someone went to the basement and prepared to blow up the large computer room where the data was stored. Someone went to the archives and prepared to destroy all the confidential paper documents. Someone went to the president's office on the top floor, preparing to burn Tony Stark, the dead capitalist's office, to ashes. After a few minutes, all C4 explosives were installed, and the set time was 3 minutes. The 9 team members breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, and then walked to the windows of their respective floors, preparing to go crazy again before dying. The terrorists entered the administrative building, and the security team leader could no longer sit still. He quickly boarded an armored vehicle, drove the car to a stop 500 meters away from the administrative building, and then conducted command operations in the compartment. Although he was dissatisfied with the team's disobedience, he didn't say much, because he understood the players' thoughts very well. No one is willing to pay for a salary, even if the salary is very generous. What position does he have to order his team members to do things that he can't even do? To blame is Tony Stark himself. If the helicopter were dispatched earlier, these terrorists would have been killed. Humphrey. He is self-sufficient and deserves it. In these few minutes, all the security teams from Stark Industries arrived. A total of more than 300 security guards, all in ambush around the administrative building under the command of the team leader. The dark night sky was silent, the atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme, and the battle was about to start. Puff! Puff! 2 rockets smashed through the windows of the administrative building and flew towards a factory not far away. The rocket exploded on the roof of the factory, and suddenly opened 2 holes more than 10 meters in diameter, and the building materials on the top fell rustling. The security team leader frowned, took out the intercom and said, "Sniper." A second later, a voice came, "The position has been locked, and they will be killed by a single shot only when they take the next shot." Well, on the top floor of the factory a kilometer away, a dozen snipers were lying on the ground. They turned on the night vision system to monitor the administrative building 360 degrees without blind spots. 10 seconds later, a shiny white humanoid object appeared in the night vision goggles. The corner of the sniper's mouth made a sneer, and he quickly moved the muscle to pull the trigger. Boom! After the loud noise, the sniper's shoulder shook suddenly. A special 12.7mm sniper rifle was fired from the muzzle. Before the death fighter in the administration building had time to launch a rocket, the bullet penetrated his head in an instant. Snapped! The head burst like a watermelon, and the brain was mixed with blood and splashed over the white tiles. The sniper rifle bullet smashed the head and shot into the wall behind him, forming a huge crater. Looking at the image in the night vision goggles slowly falling down, the sniper pressed the communicator near his ear. Target cleared. As soon as he finished speaking, The sniper on the other side eliminated another death squad. The remaining 7 team members quickly noticed that they used the communicator to warn each other not to let their bodies near the window. Damn, there are 2 minutes left, I want to kill a few more people. The death squad was forced into the room and said angrily, yeah, there are snipers outside, we definitely can't get out, we can only find a way to force them in. I have a way. These people are not the security of Stark Industries, then we will use rocket launchers to bomb the administrative building. These doglegs will definitely take the risk and rush in order to reduce the loss. Good idea. Just do it. The 7 team members immediately took out grenade guns and rocket launchers, and bombarded the surrounding areas that seemed more expensive and valuable. Rumble. Along with the roar of the explosion, the administrative building lit up with bursts of fire, which was very eye-catching in the dark night. Seeing the terrorists began to engage in sabotage, the security team leader suddenly became anxious. It was already his negligence to be broken into the administrative building by them. If the administrative building was bombed again, he probably would have to leave. At this point, he gritted his teeth and said, teams from 1 to 10 are attacked immediately. Teams from 11 to 15 are attacked from the top of the building. The rest of the team fired tear gas towards the administration building. You must protect yourself and the sniper is responsible. Cover them. The group leader gave an order, and all the security team members began to act. Bang bang bang. One by one, tear gas smashed the windows, fell into the administrative building and a thick white smoke came out. The helicopter landed on the roof, and 50 security guards jumped off the plane. They hooked the railings of the roof with a drop rope, preparing to drop in through the broken window. The security guards responsible for the frontal assault were in teams of 2, one holding a bulletproof shield made of alloy material in front, and the other holding a gun on the shooting port of the shield, and ran towards the administration building quickly. The sniper in the distance also stared at the window with wide eyes. Safety, safety. After arriving on the first floor and confirming that there were no terrorists, the first team went to the basement and the rest went to the second floor. The stairwell was narrow, and the security guards stepped up the stairs cautiously. Surprise motherfucker. Suddenly, the security guards heard a foul language. Then a figure appeared on the second floor platform, carrying a rocket on his shoulder. Puff. With the rocket ejected, the security guards were blocked in the stairwell and couldn't dodge, but they still subconsciously aimed and fired with their extraordinary response. The death squad was instantly broken into pieces by dozens of special bullets, and a loud noise broke out in the stairwell. Boom! The strong impact and hot flame swallowed everything in the stairwell. The few people who were the first to bear the brunt were directly fried into minced meat, and the people a little further away were also pushed into the air by the shock wave. The security team leader heard the screams of the team members and asked loudly, "What happened?" The players on the first floor immediately replied, "Shit." They fired rockets, and the second team suffered heavy casualties. Hearing this, the team leader felt too late to grieve, and decisively ordered, "Team 3, take the opportunity to capture the second floor immediately." Yes. A few people were left to take care of the wounded, and the members of the 3 teams immediately rushed to the second floor, placed the bulletproof shield on the ground, and firmly controlled the exit of the stairwell. At this time, another death squad on the second floor wanted to do the same, and ran out carrying a rocket. But before he could speak, he was torn into shreds by dense bullets. Chapter 164 Jason Shot. Arc Reactor. Please subscribe. The elite security guards of Stark Industries besieged from top to bottom. It only took less than 30 seconds to kill all the remaining 6 death-defying team members. The 7th team member was blocked in the basement, supported by the strong armored door of the basement for an extra minute, but in the end the security team broke into the door, and then swarmed up and fell to the ground. The death squad was pinched by his neck and couldn't breathe, but there was a grinning smile on his face. We succeeded. Rumble. In the next instant, there was a big explosion on the upper and lower 6 floors of the administrative building. All the glass on the outer wall was shattered, and fire dragons spewed out from the windows. What followed was a violent shaking of the ground, and the tremor covered the entire factory area. There was a harsh noise in the security team leader's headset, and he quickly threw the headset away and left the armored vehicle. The administration building not far away blazed into the sky, and thick black smoke gushed out of the windows. Cracks appeared on the solid outer wall, densely crisscrossed, and no one would be surprised if it collapsed in the next second. Click. The security team leader stared at the scene in front of him blankly. The communicator in his hand was not caught for a while and fell to the ground. The administration building was bombed, and Tony Stark estimated that he would jump in anger. He would definitely initiate a relationship and send him to a military court. What was even more difficult for the security team leader to accept was that the more than 100 comrades who had been with him day and night suddenly disappeared. That's it. It's all over. The group leader was dumbfounded. His brain was blank. Team leader, team leader. The cronies on the side grabbed his collar and yelled, "This is not the time to be in a daze. Hurry up and save people. One can save one." After being yelled at by his subordinates, the group leader immediately woke up. He picked up the walkie-talkie and let the rest of the security team rush in to rescue people. Then he dialed the number of his immediate supervisor and asked him to transfer medical helicopters from all over Los Angeles through military channels. In the air 100 meters away from Stark Industries, Jason folded his shoulders and quietly enjoyed a thrilling performance. Despite the ups and downs, their own Death Squad members successfully completed the task. Seeing the security guards panicked in the distance, like a defeated dog, a smile appeared on Jason's mouth. It seems that Stark Industries does not have any powerful weapons. Although the 12.7mm automatic rifle is powerful, it does not pose a threat to him, and it is not even as good as a short-barreled rocket launcher. Jason dropped his hands, turned his head, and moved his stiff cervical spine. Garda! Garda! After 2 crisp bangs, Jason picked up energy and rushed to the core area of Stark Industry in a nearly vertical dive. The reason why the Death Squad selected the target in the administration building was not only because there was the core computer room of Stark Industries on the first floor of the administration building. Another purpose of choosing the administrative building is because the administrative building and the cow factory area are in 2 different directions. The storm just now has attracted almost all the security team members. There are only 2 security team members outside the cow factory area, looking stupidly at the raging flames in the distant building. Umeka. What happened there? I don't know. It's just a terrorist. I can't believe what kind of terrorist can break through layers of security and blow up the administrative building of Stark Industries. I can't believe it, but if I have to choose, I think the most likely one is Jason's clown organization. Boom. As soon as the 2 spoke, Jason fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. The hard concrete floor was smashed into a big pit, and countless grain-sized stones splashed around. Jason stood up slowly, looking at them with a smile. The expressions on the faces of the 2 security guards changed from worry, to dullness, then to surprise, and finally to panic. It is really interesting to observe the changes in their expressions carefully. Jason! Jason! The 2 screamed, subconsciously opened the insurance, and shot while moving back. Because of their fear, they even forgot to notify the security team leader. Bang bang bang. The bullets came in densely, but they lost all kinetic energy when they touched Jason's clothes and turned into bullets with no lethality. Jason's eyesight is quick and he grasps a bullet that is about to land and observes carefully. The 12.7mm sniper rifle ammunition is actually used on an automatic rifle, and it seems that the recoil of this gun is not very strong. Jason played with the bullet, and suddenly became interested in his heart. The person who designed this rifle must be a genius. If the comrades and elite subordinates in the organization can use this weapon, the combat effectiveness is estimated to be doubled. Jason threw away the bullet, and then condensed into 2 light blue balls in the palms of both hands. Hader! Shouting meaningless words in his mouth, he pushed the ball of light with both hands and hit the 2 security guards on the chest. There was a sound of broken bones. The 2 were hit by a ball of light full of energy, smashed the bulletproof glass door behind them, and fell heavily to the ground. A depression of 20 centimeters in diameter appeared in their chests. Jason walked into the core factory building with his hands behind his back. As soon as I walked in, the first thing I saw was an arc reactor 6 meters high and 20 meters wide. The reactor was working. Inside the transparent glass ball of unknown material, blue energy rings surged from top to bottom, accompanied by the hum of electromagnetic pulses. This is the gem of Stark Industries, the arc reactor. Jason walked around the reactor and looked up and down with interest. Even a rough person like him was impressed by the amazing sense of science and technology of arc reactor at this moment. It's really shocking. Curiously, he jumped directly over the guardrail and put his hand on the glass cover of the reactor. In an instant, a huge force penetrated into Jason's body. Before he could react, he felt that he was filled with something. Snapped. In the next second, a few thick-armed lightning flashed in the glass cover. Jason was instantly knocked into the air by this powerful force. Boom! Jason flew upside down and smashed into the wall behind him, then fell off the wall, imprinting a deep humanoid mark. Fuck! It's a big game. Jason grabbed the ground with his head, and countless electric currents flickered all over his body. At this moment, his body was paralyzed, and every cell in his body felt a tingling sensation, as if he was surrounded by millions of poisonous bees. After a while, the current disappeared. Jason endured the severe pain in his whole body and slowly got up from the ground. He clenched his fists. He found that the energy in his body had exploded, and if he didn't release it, his whole body might burst. With a thought, he raised his head with both hands, and then gathered most of his energy into a light blue energy ball with a diameter of 1 meter. Stark, this is the gift I gave you. Do you like it? He yelled and smashed the energy ball towards the arc reactor, and then fled out quickly under the wind. Chapter 165 The Tiger Enters the Flock. One ride is 1,000. Please subscribe. The arc's reactor was hit by an energy ball, and a ring-shaped energy shockwave suddenly erupted. The shockwave cancelled out the energy of the energy ball, and the excess energy flattened everything around it. Boom! After the violent explosion, the reactor console was destroyed, and even a large number of components of the reactor itself were destroyed by this shockwave. Soon, the arc reactor began to react violently in an irreversible posture. In the transparent glass cover, lightning bolts as thick as an arm raged wildly, lightning and thunder. The buzzing sound of electromagnetic pulses is getting louder and faster, and this huge energy will be released from the cage. At this time, the protection mechanism of the reactor is triggered to forcibly cut off the supply of palladium, and then guide the nearly saturated energy to be released according to the established vertical orbit. Rumble. In the dark night sky, a light blue beam of light pierced straight into the sky, causing bursts of thunder strikes. In an instant, the day was ushered in the land. With a radius of more than 10 kilometers, many people looked out, but only saw a beam of light that flashed blindly. After 3 seconds, the dazzling beam of light completely disappeared. The arc's reactor had no palladium supply, and gradually lost its energy and became pitch black, except for occasional flashes of lightning. 100 meters away, Jason was floating in the sky with his ears covered, his eyes full of excitement and shock. The energy of the arc's reactor is too terrifying. Until now his ears still have ringing in his ears. If he was in that beam of light just now, he would be vaporized into a plume of blue smoke by the huge energy. In an instant. Stark, the salute I gave you is not bad. The corner of Jason's mouth was raised, and he turned his eyes to the production plant not far away. The rewards of system tasks are not fixed. The better the tasks are completed, the higher the rewards. Since Stark Industries did not restrain his weapons, it might as well destroy the entire factory area. Jason's figure moved and flew towards the administration building. The explosion of the arc reactor attracted the attention of all the security team members. They stopped their work and looked at the direction of the core factory with a dull look. There is so much happening tonight that the brain can no longer think. The security team leader was the first to react, and he immediately realized that he was in the middle. Shocked, These terrorists are just bait. Their purpose of blowing up the administrative building is only to attract the attention of the security personnel, so as to cover their real target, their arc reactor. The team leader pressed the communicator and said, "There was an accident in the reactor, leaving some people in charge of the rescue, and all the others went to the core plant area." After hesitating for a moment, the team leader gritted his teeth and said, "Let those big guys move. Our enemy is not just a few terrorists." A team member said, "Team leader, the use of offensive vehicles requires Mr. Stark's authorization." Hearing the name Stark, the team leader snorted dissatisfiedly. "Fuck Stark. If it wasn't for his stinginess, our comrades would not die. Anyway, after tonight, we can't be here. Stay here. Now I'm all in the business." "Yes." The group leader's order was issued, and the security team members became busy. At this time, the sniper ambushing on the top floor discovered an abnormal situation. A human-shaped light spot appeared in the night vision goggles, but the position of this light spot was in the sky. The sniper was shocked and quickly reported to the group leader. "Group leader, someone in the sky has flown over." "What?" The team leader was a little surprised, then thought of something and asked, "Is it Tony Stark?" "No, no." The sniper shook his head. "Mr. Stark's steel armor will not show a large-scale thermal reaction. This is a person." Hearing this, the group leader's brain turned rapidly, and a figure gradually appeared in his mind. "Shit, that must be Jason." "I see. Everything tonight is a conspiracy of the Clown Organization. Quick, kill him." Hearing Jason's name, all the security personnel were stunned. "Isn't that big villain in New York? Why did he come to Los Angeles again?" The snipers froze for a moment, and immediately moved their muscles to shoot at the human-shaped light spots on the night vision goggles. Boom! More than a dozen specially made sniper rifle bullets shot out, all of which accurately hit Jason's body. But the moment the bullet hit Jason, it lost all its kinetic energy. Jason grabbed a bullet and placed it in front of his eyes, then said admiringly, "Is this a bullet? A bigger one will become a cannonball." He threw away the bullet casually and flew to the sky above the administrative building. "Team leader, the bullet is invalid." Jason flew over. The sniper said loudly. Upon hearing this, the security team leader raised his head and looked towards the sky. Jason flew over from far and near, and then floated in midair more than 10 meters high. The scene was silent, and time seemed to stop. Seeing this legendary villain with their own eyes, all the security personnel felt that their hearts were about to stop beating, and the deterrent force was pressing on their hearts like a mountain. After a few seconds of silence, the security team reacted, shouting and shooting. "Shit, Jason!" "Shooting, idiot! Bullets are not effective against him. Use rockets." "Discover Jason! Discover Jason!" The gunship takes off immediately. "The tank! Get up quickly!" There was a chaos in front of the administration building, and the security guards shot wildly while looking for shelter. "Humphrey!" Jason snorted contemptuously. His body flickered, and he disappeared directly in everyone's eyes. The next second, Jason appeared on the side of an armored vehicle. The people on the moving turret were turning the grenade launcher, looking for Jason's trail, but he never expected that Jason had already moved in front of him at high speed. "Be careful, Jason is below you," the surrounding security guards shouted in panic. Hearing the reminder, the man immediately looked down and met Jason's eyes. "I buy it." He was completely taken aback, feeling that his heart was about to jump out. "Move the grenade launcher down and pull the trigger firmly." Boom boom. One grenade shot out. Because of the angle, all of these grenade shots into an area behind Jason, and then exploded. Jason took a posture, concentrated the energy in his body to his right fist, and then continuously absorbed the energy of the grenade to recharge his right fist. The big fist of the sandbag slowly gathered a light blue circle of light. After the energy was gathered, Jason roared and slammed his fist on the armored vehicle. Boom! The side of the armored vehicle was directly penetrated by huge energy, and a large hole with a diameter of 50 centimeters appeared in the high-strength alloy armor. The two security guards sitting on the side were directly cut off by the waist, and the stench and sticky internal organs splashed over the carriage. The man who operated the grenade launcher had his lower limbs amputated, and there was a terrible cry from the carriage. At this time, the deep sound of the engine came from a distance. Jason looked up and saw two American main battle tanks slowly approaching. Stopped a few hundred meters apart, the tank's barrel slowly moved to aim at Jason. Boom, boom. After the deafening noise, two 120mm tank shells came over. Jason kicked the ground with one foot. The ground cracked into several pieces with a click, and the whole person jumped to a height of more than 10 meters. Boom! The armored vehicle behind him was hit by a shell, and was blown to pieces instantly, and the screams stopped abruptly. Jason hovered in the air and sighed. I'm also obliged. Use tank shells to hit a high-speed moving target. Your head is really pitted. As soon as the voice fell, two more shells hit him. Jason flashed easily, then a dive appeared in front of the tank. He jumped into the tank, hugged the barrel with both hands, and used all his energy. Collapse. With a crisp sound, the barrel of the tank was bent 90 degrees. Jason did the same, bend the barrel of another tank. At this time, the security guards got their weapons and ran back. Each of them carried a short-barrel rocket launcher specially made by Stark Industries on their shoulders, the one that could track Jason. Puff puff. Aiming at Jason and pulling the trigger, the rocket shot out. Jason sneered and rose into the air again. What is strange is that these rockets did not follow Jason to the sky, but went straight to the two tanks. Monkey reset. The observer of the tank looked at the incoming rocket and spit out these words in a daze. Boom! Piles of flames rose, and the tank was hit by a dozen rockets, and was instantly blown into iron wreckage. All the security personnel inside were dead. The security team was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What about the guided guidance system? What about Jason Buster? What is the difference between this special and ordinary RPG? Jason floated in the air, looking at the blazing flames at his feet, couldn't help but snicker. After Chloe's analysis and field testing, he has successfully solved the puzzle that the short-barreled rocket can track him. When Jason was moving at high speed in the air, he liked to convert energy into heat. Jason thought it would be more handsome because a fire would be ejected from his feet, but this is why the rocket can track him. Now that the reason is known, the method of cracking is very simple. There was the sound of propellers in the distance. Two helicopter gunships took off, and the pilot locked Jason to launch guided missiles. Jason showed disdain, converted the energy into wind energy, and moved his position slightly. Sure enough, the two missiles suddenly lost their positioning targets, just like ordinary missiles, passing by Jason. The helicopter pilot was also blinded, but before he could think of the reason, Jason speeded up and flew over. Shit! Pull up, pull up! The pilot pulled the joystick abruptly, and the two helicopters hurriedly pulled up, but the speed and maneuverability of the helicopter are too poor for Jason, who is moving at a high speed. It is just like time is still. Jason was quickly overtaken by the helicopter. He gathered a ball of light in his right hand and launched it towards the helicopter's propeller. The photosphere turns into a blue laser, which directly interrupts the connection between the propeller and the helicopter. The propeller flew away alone. The helicopter lost power, stopped in the sky for a few seconds, and then accelerated towards the ground. Chapter 166 The First Confrontation with Iron Man. Please subscribe. Boom. The gunship's fuselage fell from a height of more than 100 meters, and it fell on the hard ground and instantly turned into a piece of steel meat. The crew members' stumped arm and blood flowed out of the gap. The security team was ashamed, and the missile was their killer weapon against Jason. Since the missile is ineffective against him, there is no other weapon that can deal with him. In an instant, the situation on the court reversed. Nighthawk 2, pull up, hurry up. The security team leader looked up at the sky, the communicator in his palm gripped tightly. Understand. The pilot responded and immediately adjusted the power output to maximum, and the helicopter propeller whizzed away from Jason. Want to run? It's not that easy. Jason's right palm condensed the energy ball again, and then gave a jerky push. The energy ball turned into a light blue laser, flying towards the helicopter at an astonishing speed. It's over, the security team leader said to himself, his face extremely ugly. The speed of the helicopter and the laser were not at the same level. Jason came first, and the laser caught up with the helicopter in the blink of an eye. Just when everyone had no hope of escape from the helicopter and was silently mourning for the crew members, a light golden electromagnetic pulse struck, intercepting the light blue laser halfway. Boom! The two energies met in the air and there was a muffled noise. Jason frowned and looked to the right. A few hundred meters away, a steel armor with red and gold color was suspended in the air. Tony Stark, no, Iron Man is here. Jason was a little surprised as he watched the steel armor slowly approaching. According to the original development line, Tony should be locked in a cave by terrorists at this moment. But now not only has he not been locked into the cave, but he has also developed a steel armor in advance. This timeline is completely messed up. After a moment of surprise, Jason's expression recovered and he said slightly jokingly, "Hey, Tony, your new clothes are very handsome, but they seem to be intolerable." Jason's words hurt Tony's weakness, but he didn't say anything to fight back, but asked in confusion, "How do you know it's me?" Jason spread his hands and smiled. Iron armor was rated as the worst weapon in the 21st century by Weapons Magazine. Apart from Tony Stark, I believe no one else will continue to study it. Weapons Magazine, ha. Tony sneered and said, "When I take off your head, I will let them swallow what you have said." "Take my head off?" Jason's eyes were full of disdain. "You have become more humorous after half a year. Who gave you the courage to make you say this?" Tony tapped the heart of the armor and proudly said, "It's it." Jason looked at it with interest and smiled. "It looks pretty dazzling. When I remove the outer tortoise shell, I will take it back for research." Tony didn't bother to talk to him, and asked, "Jason, you don't stay in New York, why are you here in Los Angeles?" Jason pointed to the reactor factory in the distance and said, "I heard that you have re-elected the president of Stark Industries. I specially come to congratulate you. I saw the big firework just now, even if it is a gift." "Very good. I hope you can still be so hard in the future." Tony's expression was unhappy, and he suddenly raised his palms, sending out two pale golden electromagnetic pulses that had been accumulated for a long time. "Yeah, I'm not afraid of you." Jason had already prepared, and immediately condensed the energy ball to send out two light blue energy waves. The golden and blue energies met in the air, bursting out a harsh sizzle. "The two energies are evenly matched. You come and I go, and you get a tie." Tony whispered, "Jarvis, concentrate the remaining energy on your chest." "Okay, sir." Puff. The arc reactor in the center of the battle armor ejected a third electromagnetic pulse. Seeing the electromagnetic pulse hit, Jason's expression was calm and he even wanted to laugh. "Oh, my power bank is here." Boom. The cylindrical shape, the armthick electromagnetic pulse hit Jason, and Tony, who was hidden in the armor, smiled unconsciously. "What?" The next second, the smile on his face stiffened. The electromagnetic pulse hit Jason, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, not to mention causing damage. It didn't even have a slight effect. The energy in Jason's body has dried up, and Tony's actions are tantamount to sending charcoal in the snow. He cheered up, gathered energy again, and the energy ball in his palm instantly grew several times. The situation on the field changed. Jason's energy wave suddenly became stronger, and he began to suppress the pale golden electromagnetic pulse, pushing towards Tony. "Sir, he seems to be able to absorb energy while releasing energy," Jarvis reminded. "Absorb, release." Tony frowned slightly. "Jarvis, adjust the power of the arc reactor to maximum." The upper limit of Jason's energy absorption is not high. If the reactor runs at full power, it will definitely defeat him. Jarvis immediately reminded, "Sir, the palladium consumption of the reactor at full power is too great, and it may not last too long." Tony confidently said, "Then beat him before the energy runs out." "Understood, sir." As soon as the voice fell, the brightness of the arc reactor on the chest of the steel armor greatly increased, and the sound of electromagnetic pulses was also buzzing. In the next second, the palms and chest of the steel armor sprayed out stronger electromagnetic pulse waves than before. The full-powered arc reactor recovered its slump in one fell swoop, and the electromagnetic pulse swept over the blue energy wave and pushed it towards Jason in a devastating posture. Tony increased his energy output, and Jason's pressure doubled. He shouted angrily and increased the energy conversion rate in his body to the extreme, and the energy ball in his palm increased again. However, the energy released by the arc reactor was too terrifying. Even if Jason used his full power, the energy accumulated in his body still grew rapidly. Well, I can't hold it. After a few seconds, Jason's energy absorption reached the upper limit. He immediately released his hands, gathered the energy in his body, and a light blue protective film appeared around his body. In the next second, 3 electromagnetic pulse waves hit Jason. Jason was knocked into the air in an instant, as if a kite with a broken wire slammed into the warehouse. Boom! The roof of the warehouse was smashed through, and Jason rolled on the ground at a very fast speed. During the period, he did not know how many machines were destroyed, and finally hit the hard walls of the warehouse before stopping. Tony put his hands down, and the speed of the reactor immediately dropped to a minimum. Because of the long-term high-power operation, the electromagnetic pulse transmitter in the palm emits bursts of blue smoke. Tony raised his arm, the helmet-mounted display aimed at the direction of the warehouse, and the armor on the arm raised an anti-tank rocket. Puff! The rocket launched into the factory from the roof hole. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the factory was blazing, and even the surrounding walls appeared like spiderweb cracks. Fairies fight, mortals watch the show. Jason and Tony were fighting in the air, and the surrounding security team was stunned by the battle scenes of a science fiction movie. All of them are veterans who have experienced the battlefield, but at this moment a strong sense of powerlessness is emerging from the bottom of their hearts. They are already outdated. Maybe superpowers and black technology are the future of this world. After a moment of silence, the security team members cheered. Mr. Stark, good job. Umeka, we are saved. Kill Jason. Take revenge for your comrades. I took a picture of the battle just now. If this goes to the tubing, the number of hits will definitely explode. Tony's appearance gave the security team reassurance, and all of them showed bright smiles. Tony controlled the armor, slowly landed in front of the security team leader, and opened the mask on the helmet. The group leader lowered his head, his expression a little ashamed. Tony Stark was standing in front of him, but he didn't have the lofty sentiment he had before, and he didn't dare to vent his grievances. Seeing the team leader's constipation expression and the mess in the factory, Tony guessed what had happened just now. The weak command of the security team led to an explosion in the administrative building and reactor warehouse, and hundreds of security personnel died. He did not follow orders to use offensive vehicles without authorization, causing a large number of expensive vehicles to be destroyed. Tony was upset, but didn't accuse him. After all, their opponent was Jason Walter. Thinking about it in another way, if he had not obtained the steel armor to deal with this incident, he would probably not be much better than the security team leader. The security team leader raised his head and said with a serious face, "Mr. Stark, Tony interrupted him. Now is not the time to be held accountable. Jason is not dead yet. I need your help." Upon hearing this, the security team leader nodded with a serious expression. Tony continued, "Jason is very difficult. The blow just now was simply tickling. There will be more intense fighting in a while. So, I need you and your team members to cover me and assist in the attack. The weapons ban is temporarily lifted, and all weapons and missile vehicles in the factory can be used. As long as you can kill Jason, I will not hesitate to blow up the entire factory." The security team leader said, "Mr. Stark, missiles are ineffective against Jason. As long as he does not use heat, but uses wind energy to move, the missile cannot track him." Tony smiled, pointed his head and said, "You have to be more flexible in your thinking. Since there is no way to track with a heat source, let someone remotely control the missile. I remember that there are many missiles in the factory that have remote operation capabilities." Tony's fluttering sentence brought a brand new idea to the team leader, and there was a feeling of sudden realization in his mind. "Understood. I will prepare immediately." The team leader put the communicator to his lips and notified all the security team members to go to the factory to find a missile launcher that could be remotely controlled. According to the two-person team principle, one person is responsible for launching the missile, and one person is responsible for remotely controlling the flight of the missile. They are only responsible for assisting the attack, not seeking to kill Jason, but must make him uncomfortable and unable to give full play to his strength. Tony closed his mask and flew into the air. The arc reactor in the chest was running at high speed again, alerting Jason's counterattack. Chapter 167 Bleeding and Wounded. The price of angering Jason. Please subscribe. Jason supported the ground with both hands and slowly got up. The black shirt was already torn apart. He tore it off and found multiple bruises on his arms, chest, and knees. This is the first time he has been injured since he gained superpowers. Jason raised his arm and licked the blood from the wound with his tongue, eyes closed slightly, savoring the long-lost smell of blood in the mouth. His eyes opened, his eyes filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Sure enough, this kind of battle that will hurt, pain, bleed, and die will make him feel excited and feel the fun of hand-to-hand combat. Seeing Jason limping out of the factory in ragged clothes, Tony felt an inexplicable pleasure in his heart. The name Jason Walter has been like a nightmare that often invades Tony's mind for more than half a year, making him awake at night and exhausted. Today, he can finally kill Jason, get rid of psychological obstacles, and win back the honor of the Stark family. Tony landed slowly, opened his mask and said, "You know, regarding the scene of the decisive battle between us, I actually imagined many possibilities. The scene that excites me the most is the Empire State Building in New York. The world is broadcast live, all the attention. I defeated the sinful you in front of people all over the world. That kind of scene makes me excited just thinking about it. It's a pity, reality is always cruel." Tony Stark defeated Jason Walter, such a memorable moment. There is no TV station and live audience to witness with me. It is really a shame. Hearing that, Jason sneered and said, "Tony, conceit is a problem you can never get rid of. The battle between us has just begun. But if you have the upper hand, you feel that you can win." Tony looked around, and then said sarcastically, "Sorry, I watched it for a long time, but I couldn't see where your turn was." Jason raised his right hand and pointed to the arc reactor on the chest of the steel armor. "Tony, your first weakness is it. The output power of this thing is really strong, but how long can it last at full power? Don't forget, there is no time limit for my superpowers." Jason explained the biggest drawback of the steel armor. But the expression on Tony's face remained unchanged, secretly gathering electromagnetic pulse energy. "Don't worry, Pichu. These energy are more than enough." As soon as the voice fell, Tony raised his hands abruptly and aimed at Jason. 3 thick electromagnetic pulse waves laced out. Roar! Jason roared and stepped hard on the ground with his right foot. Boom! The ground was so hard that it could run on the tank, and suddenly there were laps of cracks. Jason's body was instantly flew elsewhere by this reaction force. Boom! 3 electromagnetic pulse waves hit the ground, blasting the cracked ground into a large pit with a diameter of more than 2 meters. After Jason landed on the ground, he kicked the ground hard again. The whole person was like playing a box spring, jumping around, unable to aim accurately. Seeing Jason running away in embarrassment, Tony couldn't help but sarcastically said, "It really is a smelly mouse in the sewer. It really can jump." After that, the electromagnetic pulse wave under Tony's feet was launched with full force, and quickly flew over Jason, and then predicted his position to emit electromagnetic pulses. But Jason jumped up and down as agile as a monkey, and had no purpose, and Tony's electromagnetic pulse waves were all empty. Jarvis reminded, "Sir, he is deliberately consuming the reactor's energy." Tony frowned and said, "I understand, but this guy's movements are too agile. No matter how fast the electromagnetic pulse is, it takes a certain amount of time to hit him, and this time is enough for him to escape." "Sir, do you have a way to deal with it?" Tony smiled. "Jarvis, Don't forget that we still have friendly forces. Jason jumped several times and jumped to the top of the factory. Standing on the roof, he was wondering why Stark didn't chase him when he heard the sound of rocket launching around. Hee. These idiots don't have a long memory. Jason couldn't help but sarcastically, then converted the energy into wind energy and took himself into the air tens of meters high. But a scene that surprised Jason appeared. The dozen missiles turned a corner in midair and followed him into the air. What? How could this be? I use wind energy and there is no heat response, so what does the missile use to track me? Jason didn't understand, but now is not the time to explore the reasons. He turned his head and flew towards the sky, then stretched out his right hand to condense a ball of energy in his palm, and pushed it hard in the direction of the missile. Since you can't dodge, then destroy these missiles. Jason thought beautifully, but something that shocked him happened again. Those missiles seemed to have eyes. A light movement escaped the energy wave and continued to fly towards Jason. Hold the grass. Electric lights flickered in Jason's brain. He instantly understood that these missiles were remotely controlled by the security guards. Slut. He said he was going to be singled out, but he secretly found a helper. Jason took a bite, then speeded up and fled away. But the speed of these missiles is far above him, and they are about to catch up with him. Shit. Jason couldn't get rid of the missile no matter what. He could only curse and slowly gather all the energy of his body to the surface. Rumble. Flames burst from the dark sky. Call out. Jason fell from the sky and once again fell into the factory building of Stark Industries. When he got up from the ground again, the excitement in his eyes had been completely replaced by anger. I will kill you all, these obstructive fish. Jason clenched his fists and strode out of the factory. Not far away, two security guards hiding on the roof found him. The two didn't think much about it in ecstasy, and directly picked up the rocket launcher and aimed at Jason. Puff. The sound of flame jet came from his ears, and Jason turned his head to look, and a rocket flew quickly. Jason did not dodge or dodge, letting the rocket hit him. Boom. A ball of flame burst out of Jason's location. The two security guards on the top of the building turned red with excitement, and shouted, "We hit too, we hit." As soon as the voice fell, the flame began to diminish slowly, and in the end all was absorbed by Jason. The smiles on the faces of the two security guards instantly solidified. After a while, they recovered and wanted to launch the rocket again. But with a blink of his eyes, Jason had disappeared from where he was. In the next second, a cold voice sounded behind them. "You two dogs, you just laughed very happily." The two security guards turned their heads tremblingly, just to meet Jason's bloodshot eyes. Call out. Jason moved quickly and appeared in front of them instantly. He stretched out his hands to grab the heads of the two of them, and lifted them up with his arms. Jason did not choose to use energy, but relying solely on the brute force of his muscles, he forced 10 fingers into their heads. What? A heart-piercing pain came, and the security guards hung their legs in the air, shouting and kicking like a pig. But Jason's expression was cold and unmoved. Relying on the strength of his arms, he smashed their skulls abruptly. Puff puff. At this time, the sound of rocket ejection came from a distance again. Jason threw away the two bodies that were no longer moving, and then rose into the air, actively flying towards the location where the rocket was launched. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rockets flew towards him. Jason stared at each other, silently calculating time and distance in his heart. When the rocket was about to hit him, Jason swooped down and flew straight down. Through the chase just now, Jason has found a solution to the problem. Although the rocket's flying speed is much faster than him, Jason can't compare to the rocket launcher if it flies directly. But in terms of mobility, the rocket launcher is far inferior to him. This kind of sudden change of direction can smoothly throw off the rocket, and then wait for the rocket die to run out. Jason's ability to respond on the spot played a miraculous effect, and a dozen rockets rushed over his head in one shot. After missing Jason, he quickly circled in the air and flew towards him again. However, at this time, the security of those rockets was already in sight. Jason could even see the panicked expressions on their faces. A bunch of chopsticks. die!" Jason yelled from the bottom of his heart, then gathered energy in his fists. If hit by this punch, those security guards will become minced meat in all likelihood. There is no pressure to single out Stark. The premise is to get rid of all these miscellaneous fish. As long as there is no interference, Jason can play Tony with a kite. Jason's idea is very correct, but it's a pity that Tony Stark also thought of this. Tony, who didn't know where he was in ambush, suddenly appeared above Jason. 3 full-power electromagnetic pulse waves laced towards Jason's back. Puff. Hearing the voice, raising his head and looking at the electromagnetic pulse close at hand, Jason's expression instantly solidified. Suddenly, the brain has no time to think. Jason's subconscious condensed energy formed a protective film on the body surface. Almost at the moment when the protective film was formed, 3 electromagnetic pulses hit Jason. Boom. Not surprisingly, Jason was knocked into the air again, then fell from the air and hit the ground heavily. Immediately afterwards, dozens of previous rockets also flew past and exploded in front of Jason. Good opportunity. Don't stop the rockets. Attack with all your strength. Jason was finally overwhelmed, and Tony was overjoyed. He raised his left arm to launch an anti-tank missile, and then fired full-power electromagnetic pulse waves again. Victory or not, right now, all the security team members were as if they had been beaten up. The Ghost roared and launched rockets into the sky, and then flew to Jason through remote control. Boom. 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 The repeated bombing of dozens of missiles, coupled with the impact of electromagnetic pulses, suddenly raised a small mushroom cloud on the ground. Did it succeed? When Tony asked this, his heartbeat suddenly increased. Thermal imaging failed. "I don't know if it succeeded," Jarvis said honestly. Suddenly, a black figure stood up in the raging fire. That person was full of flames, standing still, like a demon from the flame hell. Chapter 168. Battle armor damaged. Tony is seriously injured. Please subscribe. Jason was shirtless and dripping with blood. He raised his head and looked at Tony blankly. The energy cover on the body surface was wrapped in a ball of flame, which drew a bright arc in the sky like a meteor. Tony frowned, and said annoyedly, "This guy is really hard to deal with. He hasn't died yet." After speaking, he raised his hands and launched 3 full-power electromagnetic pulse waves. Jason dodged the attack, then speeded up towards Tony. Slowly raised his right hand, letting the majestic energy envelop the entire fist, forming a light blue light circle. Seeing that the electromagnetic pulse couldn't hit him, Tony clenched his fist and flew towards Jason. The steel armor is made of aviation-grade materials, which are strong in strength, hardness, high temperature resistance, and corrosion resistance, and it is impossible to beat Jason's flesh and blood. The two were highly confident in their own strength. A few seconds later, they met up and down in the air, and their fists slammed together. Boom! There was a muffled noise in the dark sky. With this blow, the two drew a tie. Jason moved his mouth and said, "The second weakness of the steel armor is the fear of close hand-to-hand combat." Tony sneered as he was about to refute, but saw Jason change from fist to claw, and suddenly grabbed the fist of the steel armor. The light blue energy attached to the palm of his hand. Jason roared with his right hand, and the indestructible steel armor began to creak and deform. Boom! The electromagnetic pulse transmitter in his right hand, like a light bulb burst, was pinched by Jason. "What?" Tony suddenly looked confused. He yanked his right arm, trying to pull it out. "What?" But no matter how hard Tony tried, he couldn't escape Jason's iron claws. "Jarvis!" Tony looked worried and yelled. Jarvis immediately concentrated all his energy on the reactor in his chest, ready to force Jason to fly. Looking at the brighter and brighter arc reactor, Jason immediately gathered energy into his chest to form a protective layer. Boom! The electromagnetic pulse wave shot out, instantly knocking Jason down to the ground from an altitude of hundreds of meters. Jason was not injured because of the protection of the energy shield in his chest. He adjusted his posture in midair, covering his whole body with energy, and then stepped heavily on the ground with his feet. Boom! 2 potholes were stepped on the hard ground in an instant, and the potholes directly covered Jason's knees. Letting out the force of the fall, Jason leapt out of the pothole, raised his head and looked at Tony with a smile. "Hey, your arm." His right hand was grasping Tony's steel arm. Under the violent impact just now, Jason did not let go, and directly pulled the steel arm off. In midair, Tony looked at the right arm of the lost armor, his fists slowly clenched, his eyes full of alert and solemnity. "Jason, this bastard is really difficult." Puff puff. At this time, the sound of rocket launchers came from a distance again. With a cold snort, Jason squeezed the steel arm with one hand, and then slammed into the air. The two rocket launchers made a bend in the air and went straight into the sky again. Jason knew that he couldn't compare to a rocket launcher in terms of speed alone, so after flying to a suitable height and a suitable position, he suddenly accelerated in the opposite direction toward the rocket. Before the security of the remote-controlled rocket launcher could respond, Jason stretched out his hand and grabbed the two rocket launchers in the air. "Drink!" Jason roared. His sturdy right arm accumulated terrifying energy, and then violently threw the rocket onto the roof of a nearby factory. Jason throws rockets with too much force, so big that security uses remote control, and there is no way to change the direction of the rocket. "Amaka!" The two security ghosts on the roof screamed and threw away the rocket launcher on their shoulders to escape. In the blink of an eye, the rocket hit the roof of the factory. Boom! With a loud noise, the rocket blew a big hole in the roof. The violent explosion caused the top floor to gradually collapse, and the two security guards fell into the factory with no feet, and was submerged by a pile of huge rocks. Jason poured energy into his left arm, and then slammed the rocket launcher towards an armored vehicle not far away. "Oh, by God!" In the armored vehicle, the security team leader uttered a word, and was instantly hit by a rocket. Boom! The armored vehicle was torn apart by the bombing, and all senior personnel commanding the vehicle were killed. After doing all this, Jason raised his head and looked at Tony indifferently, then stretched out his thumb to make a throat cut. Tony was unwilling to show weakness and made a middle finger. At this time, Jarvis reminded, "Sir, in addition to the ability to absorb, Jason's physical fitness is extremely strong, far beyond the limit of ordinary humans." Tony sighed. "Yes, this guy's body is too hard. It's the first time I have seen someone who can resist rocket launchers by physical fitness." Jarvis analyzed, "Sir, the power of electromagnetic pulse waves and rockets are not enough to cause fatal injuries to Jason. I suggest you retreat. If you continue to fight, you may die." "I understand." Tony sighed heavily and said unwillingly, two light golden electromagnetic pulse waves gushing out under his feet, and Tony flew away without saying hello. He wanted to escape, but Jason didn't intend to let him go. In the next second, Jason turned into a blue meteor and broke through the sky. "Jarvis, focus all your power on your boots." "Sir, the power output of the boots has reached its limit. If you increase the speed, the power system will be damaged." Tony curled his lips and looked back. Jason was still following him closely. "There is no way to get rid of him at this speed." "Jarvis, it seems this battle is inevitable." "Sir, I have contacted Miss Pepper. The portable armor and the new arc reactor will arrive soon." Tony nodded and said, "Then fly in the direction of Pepper." In the dark night sky, two meteors one after another, "You chase me." Tony's steel armor is limited by equipment. Except for the core reactor, the output limits of the other electromagnetic pulse transmitters are not high. The boots and the arm launcher can only make Tony fly at Mach 1.2. Considering Tony's bare arms, the flying speed will only be lower. And Jason's energy output depends on how much energy is stored in the body. As long as he has enough energy, he can fly as fast as he wants to fly, with the protection of the energy cover attached to his body. He can't feel the influence of wind and temperature at all, and he can fly out of the atmosphere without any problem. Less than a minute after leaving Stark Industries, Jason caught up with Tony. He flew over the steel armor, gathered energy in his fist, and then dived down suddenly. Jarvis had been staring at Jason, and when Jason was about to launch an attack, he immediately told Tony. Tony turned around abruptly, a wave of energy spouting from his chest. Jason smiled and greeted him without dodge or dodge. The energy in his body has bottomed out and just needs to be replenished, and Tony's full-power electromagnetic pulse can fill him in only 3 seconds. Taking advantage of these 3 seconds of invincibility, Jason slammed his fist and collided with Tony's left fist. Boom! The huge energy was released at the intersection, and the two were immediately bounced off by a powerful shockwave. "Sir, the left arm of the armor is slightly damaged." Tony raised his left hand, and a line of clear fist marks appeared on the peak of his fist. "Jarvis, I have an idea," Tony said, speeding towards Jason. This is dissatisfaction, then I will hit you." Jason gathered more abilities and rushed towards him. Tony smiled slightly at the corner of Jason's blue fist. He first dodges to avoid his fists, then stretches out his left hand to grab Jason's shoulder, clasping tightly. "Catch you." After speaking, the reactor on Tony's chest ejected full-power electromagnetic pulses. Jason was buckled with his shoulders and couldn't dodge. The electromagnetic pulse hit his chest. "What?" A huge pain spread from his chest to his whole body. Jason roared hideously, then raised his right fist and hit Tony's head fiercely. Boom! Tony was stunned by a punch. A line of blood burst out from his side of his head. His left hand loosened weakly and accelerated to the ground. And Jason was also hit by the continuous release of full-power electromagnetic pulses. Downtown Los Angeles is bustling at night. Suddenly, 2 flashes fell from the sky. Jason fell into an office building on the side of the street. From the top floor to the first floor, he directly smashed the more than 10-story office building. Tony crashed onto the road and cut off an extra-long truck. The out-of-control truck rammed the vehicle in front, causing a series of rear-end collisions. The appearance of the two caused an uproar, and many, daring not afraid of death, even took out their mobile phones to get close to shooting. Jason pushed aside the rocks on his body and struggled to get up from the ground. "Shit, the left arm is dislocated." Jason gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain and broke his dislocated arm, then walked out of the office building with a grim face. The passers-by who were filming the video saw Jason walk out, and after a few seconds, their faces paled in shock. "Amaka, Jason, help!" Jason stood at the door for a second, and the onlookers who were several hundred meters away instantly dispersed. "Ha, this is treating me as a plague god." Turning his head to vomit blood, Jason floated into the air and flew towards Tony. After Tony broke the truck, he slid more than 10 meters, and finally hit a big tree surrounded by 5 people. "Sir, wake up!" Jarvis's continuous shouting finally awakened Tony, who had fainted. Opened his eyes. The sky was spinning in front of him, and everything was ghosting. "Where am I?" "Sir, this is downtown Los Angeles." "You were knocked out by Jason." "The initial test was a concussion." "Concussion?" Tony frowned. Jason's physical fitness is far beyond human limits, but Tony is just a playboy who occasionally goes to the gym and is hollowed out by alcohol. Falling from a height of 2 or 3 kilometers, although there is electromagnetic pulse and armor as a buffer, Tony still feels that he has walked away from hell. The most serious thing is that his head is now dizzy and he has almost lost the ability to think. He wanted to lie down like this and sleep full, but he knew that Jason would not give him this opportunity. "Tony, where are you?" Sure enough, Jason's shout came from a distance. From Tony's ears, this voice means that death is coming. Chapter 169 The Jedi Strikes Back. Iron Man defeated. Please subscribe. Shit. This monster that can't be killed. Tony cursed and helped the tree to stand up hard. Found it. So you are hiding here. Jason found him and immediately landed on the ground, saying in a harsh tone, "I buy it." Jason. Not surprisingly, the crowd of onlookers were crying and howling again, and then abandoned the car and sprinted at a speed of 100 meters to escape. However, there was an Audi sedan stuck between 2 cars, and no matter how hard the driver tried, the door could not be opened. Jason glanced, walked over and asked, "Sir, do you need my help?" The driver looked at Jason with the same expression on his face as he had seen a ghost, shook his head and nodded. His brain seemed to be down, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Jason smiled, crouched down and raised the Audi with his arms. and then slowly flew into the air. Tony looked at him and immediately assumed a fighting position. "Jarvis, I have an idea." "Amuka, help, help!" In the driver's seat, the driver cried for help, but no one could help him. Jason flew to the right height and said, "Tony, don't you love Audi the most? I will give you one." After speaking, he smashed the Audi car towards Tony hard. "Jarvis, it's now." Tony straightened his chest and shot a full-power electromagnetic pulse wave. The Audi car obscured Jason's vision. He did not see Tony's movements. Just as he was about to hold his shoulder to watch the show, the electromagnetic pulse penetrated the car like a window paper, and shot towards him. The smile on Jason's face instantly solidified. The electromagnetic pulse is in front of him, and he has no time to make any movements. Boom! Without any defense, Jason was steadily hit by the electromagnetic pulse. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and was directly hit by electromagnetic pulses hundreds of meters away and fell into a restaurant in the distance. Tony threw himself sideways to avoid the Audi. The Audi car with half of the frame left fell directly into a mass of iron, and the driver was also thrown into a meatloaf. "Ha ha ha, Jarvis, I have a good idea." Tony lay on the ground and couldn't help laughing. Even if a man he could have saved just died in front of him, it would be hard to resist his unbearable pride. "Sir, the blow was really beautiful, but Jason is probably not life-threatening." Tony supported the ground with both hands and slowly climbed up and said, "I know, but he must have been seriously injured. I'll go and give him a fatal blow." After speaking, Tony rose into the air and flew in the direction where Jason fell. In the messy corner of the restaurant, Jason lay on the ground and panted. Every muscle in his body was painful, and a big hole was punched in his chest by electromagnetic pulses. "Shit, it's still too careless." "You must remember that the protective cover must be turned on at all times." Jason touched the wound, full of regret. Fortunately, the high temperature of the electromagnetic pulse helped him stop the bleeding, otherwise he would have to rush to the hospital now. Jason struggled to stand up, hearing the sound of electromagnetic pulses coming from outside. His face changed and he quickly found a place to hide. Tony slowly descended from a high altitude, walking into the restaurant vigilantly. "Jarvis, why is it dark here?" "Maybe Jason broke the electrical equipment when he fell." "Start thermal imaging mode." "Sir, the thermal imaging was broken by Jason just now." Tony shook his head helplessly, raised his left arm and used the weak electromagnetic pulse as a flashlight. According to the destruction of the restaurant, Tony cautiously came to the restaurant kitchen and found the place where Jason fell, but it was already empty. Jason escaped. "No, he is a lunatic. He will never run away unless he is a last resort." Moment. What did Tony think of? What? There was a roar behind him. Tony just turned around when Jason fell to the ground lazily. "Jarvis, understand. The electromagnetic pulses from the boots gush out, and Tony wants to escape." Jason's eyes were quick and his hands were quick. His left hand pressed him to the ground, then raised his right fist full of energy, and slammed it against the arc reactor on the chest of the battle armor. Boom! With a loud noise, the armor shell shattered. Jason then made another heavy punch. A burst of black smoke came out of the reactor, and the white lights began to flicker, accompanied by the sound of electricity. "Sir, the reactor is seriously damaged and it will explode." "Jarvis, release all the energy." "Mr. Fast." Jason curled up his fists and was about to break the reactor. In an instant, an electromagnetic pulse that was stronger than ever gushed out. Boom! Jason was instantly bounced, smashing the restaurant wall, like a meteor flying into the sky hundreds of meters away. The energy of the electromagnetic pulse was exhausted, and the arc reactor was completely extinguished. Tony was lying on the ground, his eyes rounded, his heart beating extremely fast. He felt like he had gone from hell again. Not dare to delay, Tony immediately got up from the ground and walked out of the restaurant. Without the arc reactor, there is no way to use the armor. Without the steel armor, he is just an ordinary person without 6 backups. If Jason kills again, he will undoubtedly die. Walking out of the restaurant and coming to the block, the two-way 4-lane road was full of cars, but there was not even a living person. Jason's notoriety is so terrible. Tony clutched his wound and got into a family car. Not long after the car drove, Tony heard the sound of helicopter propellers in the distance. He looked up and saw that it was the gunship of Stark Industries, with the paintings designed by Tony himself. Ha ha ha! Tony was ecstatic and couldn't stop laughing. This is like a traveler in the desert. The feeling of finding a sweet and clear spring. Tony honked his horn frantically, then got out of the car and waved at the helicopter desperately. Hey, Pepper! Hearing Tony's shout, the gunship flew over and hovered in midair. Pepper sat in the back row and poked his head out. Tony, how are you? Looking at the blood-stained Stark, she was surprised to cover her mouth. Amaka, you are injured. I'm fine. Give me the portable armor. Tony stretched out his hand and said anxiously. Okay, you caught it. The helicopter slowly landed to a height of more than 10 meters above the ground, and Pepper threw down the red and gold suitcase. Tony quickly took off the armor and put on the portable armor. With steel armor on his body, his lack of security returned. Boom! A few hundred meters away, there was an explosion. Tony's face changed, and he immediately flew to the helicopter. Pepper, it's time to go. Where to go? The hospital. Tony was too lazy to talk nonsense, and hugged Pepper. Tony, what are you doing? Pepper put his arms around his neck and asked puzzledly. What are you doing? Escape, Tony said irritably, and then quickly left with Pepper. The performance of the portable armor is not as good as the Mark III, including the weapon system and the arc reactor. If there is another battle with Jason at this time, it is estimated that within a few minutes, Jason will be able to dismantle the armor. Although Tony was unwilling, for the sake of himself and Pepper's life, he could only choose to fight again in the future. Time goes back a few minutes ago. A few hundred meters away, Jason fell from the sky and hit a moving police car. The two policemen in the car were crushed into meatloaf on the spot. Before being attacked by the electromagnetic pulse, Jason had gathered the energy shield in advance, so Tony's strongest blow did not cause him much damage. The only problem is that in order to resist the impact of the electromagnetic pulse, Jason has used up all the energy in his body. I was aching, tired and sleepy, without energy. Jason suddenly didn't want to move. He just wanted to lie down like this and take a good rest. A police car was suddenly attacked. The police cars in front and behind stopped immediately, and dozens of Los Angeles police officers slowly approached with their shotguns. But when they saw that the man lying in the police car was Jason, they were shocked. Amaka! The cowardly police officer screamed and ran away without looking back. After Auto Jason made a noise in Los Angeles, there was an unspoken rule inside the Los Angeles Police Department. Whenever you encounter Jason or the core members of the Clown organization, you must not exchange fire with them. Don't worry about anything, don't think about anything, just run. As for the police punishment or something. How important is life or work? Someone took the lead in fleeing, and many hesitant police officers who couldn't show their faces also ran away. A few seconds later, there were only 3 bold police officers left on the scene. Hey, look, Jason doesn't seem to work anymore. Yes, look at his chest. With such a big hole, he will definitely not survive. I think our 3 developed opportunities are coming. The 3 of them whispered. The excitement in their hearts was beyond words. Without hesitation, the 3 raised their guns and fired at Jason at the same time. Bang bang bang. The shotgun combined with the single-head bullet is indeed very powerful. But for Jason, whose energy in his body has dried up, this energy is simply a drop in the bucket, and he doesn't even bother to lift his eyelids. 20 rounds of shotgun bullets lit up, and Jason's breathing remained steady. Shit, why is he still alive? Stop shooting, run now. The 3 policemen dropped their shotguns and ran away. Jason slowly opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. This energy is far from enough. Jason can only do it himself. He jumped out of the police car and found a cigarette and a lighter from another car. Leaning on the back of the car and lighting a cigarette, Jason slowly opened the fuel tank cap of the police car. Cigarettes will not ignite in direct contact with liquid gasoline, and direct cigarette butts will even cause the cigarette butts to go out. But the fuel tank is a confined space, and the density of the gasoline volatilized in the air is large enough, and the cigarette butt can generate an open flame when it meets the gas in the air, and then ignite the liquid gasoline. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Jason stuffed the cigarette into the gas tank. Boom! The police car's fuel tank exploded in an instant, and a huge ball of fire rose from the ground into the air. Jason closed his eyes slightly, greedily absorbing the energy of the flame. After a while, Jason was fully charged. But when he came to the block, Tony Stark had already disappeared. Jason estimated the time for Tony to leave, touched the wound on his chest, and suddenly gave up the idea of tracing. Stop playing. Anyway, the task tonight has been completed. Let Tony linger for a few more days. Just a few days. Chapter 170. I'm Iron Man. Add more for the Hallmaster Unknown Insider. After half an hour, Jason flew back to the stronghold. He saw wounds all over his body and a big hole in his chest. The senior management of the branch was shocked and yelled to find all the doctors in the branch. Boss, are you alright? Thinking of not being able to kill Tony, Jason looked a little depressed and nodded. I can't die for the time being. The high-level expression froze, and he didn't know how to answer the call. Soon, a group of beautiful nurses ran over pushing the stretcher and carried Jason onto the stretcher. The nurse rushed to push him into the operating room for treatment. Jason slowly closed his eyes, taking advantage of the operation time. He resumed the battle with Stark tonight. Reminiscence over and over again. Look for the mistakes of himself and Tony over and over again, and then keep these key points in mind. 2 hours later, Jason was pushed out covered in gauze. The branch executives hurriedly gathered around and asked for warmth. Jason yawned and said, I'm tired. Bring a piece of food to my room. Don't bother me for the time being. Okay, boss. Pushed back to the room by a few gentle nurses, Jason declined their request to eat a meal, and sat down at the table to eat Hesai. After eating supper, Jason lay in bed ready to sleep. But when he closed his eyes, the battle scene just now jumped out uncontrollably. Obviously the body is very tired and weak, but the brain is extremely excited. This was the case after several attempts, and Jason gradually lost his patience. He sat up slightly and raised his right hand, then slammed a hand knife against his neck. Boom! Jason rolled his eyes and fell on the bed. With the power of the hand knife, Jason slept soundly and didn't wake up until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He pressed the call button in the bedroom, then got up and went to the living room sofa to lie down, picked up a piece of fruit, and finally turned on the Evil Man system. Ding! System Task 1, someone outside the window, is completed. Get 800 villains, current progress, 517,427,000. Ding! System Task 13, Amusement Park Fright, failed. Get 0 villain value, current progress, 797,427,000. Ding! System Task 37, Gift, is completed, and 20,000 villains are obtained. Current progress, 3,947,027,000. A large amount of information appeared in the system, and Jason looked at it one by one. Most of the tasks released yesterday were completed. Some tasks were a complete success, some failed completely, and many members of the organization were killed. Jason has become accustomed to this. Unforeseen accidents, human errors, these will lead to mission failure. Take Playground Horror, for example. According to Chloe's report, the members of the organization with explosives hidden in their bodies just entered the playground, and they happened to encounter an upgrade of the playground's security inspection equipment, and they were controlled by the security personnel on the spot. Who can be blamed for this kind of thing? I can only say that they are out of luck. Jason looked all the way and found that the success rate of the mission was around 60%, which was a normal value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 28, gaining 10 attribute points. Current progress, 1,247,028,000. Jason's stern face finally showed a smile and used his attribute points casually. The 28th level. As long as you go up one level, you can purchase the second level superpower. Level 28, 1,247,028,000. Power 103,103. Agility 100,100. Endurance 100,100. Intelligence 8,090. Remaining attribute points 0. Reputation 834,545,916,441. Party, TX, David. Prestige acquired for next recruitment, 1 million. Points, 534,740. Rechargeable points, 0. Abilities, Fighting Proficiency, Level 10. Driving Proficiency, Level 10. Firearms Proficiency, Level 10. Cold Weapon Proficiency, Level 10. Superpower Energy Absorption, Level 1. Mal, click here. Stark Industrial Headquarters. After a busy morning, the corpses and ruins all over the factory were cleaned up. Emergency repairs are underway, and it is expected that work will resume the day after tomorrow. In order to ensure safety, thousands of soldiers and police surrounded Stark Industries. Security procedures and weapons and equipment have been upgraded again, and all people and vehicles within a radius of 1 kilometer are not allowed to pass. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, an armed helicopter landed at the factory, and Tony Stark got off the plane with plaster and bandages. Before the tarmac, a group of senior government officials and the military leaders were waiting for him. General, Governor, Congressman. Tony wore sunglasses and stepped forward to shake hands with them one by one. Behind the crowd, Colonel Roddy stood there and asked, "Tony, how does it feel to fight him?" "Roddy." Tony walked over with a smile, and said, "Well, not as strong as I thought. I will definitely kill him next time I meet him." Roddy smiled and said, "Then I look forward to this day soon." After greetings, a group of people got on the jeep and came to a humble factory in Stark Industries. After passing the test one by one, everyone took a special elevator to the basement floor. Hundreds of fully automatic industrial robots are working in an underground factory covering tens of thousands of square meters. On each workbench, there is a blue and white steel armor. Hundreds of steel armors put together. The visual shock is amazing. As Tony walked, he said, although the factory was destroyed by the bombing, the information and power supply of this workshop are independent and have not been affected at all. The person in charge of the military asked, "When will the steel armor of our Air Force be delivered?" Tony pointed to the preliminarily formed battle armor and said, "According to the Air Force's installation requirements, a robot can work 24 hours a day and can assemble a steel armor in about 7 days. The military's batch includes the factory and testing time. In 3 days, delivery will be on time in 3 days." The person in charge of the military smiled with satisfaction. "With your words, I am relieved." "Mr. Stark, after the Air Force's steel armor is delivered, it's our Navy's turn." "Don't be kidding, it is obviously our Army's first order. The next batch of goods must be our Army's." "You placed the order first, but we paid the full amount." "Do you understand the full amount?" Seeing several big shots blushing, Tony suddenly smiled. Since the exposure of the steel armor in Afghanistan, Tony has become a sweet pastry in the eyes of the U.S. government and the military. After returning to the United States, Mr. President met him for the first time, followed by the Secretary of Defense, the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, the FBI and the CIA, and a department with a particularly long name. In the presence of these bigwigs, Tony showed them all the advantages of the steel armor, and won unanimous praise from the bigwigs. Soon, this underground factory was established, and orders for steel armor floated over like snowflakes. Air Force Special Edition steel armor, cost $120 million. Price $150 million. Order quantity 150. Army Special Steel Armor, cost $100 million. Price $125 million. Order quantity 100. Navy Special Steel Armor, cost $150 million. Price $200 million. Order quantity 300. At present, the steel armor is confidential, and the public has no knowledge of it. Once the secrecy is lifted, the stock price of Stark Industries must skyrocket. As the largest shareholder, Tony can also change from the richest man in a military industry to the world's richest man, and Stark Industries can also become the world's most valuable company in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, the haze in Tony's heart swept away, and he smiled and stepped forward to become a peacemaker. After taking the boss to visit the factory, everyone returned to the temporary meeting room to discuss details of cooperation. After a while, Pepper came over and said, "Tony, the press conference is about to begin. Stark Industries has had such a serious accident yesterday, and it is necessary to give an explanation to the media. As for the truthfulness of this account, it is unknown." Tony said sorry to the big guys, and then left the meeting room to go to the temporary conference site. Sitting on a soft sofa, Pepper came over with a box of cosmetics and powdered Tony's face to hide the scars. Smelling the perfume on Pepper's body, Tony was a little confused, and quickly picked up a newspaper to hide his embarrassment. The front page of the newspaper described the battle last night. The title of the article read, "The Hero Who Defeated Jason. Who is Iron Man?" There are also two photos printed below, one of which is Tony wearing steel armor, majestic and domineering. The other one shows Jason lying on the ground, covered in blood, and there is a big hideous hole in his chest. In this comparison, the visual effect of Iron Man defeating Jason came out. Hee. The name of Iron Man is pretty easy. Tony looked at himself in the photo and couldn't help but wailed. It's a pity that this statement is not rigorous. The armor shell uses titanium alloy. At this moment, Roddy opened the door and walked in and handed him a few pieces of paper. "Things have been arranged. The explosion of Stark Industries was caused by an employee's error. As for the battle in the city center, it doesn't matter to you. You clashed on the yacht last night and had conflicts with people. Your injury was caused by being beaten by the crowd. We found 20 witnesses at the scene." Tony took the paper, glanced briefly at it and asked, "Group fight? Am I so annoying?" Roddy rolled his eyes. "Yes." "What?" "Don't pay attention to these details. As long as you read it, the storm will soon subside." After speaking, Roddy pushed the door and left. "I'll go up and deal with it first. You will come in 5 minutes. Wait a minute, what about Iron Man?" Roddy said, "Iron Man, he is an unknown hero." Hearing this, Tony didn't know how to answer. Do heroes deserve to be silent? How can there be such a reason? 5 minutes later, Tony stepped onto the podium amid sparse applause. I just read the script about what happened at Stark Industries last night." In the audience, a blonde sexy female reporter interrupted, "Mr. Stark, do you really think we will buy you? One of your admirers made a steel armor, and then got fat and beat Jason." Hollywood screenwriters couldn't think of such a plot. Tony frowned and said, "I know this sounds very mysterious. You can also question the official statement, but please don't insinuate that I am a superhero." "No, I didn't say you were a superhero." No. Tony was stunned, and said with an awkward expression, "Indeed, I'm not a superhero. I have so many personality defects and cause so much trouble for everyone." Roddy couldn't listen anymore, so he leaned into Tony's ear and said, "Read the manuscript." "Oh, good." Tony held up the manuscript in his hand. "The truth is, do heroes deserve to be silent?" This question suddenly appeared in his mind. Tony calmed down, thought silently for a few seconds, and then put down the manuscript in his hand. "I'm Iron Man." Chapter 171 Clown Organization, All Gather. Please subscribe. Tony Stark's words stirred up waves. From the moment he announced that he was Iron Man, the news that shocked the world instantly blasted the internet. After only half an hour, the cumulative reading volume of major online media exceeded 100 million. The steel armor that was once used by major media to whip the corpse has also become synonymous with future weapons. The Weapon magazine, which satirizes the iron armor as the worst weapon in the 21st century, has also been mocked by many netizens. The editor-in-chief of the magazine also had to stand up and publicly apologize to Tony, and turned into a fan of the steel armor. Tony's reckless behavior completely disrupted the arrangements of the government and the military, and in desperation they had to cooperate with him in performing. Mr. President personally held a press conference at the White House, announcing that the military and government will purchase Stark Industries' customized steel armor in large quantities, which has maintained the U.S. military supremacy in the world. At the same time, the president signed the ban and announced an arms embargo on the steel armor. The embargoed countries include island countries, corrupt countries and all allies. Any act of divulging intelligence or smuggling materials is a crime of treason, and the highest sentence is life imprisonment, deprivation of citizenship, and confiscation of all personal property. Mr. President personally endorsed Stark Industries, which caused Stark Industries' opening stock price to skyrocket, breaking through the highest point in history in one fell swoop, and moving towards the world's largest company by market value. Playboy Tony Stark completely got rid of the past and became the first person to fight against Jason and the Clown Organization. He was praised in the online media because of the photo of Jason falling to the ground and seriously injured. The undefeated golden body of Jason and the Clown Organization was completely broken. A large number of public statements against Jason and anti-clown organizations soon appeared on the internet. Those who have been injured by the Clown Organization all jumped out to support Iron Man without thinking, and analyzed from all dimensions how the excellent performance of the steel armor suppressed Jason's energy absorption. The reason why they desperately advocated the iron armor was naturally that Iron Man could eliminate the Clown Organization, avenge them, and restore the entire world to its original order. Driven by the caring people, the White Terror that the Clown Organization painstakingly managed was completely lifted, and insulting Jason and insulting the Clown Organization became politically correct and the current trend. Internet public opinion quickly affected the clown community. In just 1 hour, hundreds of thousands of people logged off the clown community account and deleted all traces left in the community. At the same time, the peripheral members of the branch also began to panic. Unlike the community members, their hands were covered with blood, and they were not clean in any way. The Clown Organization used to be backed up, and the government dared not do anything to them, but the Clown Organization is now in danger and will be destroyed at any time. Once the Clown Organization falls, the government will definitely liquidate them, so they pin their last hope on Jason and publicly call for Jason to stand up and respond. The bad news one after another was brought to Jason's ears through Chloe. The outside world is completely chaotic, and the Clown Organization has once again become the target of everyone shouting and beating. But as the leader of the organization, Jason has a very calm expression. He didn't respond immediately to soothe people's hearts, but laid on the sofa leisurely and opened the system interface. Reputation: 916,441,853,746. Not surprisingly, when the topic of Iron Man defeating Jason became more and more noisy, the reputation of the Clown Organization began to plummet, falling from 910,000 to 850,000 within an hour of opening. There was a playful smile on Jason's face. These people are really a bunch of idiots, and a few news reports brought them to the rhythm. Really think that a mere Iron Man can overthrow the Clown Organization? Humphrey. Absurd. Let you cheer for a few days first. When you are about to climax, I will personally use the cruelest way to crush the hope in your hearts. As for those who withdrew from the group and those who were vacillating, Jason didn't want to bother at all. When they leave the community account, the door will be closed to them forever. Ding. The daily system tasks have been updated. Please click here to view. Jason clicked View Task, ignoring the previous primary task, and dragged it directly to the end. Task 31, Rumor Terminator. Task details: rumors of Iron Man defeating Jason are rampant. Ordinary people start to carve, clown members start to panic, and the dominance of the organization begins to shake. Task the host to defeat Iron Man head-on and obliterate their ignorant fantasy. The rumors stop at the strong. Task reward: 10,000 30,000. Task reminder: defeat Iron Man in a landmark building or live broadcast on the whole network to get more rewards. Seeing the last task message, Jason suddenly became interested. This group of internet fools is so arrogant that they can't even stand the system anymore. Landmark building. Speaking of the landmarks of Los Angeles, the first thing that came to Jason's mind was Hollywood, which is the palace in the hearts of global artists and the most interesting place for the general public. Or else, let's have a live broadcast on the whole network in Hollywood Hills, and then personally push Iron Man off the altar in front of global netizens? Jason thought for a while, and thought it was a good idea. It has both landmark buildings and live broadcasts on the whole network, which just meets the 2 extra points requirements of the system. But apart from Iron Man, the government and the military also need to teach them a lesson. It was naive to think that I would dare to break my wrist after buying a large quantity of steel armor. Didn't Mr. President impose an arms embargo on the steel armor? Then I just want to sell the steel armor to the Middle East, Asia, and the world. Jason was lying on the sofa with a big news brewing in his mind. But after much deliberation, I feel that if I do it alone, I'm a little bit tired, and it's also a bit difficult. In that case, let's call and shake people. The core members of the clown organization were silent for half a year, and it was time to show their faces. He put on smart sunglasses and said, "Chloe, boss, notify all the core members of the clown organization to complete the task at hand and arrive in Los Angeles as soon as possible. The big action is about to begin." "Understood, boss." "Need to notify Miss Christine, Miss Harley Quinn?" No need, they now." Before he finished speaking, Jason hesitated in his heart. The 2 of them were in pregnancy and were not suitable for long-distance travel by plane, so Jason didn't want them to come in. But he was seriously injured, and he must not be able to conceal them from calling the party together. Once they learned about it afterwards, he would definitely complain. It's better to call them over to play first, as long as you don't let them participate in the action. Jason thought for a moment, stood up and said, "Notify them. The clown organization, gather all." Chapter 172 Late Night Party. The end of the villain. Please subscribe. The tree fell and the hoop scattered, the wall fell and everyone pushed. In the eyes of ordinary people, the clown organization is about to fall, like a grasshopper after autumn. It will not be able to jump for a few days. The spread of online public opinion has seriously affected the normal operation of the clown community. In addition to the cancellation of accounts by more than 100,000 people, those who stayed and chose to wait and see also shrank, not daring to be as public as before. Some people log into the community and never dared to speak. They just look at the latest information and decide whether to log off their account. And some timid people even dare not log into their community accounts, for fear that they will be caught by the government and then read the meter. The daily active users of the clown community are less than 1/10 of the peak period. The various sections of the community are very deserted, and no one has responded to a post for a long time. However, at this time, a mysterious community account suddenly began to attack the community network. Chloe, who was far away in New York, immediately noticed it and began to fight back. However, after a fight, Chloe found that this opponent was not easy, and she immediately notified Jason. Not long after Jason got up, he was enjoying breakfast in the dining room. Buzzing. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated wildly, and he quickly took out his sunglasses from his pocket and put on them. Chloe's delicate face appeared on the screen. "Boss." The community network was under attack. Hearing this, Jason frowned. The clown community has been in existence for several months and has been attacked many times during the period, but most of the attacks were the whim of cerebral palsy hackers, all of which were eliminated by Chloe. Chloe never has to report these small issues to Jason, and today is the first time she has reported that the community has been attacked by a network. Jason asked, "A strong opponent, Chloe?" "Very strong." "The computing power belongs to the supercomputer level." "Supercalculation?" Could it be that the US government took action? A trace of anger suddenly ignited in Jason's heart. Yesterday Tony Stark just announced that he is Iron Man, and today the government launched an attack on the Joker community. Does the government regard Iron Man as a god? Just believe that Iron Man can get rid of me? Wait. Chloe suddenly said, The other party's attack is paused. He is talking to me, Jason asked. What did the other party say? Chloe said, he wants to meet you at the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles at 11 o'clock in the evening. Jason turned on the phone and Googled, and cursed. It's closed at 11 o'clock. Let's get a woolen thread. What is the identity of the other party? After a while, Chloe said. No reply. The other party has already left. Haha, it's interesting. The attack on the community network was only to invite me to meet, indicating that the identity of this person is very sensitive. Sensitive identities plus supercomputer computing power. There are not many options to go along with the conditions. Tony Stark. The government of the United States or other countries? Jason is not from Los Angeles, and there are even fewer people who interact with him. After thinking about it for a long time, there is not much clue. Boss, what are you going to do? How to do it? It's a ghost or a person. You know when you meet. Jason narrowed his eyes. Although his injury hasn't healed yet, the power of energy absorption is that even a person without the power of a chicken can exert a superpower of more than 90%. Looking at Los Angeles, the only person who can cause damage to Jason is Tony. But Tony has already played against him. Jason knows his weaknesses well, and he is 99% sure of winning against him again. By the way, when will they arrive? Chloe said. The plane at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning is expected to arrive at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. All right, then I will meet this mysterious man alone for a while. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jason took a taxi to the Griffith Observatory after changing clothes. Although he is not afraid of any enemies that may appear, it is also very necessary to step on spot detection in advance. Courage and death mean two things. The weather is good today. The Griffith Observatory has a lot of tourists, and it has not been affected by the events of the previous few days. Perhaps it was the appearance of Iron Man that made these ordinary people feel at ease. Jason walked into the observatory following the crowd, and sneered inwardly. Have fun, relax, and there will be no chance in a few days. Jason turned around at the Griffith Observatory, pretending to be an ordinary tourist. Under Chloe's prompt, he carefully investigated every corner of the observatory, but found no abnormalities. After the museum closed at 10 o'clock, Jason did not leave in a hurry, but hid in the vicinity to monitor the entrance of the observatory. Finally, at 10:45, a black Rolls-Royce drove straight into the observatory. Jason remained silent, staying until 11 o'clock without spotting the second car. HMPH. It seems this mysterious person is very sincere. Jason left the bunker and flew into the air. The dining table has been set up for the best viewing point of the observatory. A fat bald head is sitting at the dining table waiting. Jason fell slowly, shocking the surrounding bodyguards, and they subconsciously took out their pistols. Bald stood up and waved. The bodyguards quickly put away their pistols and left. Jason Walter, long admiring the name. The bald head laughed and strode forward. You are. Jason looked familiar to him, but he couldn't remember. Obadiah Steiney, former president of Stark Industries. Former director. Jason remembered instantly. Isn't this the big villain in Iron Man? This guy can't figure out how to kill Tony. What do you mean by asking me to meet late at night? Obadiah showed enthusiasm, personally opened the chair for Jason, and then reached out to invite him to take a seat. The bodyguards walked over with high-end lunch boxes and put on the table one after another exquisite dishes. After sitting down, Jason asked in confusion, I understand the former president. What's the situation with the former director? Obadiah shook his head and said with a bitter face, I disagree with Tony. He expelled me from Stark Industries. Oh. Jason picked up the wine glass and smelled it, then smiled. Since you have asked me to meet, there must be something to discuss, so I suggest you tell the truth. Obadiah stiffened and looked at Jason in a daze. Sitting in front of him was not a stunned young man who had just entered society, but the man at the helm of the world's largest terrorist organization. It makes no sense to lie in front of him. After hesitating for a while, Obadiah sighed. Well, I'm telling the truth. Tony and I have completely broken. The reason? I want to take sole control of Stark Industries. So the joint board of directors kicked him out of the company a few months ago. Unexpectedly, a few months later, the company's development encountered difficulties. Tony took the opportunity to take advantage of the military's contacts to retake the company and revoke all my positions in the company. Then Obadiah frowned. It seemed that the next words were a little hard to say. Jason picked up the wine glass and sang a little. Let's talk. Everyone is a bad person. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Chapter 173. Reach out to Pepper's magic hand. Add more for the Hallmaster Unknown Insider. Hearing Jason's self-deprecating or boastful words, Obadiah smiled bitterly. Yes, compared to you, what I do is just play house. Because of the previous incident, Tony completely distrusted me and kicked me out of the company. In order to retake the company, my only way is to kill Tony. So, I spent money to buy in the military insiders and terrorists, and planned to intercept him in Afghanistan, but I didn't expect. Jason smiled. He finally sorted out the chaotic timeline. But you didn't expect that Tony had already developed the steel armor at this time. Not only did you not kill him, you were also caught by him for buying murder, and then forced you to transfer the shares of Stark Industries as a reason to completely drive you out of the company. Obadiah nodded, and then added, he forced me to transfer shares at a very low price, no different from robbery. Jason snorted coldly. That person is just a robbery, and it's a legal robbery. You're a murderer, and Tony's doing this is considered the best of his kindness. Obadiah opened his mouth, not knowing how to defend. Jason waved his hand and comforted. Don't worry, good people or bad people. I only look at benefits. What do you want me to do when you ask me to meet? Kill Tony? Obadiah nodded and said with a fierce expression, yes. I'm willing to pay $1 billion for Tony's head. Jason nodded and said, $1 billion. That's a lot. Then, Obadiah continued, I have been in Stark Industries for decades. I started this company from scratch. I have more control over the company than Tony imagined. As long as Tony dies, I will have a way to take back the company. He told the truth. He was not afraid of Jason's confession. After all, no one would believe what the terrorist said. Jason drank a glass of wine and asked, what about then? Obadiah was at a loss, and then he did business step by step to make money. Jason said, Tony is not a fool. I bet that the data that threatens your life must be backed up and handed over to different people. As long as something happens to him, you will. Hearing this, Obadiah calmed down and became a little silent. Jason continued, let me think about it. Pepper must have a copy, and Tony's friend Colonel Roddy also has a copy. You can't handle these two people alone. Let's take a step back and say, even if you kill all the insiders, will your future be bright? Stark Industries is engraved with Tony's name. Howard and Tony are the soul of this company. Before you ran the company so badly, the order was almost cancelled by the Department of Defense. But as soon as Tony took over, he immediately took out the big killer of the steel armor and obtained a large number of orders. The company's stock price rose like a rocket. Maybe you are not convinced, but you have to admit that there is no Tony's Stark Industry. It will only decline. Don't talk about the steel armor. This thing needs to be updated. Without Tony's technical support, the first generation of steel armor will be eliminated at most 3 to 5 years, let alone other arms companies are also developing steel armor. Obadiah was not a fool. He heard something in Jason's words. So, what do you mean by telling me this? Let me escape to a small island in the Pacific and enjoy my old age? Jason smiled and shook his head. You are in the prime of life, not yet at the age of retirement. He sat upright and leaned closer and said in a low voice, I mean, you can join the clown organization. Hearing this, Obadiah's eyes were full of astonishment, and the expression on his face instantly solidified. Jason said, don't rush to refuse. Listen to my analysis. Through the conversation just now, I believe you have understood that if I kill Tony, your only end is to watch Stark Industries slowly decline. Under this premise, there is not much road ahead of you, so I suggest you join the clown organization. I am sitting in front of you talking and laughing. You should know that the media reports are bullshit. I and Tony didn't have a victory or defeat at all last night. Strictly speaking, I was slightly better. As long as I stand up publicly, these rumors will be self-defeating, and the clown community will continue to flourish. And the potential of the clown community and clown organization, I believe you have already known it beforehand. To put it bluntly, as long as you give me 10 years of development, the clown organization can dominate the world. As an important member of the organization, you have half your life to enjoy the beauty or power and wealth, and you can even watch Tony kneel at your feet. Now, 2 plans have been given. First, join the clown and spend 10 years, gamble for a lifetime. Second, go to jail, or be buried with Stark Industries. Let's say it first. If you choose the second one, the $1 billion can only be exchanged for 1 shot for me, not including the success rate. You guys so good at calculating. Tony's head is more than $1 billion. After speaking, Jason took a sip from the wine glass, and then waited for Obadiah to make a decision. After listening to Jason's words, Obadiah frowned in distress, his brain swiftly running, analyzing the risks and benefits of joining the clown organization. Jason didn't hurt him either, and accompanied the wine to eat the fillet steak on the table slowly. By the time Jason finished his supper, Obadiah had been thinking hard for an hour, but he still didn't make up his mind. Jason rubbed his stomach and asked, "It's been an hour. Haven't thought about it yet?" Obadiah sighed heavily and asked, "If I join the clown organization, what will you do next?" Oh, his heart has loosened. Jason pursued the victory and said, "Of course not. This is not an overkill. After you join the clown organization, you need to transfer all your funds to New York. I will provide you with land and build a military factory." What to produce? Steel armor. In an instant, Obadiah's inspiration flashed and he immediately understood Jason's plan. Kill Tony, take the armor, build a factory, and Obadiah nodded appreciatively while thinking. He agreed with Jason's development route. He stood up and said excitedly, "I'll join." Jason smiled and nodded, "Welcome." Obadiah then asked, "Then you boss, where should I go next?" Jason scratched his head and said, "The next step is naturally to snatch the steel armor from Tony. I have a plan in my heart to lead him to the Hollywood Hills, and then defeat him in a global live broadcast." Hearing this, Obadiah immediately became excited. "So you need a bait?" Jason smiled and nodded. He didn't know what to do to get Tony on the bait. Pepper Potts. She's a little secretary. Can Tony risk his death? Obadiah tells Jason the story of Tony's house and falling in love with Pepper step by step for half a year. After listening, Jason suddenly became happy. "So, I'm still half a matchmaker." "You are so concerned about Pepper, you should be thinking about it." Obadiah said, "After I was expelled from the company, I thought about kidnapping Pepper to avenge Tony, but Tony protected her very well. Every time I travel there are more than double-digit bodyguards with live ammunition." 2-digit bodyguards are dead to Jason. He thought for a moment and decided, "Very good." Tomorrow afternoon, the core members of the organization will arrive in Los Angeles. The mission action time is set for the day after tomorrow. Chapter 174 Assemble with the party. Lost in Los Angeles. Please subscribe. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, Los Angeles International Airport. To show his sincerity, Obadiah personally accompanied Jason to the airport to greet the core members of the clown organization. At the roadside of the airport exit, 5 black Rolls-Royces parked in a row to form a scenic line, attracting the attention of countless passengers. Even in Los Angeles, where the rich are everywhere, it is not easy to piece together 5 Rolls-Royces at once. Only the top rich have this energy. As tourists guessed the identity of the host, the comrades walked out of the airport in the crowd. Franklin, Harley Quinn, John Wick, Belmode, David, and Chloe. These 6 people are all horrendous, and they are all the most wanted criminals in the United States. Had it not been for they had changed their appearance, the passengers at the airport would have been frightened and confused. Jason walked forward with a smile, hugged Halle Belmode, and then introduced them to Obadiah, an important new member of the organization. A few people stood at the exit and exchanged simple greetings, then sat on the Rolls-Royce on the side of the road and drove towards Beverly Hills. As an old businessman, Obdia is sleek and proficient in the world. Knowing that these big guys are coming to Los Angeles, he immediately ordered people to clean up his luxurious villa in Beverly Hills for them to move in and rest. In addition, Obdia also ordered people to travel all over Los Angeles, collect all kinds of food, set up a luxurious reception banquet, and thoughtfully present expensive gifts according to everyone's preferences. Expensive and exquisite food and wine were placed on the dining table, and the banquet ended in laughter. Obdia's actions also gained the initial goodwill of everyone. Who doesn't like such a sensible little brother? The journey was tiring. Jason didn't talk about the task, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest after eating. In the third-floor suite of the villa, Jason looked at Belmode and Hawley holding their shoulders as soon as he walked in, frowning and staring at him. This scene looks like a suspicious wife examining her cheating husband. Jason was a little puzzled. "What's wrong?" Belmode said. "Take off your clothes." "What?" Jason looked dumbfounded. This word came out of her Gauleniu sister. How did it feel so against? The two girls stepped forward and took off Jason's coat without any explanation, and a terrifying wound appeared in front of them. Amuka. Although they had read it in the newspaper, they were surprised after seeing it with their own eyes. Belmode glanced at Jason and asked angrily and annoyed, "Does it hurt?" Jason smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, Hawley reached out a small hand and poked. "Shit, it hurts," Jason said angrily. Hallie hurriedly shrank her hands, her expression aggrieved. "Didn't you say it hurts?" Jason was speechless at once. "Nonsense. It doesn't usually hurt. It hurts if you don't touch it." Hawley narrowed her mouth and stopped talking. "Go and lie down on the bed. I'll treat it." Belmode took off his trench coat and rolled up his cuffs. Jason nodded, lying on the bed obediently. Although the scar on his chest does not affect his strength, his appearance is too ugly and seriously affects his personal image. Belmode stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on the scar on his chest. Thal's superpower was activated, and the wound immediately began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hallie leaned forward and looked closely, like a curious baby. No matter how many times you watch it, Belmode's superpowers are very pleasing to the eye, and you won't get tired of watching it 100 times. His injury is very serious. It is estimated that it will take 5 or 6 hours to finish the treatment. "Tonight, go to the next room to sleep," Belmode said while sitting on the bed. "Okay." Hallie leaned over and kissed Jason, then pushed the door to leave. Jason recalled the kiss and said, 5 or 6 hours is too long, and you will be exhausted. I think it can be divided into 3 treatments, 2 hours each." Belmode gave him a wide look. "If you love me, please help me upgrade my superpowers." Hearing that, Jason closed his eyes and stopped talking. "I've accumulated so many points when I'm exhausted. It's interesting to squeeze the wool every day." At 11 o'clock the next morning, not long after everyone got up, Obdia came to the villa again. In addition to lunch, he also brought Pepper's schedule for today. The crowd sat around for a meal. Obdia handed the itinerary to Jason and said, "Pepper Potts will represent Tony at the premiere of a film by a major director at 3 in the afternoon. I think this is kidnapping him." "Great opportunity." Jason took a look and nodded. "Yes, except for this time period. She basically stays in Stark Industries and Tony's villa the rest of the time." Putting down the itinerary, Jason thought for a moment and then began to issue an order. "Knock Pepper and I will do it alone. You go to the Hollywood Hills and lie in wait. David is looking for a sniper location nearby and is responsible for sniping the helicopter in the air. Chloe is responsible for building the network to broadcast live to internet users across the United States." John stayed at the foot of the mountain. "Once the police and soldiers came over, you were responsible for killing them all." Franklin is lying in ambush near the top of the mountain. "You are responsible for finding the right time to control Tony's steel armor." Harry is hiding in the distance, waiting for the end of the mission to take us away. Belmode is physically weak and won't participate in this operation. Just stay in the villa and rest. After the assignment was completed, everyone nodded without any objection. The Los Angeles Chinese Theater is a landmark building in Los Angeles and a mecca for many tourists to take pictures. This afternoon, A certain Hollywood director's film premiered, and the premiere location was selected in the Chinese theater. Numerous entertainment stars and capital tycoons came to join in. Stars and capital. The combination of the two will give birth to countless topics, and the patronage of major media is naturally indispensable. The guests attending the premiere are all big names. The security level of the theater is directly full. Hundreds of private security guards are spread over the entire block. Even the Los Angeles Police Department has sent some police forces to maintain order. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the film crew came to the theater to set up the venue in advance, and the television media naturally followed them. Immediately afterwards, the entertainment stars who came to join in the fun also came. After the stars are the investors involved in film production and the capital tycoons who have been invited. Generally speaking, the higher the rank, the tighter the time, and the later the arrival. At 2:50 in the afternoon, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the theater, and a waiter immediately stepped forward to pull the door. Tony Stark's personal assistant, Mrs. Pepper Potts, stepped out of the car. In order to participate in the premiere and to show respect, Pepper deliberately wore a dark blue slip-back dress with delicate light makeup on his face. Although Pepper is just a small personal assistant, everyone knows that the backer behind her is Mr. Tony Stark. Therefore, everyone present did not dare to look down upon her because of her identity. Miss Pepper Potts, good afternoon. Director, screenwriter, producer, starring. All the big and small people on the crew came over and smiled and greeted Pepper. The director sighed and said, "It's a pity, Mr. Stark didn't come. If he comes, this must be the perfect movie premiere of my life." Tony holds the title of Iron Man and is blushing all over the United States. Everyone wants to take the opportunity to have a relationship with him, especially those in mixed entertainment circles. Pepper smiled. "Mr. Stark is too busy at work, you know." The director nodded and expressed his understanding. "Mr. Stark wants to fight criminals. He is definitely different from idlers like me. I am very happy that he can send Miss Pepper to the film premiere." A group of people stood in front of the theater and chatted for a while, and then began the red carpet walk. Because of Tony's aura blessing, almost all the cameras are shooting at Pepper. Those little stars who want to rub the red carpet stand for 10 minutes. But they can't beat Pepper's 1-second shot. Entering the theater, Pepper showed the invitation letter, and then respectfully led to the first row by the waiter. After about 10 minutes, all the invited guests arrived. The lights went out and the film premiere began. The big people went in, and the theater door became much deserted. A few ran to the corner smoking cigarettes and chatting about gossip in the entertainment industry. But at this moment, no matter what topics are discussed, it will eventually involve the battle between Iron Man and the Joker. Because it was a private chat, and there was no need to worry about political correctness, several entertainment reporters started to stand in line. Some people think that Iron Man, with the blessing of black technology, can definitely kill the clown. Some people think that black technology can be compared to superpowers, and it must be the clown who wins in the end. Just when they were arguing, their ears suddenly buzzed. Everyone raised their heads, and a dark shadow appeared in the sky moving at high speed. "Bird? Shit, your bird flies so fast." "Guys, that seems to be." Yuji's eyes widened, and finally did not dare to say the man's name. Boom! Jason fell from the sky, and the road outside the theater was smashed and dusty. The security and police turned their heads and looked at Jason's indifferent face. In an instant, the entire brain went down. Who am I? I am there? Why would Jason appear in front of me? After a few seconds of sluggishness, everyone took a deep breath and shouted, "Monkey Lechette!" After that, everyone present turned their heads and ran, without even drawing a gun and shooting. Seeing their embarrassed back, Jason chuckled, thinking that this is the benefit of prestige. Before his strength was not strong enough, the security and police saw him holding a mentality that I could fight back. And now, they all have a mentality of how I run so slow. As for anti-killing things, just think about it in a dream. 10 seconds later, the whole street in front of the theater was empty, and it was a little scary quiet. Jason walked into the theater door with his hands behind his back. When I visited Los Angeles last time, The theater charged me $20 for tickets. No one dared to collect the money this time. After getting rid of a few waiters, Jason walked to the door of the premiere hall. Through the crack of the door, he could hear the deafening movie inside. It is precisely because the movie is too loud that the dignitaries inside did not hear the screams outside. Jason sneered and pushed open the door of the premiere hall. Chapter 175 National Broadcasting. The Disgrace of Pepper. Please subscribe. It was pitch black in the premiere hall, and I couldn't see my fingers. A blockbuster action film is playing on the screen, with the surround stereo sound, making the palms of all the audience sweat and adrenaline surge. The movie's godlike editing made all the audience attracted by the fierce fighting scenes, including Jason. He sat in the empty seat and watched for 5 minutes. He didn't think of his mission until the end of a small orgasm. Jason stood up and walked to the first row, still recalling the plot just now. This movie is pretty good, with bare hands, fists to the flesh. The blow feels refreshing. It suits my appetite, and I have to contribute a ticket when the movie is released. The audience was watching the movie attentively, and suddenly a dark shadow appeared in front of the screen. Shit, who is this? I don't know. Theater staff. Hey, go away, you are blocking the screen. Jason pretended not to hear these complaints, and walked forward slowly from the first row, carefully identifying the faces of the audience. When he walked to the middle of the first row, he finally found the mission target, Pepper Potts. The two looked at each other, and Pepper's expression gradually became ferocious because of fear. Jason smiled, and the gentleman stretched out his hand. Miss Potts, it's an honor to see you. Can I take your time? Without waiting for Pepper to speak, the director sitting beside her stood up angrily. Who are you? Who let you in? Get out of me. Jason turned his head slowly, with a gloomy smile on his face. Seeing Jason's face clearly, the director's expression instantly solidified. Jason. Stunned for a few seconds, the director twitched, clutching his heart, and fell to the ground. Jason. What? There were screams one after another in the premiere hall, and everyone rushed towards the exit in a panic, not even daring to pick up high heels and handbags. Pepper wanted to take advantage of the chaos and escape. Jason grabbed her arm, then squatted down to carry her on his shoulders. Pepper waved his limbs, struggling hard. Let me down. Let me down. Jason tilted his head to her clothes, took a deep breath, and said lightly, The smell of perfume is very good. Did Tony pick it for you? Hearing Tony's name, Pepper immediately stopped struggling. You kidnapped me to avenge Tony? Jason replied, No, you made me too simple. I kidnapped you to get Tony the bait. Get him the bait? Pepper sneered. Do you still want Tony to make a hole in your chest? Jason snorted coldly. I have no good results in angering me. If you dare to say a little more along the way, I will make a few holes in you. I hope Tony will not despise you when he arrives. Hearing this, Pepper quickly closed his mouth in fright. Although I don't know whether the whole Jason said is superficial or deep, Pepper is unwilling to accept either. The only thing she can do now is to obey Jason's orders and wait for Tony to rescue him. When the people in the premiere hall were gone, Jason stepped out of the theater door. The streets outside the theater are still empty. Even though Jason had lost a lot of time, the police and the army were still missing. A bunch of cowards. Gathering the energy to the soles of his feet, Jason took Pepper into the sky and flew towards the Hollywood Hills. The theater is very close to the Hollywood Hills, less than 2 kilometers in a straight line. Jason just took off and was about to start landing. Falling to the ground, putting Pepper down, Chloe walked over and said, Boss, all the members are in place. I have connected to Obdia's server, and the nationwide live broadcast can begin. Jason nodded, turned around a few times, and praised, Chloe, the live broadcast location you found is very good. This angle is just right to take the iconic sign on the Hollywood Hills. Chloe nodded, with a happy expression on his face. Jason tidied his clothes, cleared his throat and said, It's time to start. Yes. After that, Chloe switched pupils, changed from camouflage mode to photography mode, and then transmitted the live images to social networks across the United States. At 3:40 in the afternoon, all computer network users across the United States forcibly jumped out of a live video screen. In the center of the video, a woman in a blue dress stands with the world-famous Hollywood Hills in the background. The woman is about 30 years old, with a medium-looking appearance, standing still, with a very nervous expression. Woman, wild. The unsuspecting audience suddenly became excited and hugged the tissue in their arms. Could it be that this is a new routine of Lube's website? Instead of making video pictures, it has changed to live broadcast. Just when their brains were congested and wanting to get involved, a man walked into the video center slowly. The legs of those who moved their minds were frightened. Jason. How is this demon? My computer will not be infected with the clown virus, right? Jason cleared his throat and said loudly, "Good afternoon, everyone." I believe everyone has read the overwhelming news a few days ago. Many media reported that I was beaten by Tony Stark, Iron Man, and he had a big hole in my chest. This is the most boring joke I have ever heard this year. As he said, Jason tore off his coat, revealing his developed chest and abdominal muscles. Open your eyes and see clearly. Is there a hole in my chest? The audience opened their eyes wide and leaned toward the computer screen, but no matter what they look at, they can only see Jason's muscles that kill the bodybuilding champion in seconds. Not to mention that there is a big hole in the chest, but there is no small scar. The current technology can only be modified on pictures, not in videos, and even in live broadcasts. In other words, either this person is a fake Jason, or what he saw a few days ago was fake news. Think about it a little bit. The probability of the latter is obviously greater. After all, the latter has a criminal record. Pooh. CNN fake news. Jason paused and continued, I have not yet decided the outcome of my fight with Iron Man, so today I am going to ask him to fight again. In order to prevent Iron Man from avoiding the fight, I had to invite his cute little secretary. Jason walked over and hugged Pepper's shoulders, their faces pressed closely together. Open. Pepper's angrily face was blue and he began to struggle hard, but her small arms and legs couldn't shake Jason. Those viewers who moved their minds began to get excited again. The most wanted criminal is different from the average person, and his revenge is extraordinary. The idea of live broadcast of Green Iron Man across the United States is so refreshing. It is a pity that Jason is not interested in this plain woman. With a cold snort, he let go of his arm. Just when the audience was disappointed, Pepper was relieved. Jason suddenly shot, tearing Pepper's dress to pieces. After a crisp sound, Pepper's underwear and large areas of skin were exposed to audiences across the United States. Oh, those who are not right in their minds are excited and climax in an instant. Jason grabbed the fragments of the dress, stepped forward a few steps closer to the camera and said, Tony, I can't wait, come find me quickly. From now on, I will tear off one of Pepper's clothes every minute. If you don't want all American audiences to appreciate her figure, hurry up. Chapter 176 Poor Iron Man. Greenhead. Please subscribe. After half a year, Jason, the most wanted criminal in the United States, once again broadcasted a national live broadcast, and the entire American society was suddenly fried. Last time in Times Square, New York, Jason used the media platform to broadcast live, and the number of viewers was only tens of millions. But this time, Jason did not know what black technology was used, and actually controlled all the internet users in the United States, and the number of real-time viewers was close to 100 million. However, only a few of them were terrified of Jason and the clown organization and gritted their teeth with hatred. Most people's attitude towards Jason is very vague. After all, Jason's main activities are in New York and Los Angeles. Residents in other cities know Jason from the TV news. They didn't know the despair firsthand, so how could they feel the same? These people watch the live broadcast with an attitude of entertainment, and many people even hope that Iron Man will come later so that they can enjoy the fascinating scenery. The response of the American television media was also very fast. A few minutes after the live broadcast started, All TV programs were suspended and all the live broadcast signals of Jason were connected. The host also urgently changed the speech draft and made official comments on the incident. The last time Jason was broadcast live in Times Square, New York, a SHIELD agent was killed and $5 billion was extorted. This time Jason is in Hollywood in Los Angeles. I don't know which hapless guy will suffer. In addition to the media, law enforcement agencies in the United States also responded quickly. The Los Angeles Police Department, the FBI, the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, SHIELD. These law enforcement agencies have been busy. These law enforcement agencies have to take the main responsibility for Jason's cause of such a big thing. Of course, the biggest responsibility is SHIELD, which is responsible for arresting Jason. In just a few minutes, SHIELD had received kind condolences from hundreds of bigwigs. Among these people are the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretary of Defense, Congressman, Governor of California. Everyone was asking SHIELD why Jason made such a big noise, but SHIELD had not collected any information in advance. Why half a year has passed, and the capture of Jason has not made any progress, and even the only breakthrough is the arms capitalist Tony Stark. As the world's largest law enforcement agency, SHIELD, what has it done in the past 6 months, and where has the massive funds issued by the United Nations to SHIELD been used? Agent Hill, the new director of SHIELD, was scolded by these big bosses. She felt aggrieved and angry, but she could not find an excuse to refute. In the past 6 months, they were indeed trying to find Jason's whereabouts. But Jason was too secretive. There was no news for 6 months. They were really helpless. Hanging up again, Hill looked tired and said, "Send fighter planes." "No, send 2 drones to Los Angeles." Agent Coulson sitting opposite said, "2 drones don't seem to be enough." Hill rubbed his temples and said, "Think about it." Jason had been silent for half a year, but now he suddenly appeared to provoke Tony Stark publicly. "What does this mean?" Hill asked and answered, "This shows that the strength of the clown organization has exploded. He wants to show off his strength in front of the entire country." And Tony Stark was just his pick. "We don't know anything about the current clown organization. Sending more fighters is also to target Jason," Coulson said. "If that's the case, why should SHIELD take this trip to the muddy water? The cost of a drone is more than $7 million US. So it's okay to keep it for the agents." Hill said helplessly, "My phone is going to be blown up. If I don't behave or pose, I will be impeached by the World Council like Nick Fury." Coulson nodded and said, "That's it, I understand, I will do it now." More than 300 million people in the United States, from Mr. President to civilians, are watching live video. But Tony Stark, who was the main party, was asleep at home. Sir, wake up!" Jarvis yelled. The phone by the bed vibrated wildly, but Tony still showed no sign of waking up. Yesterday he was improving the steel armor in the laboratory. After a busy day and an overnight stay, he didn't fall asleep until 12 o'clock in the morning. He had only slept for 4 hours after all his plans, which was when his dreams were sweet. The phone vibrates and Jarvis's shouts are all sleep-helping music to him. Seeing that the shouting was invalid, Jarvis began to work at high speed, looking for a way to wake Tony. Suddenly, he thought of a good idea. Bar bar bar. Right above the bedroom, the smoke alarm was activated by Jarvis, and water sprayed out from the sky. Tony's smoke alarm is different from others. The water flow from a sprinkler is comparable to the maximum output of an ordinary faucet, and a smoke alarm has 8 sprinklers. The water sprayed all over Tony's bed, soaking his quilt sheets. Tony felt uncomfortable in his sleep and gradually frowned. The water accumulated more and more, and the quilt became heavier and heavier. Tony finally couldn't bear it, opening his bloodshot eyes. "Shit, Jarvis, water leaks at home." Tony wiped off the drops of water from his face and quickly lifted the quilt and jumped out of bed. "Sir, Miss Pepper was kidnapped by Jason." Hearing that, Tony was dumbfounded. Stunned for a few seconds, Tony said anxiously, "How could this happen? Where was Pepper kidnapped?" Jarvis did not speak, but turned on the TV in front of the bed and played the recorded live video. As the video played, Tony furrowed his brows and his expression became more and more ferocious. An anger that could burn everything rose in his heart. When he heard Jason's phrase, "Tear off Pepper a piece of clothing every minute," Tony's expression changed drastically, and he rushed into the underground laboratory without changing his wet clothes. Standing in front of the smart floor, the robotic arm rose from the ground to help him put on the steel armor. Tony took the opportunity to ask, "Jarvis, how many clothes are there on Pepper?" Jarvis said helplessly, "Sir, where are the clothes? I took it off 5 minutes ago." "What fuck?" Hearing this, Tony's neck was violently blue, and his whole face flushed. He gasped roughly and complained, "Jarvis, why didn't you wake me up sooner?" Jarvis explained aggrievedly, "Sir, with all due respect, your sleep is really good. In addition, I would like to remind you that this is obviously a trap set by Jason, so you must not think about it again." "The metal mask is closed and the armor is loaded," Tony said indifferently. "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with Jason." After speaking, electromagnetic pulses from the boots gush out. Tony rushed out of the villa with maximum speed and flew towards the Hollywood Hills. Chapter 177. The location is exposed. The decisive battle begins. Please subscribe. Hollywood Hilltop. Jason sat bored on the grass in a daze, staring blankly at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance. Not far away, Pepper, the lead actress of the National Broadcasting, was squatting on the ground, her hands tightly covering her face in silence. "Hey." Jason glanced at her and sighed heavily. He set the overtime penalty rule, not to feast his eyes. It was purely to get Tony to come as soon as possible, and at the same time aroused the anger in his heart and made him lose his mind so that he could gain the upper hand in the next battle. But Jason never expected that he had waited for more than 10 minutes. And he didn't even see Tony's shadow. Jason couldn't help but start to doubt that Obadiah's intelligence could not be mistaken. Tony Stark is a playboy who has seen countless women. The women he has experienced are better than Pepper's body, more beautiful faces, and educational temperament is also crushed in many ways. On the other hand, Pepper is just an ordinary old leftover girl. Will Tony really risk her life for her? In fact, it was not only the suffering of Jason and others, but also the audience who stood in front of the computer screen. "The tissues in my arms have been used up, and everything in front of me has become dull. Now the only thing that can make them climax again is the shocking battle between Jason and Tony, superpowers and black technology." Unexpectedly, Tony Stark dropped the chain at a critical time, making the audience's expectation and excitement fall to the bottom a little bit, and finally chose to turn off the live screen. "Don't read it, Tony won't come." There are many people who hold this idea. The current number of viewers has plummeted by 1/3 compared with the peak ratings. If Tony doesn't come again, I'm afraid the audience will be gone. A few kilometers away from the Hollywood Valley, a red and gold-colored steel armor suspended motionless in the air. It turned out that Tony had arrived in Hollywood long ago and was hiding in the distance to investigate the enemy. Since he knew it was a trap set by Jason, Tony had to be more careful. "Love is precious, life is more expensive." "Jarvis, start the thermal imaging mode." The thermal imaging mode switched successfully. The screen in front of Tony dimmed, and the world instantly turned black and white. He turned his head and noticed a group of redbirds flying by not far away. "Jarvis, bring your perspective closer." "Good sir." As the screen angle of view slowly narrowed, Tony gradually saw the site of the top of the Hollywood Hill. There are 2 human-shaped red dots on the top of the mountain. The one squatting should be Pepper, and the other one should be Jason. "No, there is another person." "Strange. Why is this person's body temperature so low?" Tony frowned in confusion, and then slowly swept around. 1, 2, 3. Under the scan of the thermal imaging, he ambushed in a nearby location where all his party members are exposed. A total of 6 people came from Jason. It seems that they are all elite clowns. In other words, they are all superpowers. Thinking of this, Tony's mood suddenly fell into a trough. He thought that Jason was going to single him out, but at most he used some tricks. Unexpectedly, Jason was even more shameless than he thought, and he recruited the entire superpower team to prepare to fight him. Tony closed his eyes slightly, thinking about the countermeasures in his mind. After a while, Tony opened his eyes, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then speeded up towards the Hollywood Hills. When Tony was less than a kilometer away from the top of the mountain, David, who was lying in ambush on the high ground, spotted him with a telescope. David immediately notified Jason, "Boss, Iron Man is here." Hearing the sound in the earphones, Jason stood up, patted his butt and looked into the distance. In the distance, a black spot flew quickly. "Honey, be careful." Hawley's voice came from the earphones. "Don't worry." Jason began to gather energy, and then directed at Pepper, "Hey, your old love is here." Pepper raised his head when he heard the words, and his delicate eyes were full of angry red blood. Jason thought Tony would launch a raid to rescue Pepper. Unexpectedly, when he was approaching 100 meters, he actually started to slow down and finally hovered 20 meters from the top of the mountain. Iron Man appeared, and the audience watching the computer suddenly boiled. "Here comes, finally here." After just 10 seconds, the number of people watching the live broadcast began to soar. Tony lifted the mask and looked at Pepper and said softly, "Pepper, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I will save you now." Tony. Pepper's eyes were red when he said this, and he covered his mouth and sobbed. This feeling is like a scene in a vulgar movie, where the heroine is kidnapped by the wicked, and the hero falls from the sky to rescue the heroine, and then embraces the beauty. As a villain, Jason felt offended. "I am the protagonist here, okay? You two just ignore me like that?" he immediately said sarcastically. "Tony, you came really early. If you are a few minutes later, this global live broadcast will turn into a deserted island for survival." Tony turned his head to face Jason, the anger in his eyes almost gushing out. "Jason, what kind of a man are you? Do all you have to do with me. Don't bully women." Jason drew his ears, shook his head and said, "Before you say this, don't forget, I'm a great villain, and the world's #1 villain. Don't hold your moral code on my head." "Killing Stark Industries is much better than me." Tony was stunned by him, and his heart was even more enraged. For an arms dealer, the biggest insult is to use weapons to kill people. If it was normal, Tony would definitely have to fight him for 300 rounds, but today's situation is special, and he had to swallow his words again. Jason blew on the earwax on his fingertips and continued, "Besides, the responsibility for this matter lies with you. If you can come 10 minutes early, Pepper will not suffer these humiliations." "Ha, I was wrong." Tony sneered, and a pair of iron fists squeaked, "It's a waste of time to talk about morals and customs with people like you. Only pain and blood can make you remember." Hearing this, Jason sarcastically said with disdain, "Pain and blood? Don't forget, you haven't beaten me in the previous days." Tony closed the mask and said coldly, "Don't worry, I will definitely beat you today." Jason also put on a fighting pose, nodded and said, "Yes," and soon, boom. As soon as the voice fell, a deafening sound rang, and the audience watching the live broadcast almost started to pee. The energy that Jason had brewed for a long time in the soles of his feet exploded in an instant, and the huge impact left a pit 2 or 3 meters in diameter on the top of the Hollywood Hill. Jason himself was propelled by this huge force and flew towards Tony quickly. Buzzing. Tony did not evade. The sound of electromagnetic pulse suddenly sounded. Puff. The arc reactor on the chest ejected an electromagnetic pulse wave with a diameter of half a meter, much larger than the electromagnetic pulse a few days ago. This is the result of Tony these days. The improved version of the arc reactor, the output power is greater, ready to restrain Jason's energy absorption. The electromagnetic pulse laced out, hit Jason's body, and was perfectly absorbed by Jason in an instant. At the same time, the dry energy in Jason's body was quickly replenished like seawater poured in. Jason had long expected Tony's improvement, and when the energy in his body was about to be full, His mouth showed a tricky smile. Chapter 178. The enemy is extremely jealous when they meet. Please subscribe. Rush. A huge energy spewed out, and Jason used this force to complete a short-distance teleport and disappeared directly into Tony's field of vision. Tony frowned and immediately released the full power state. Then turned his head, ready to use Jarvis's intelligence system to relock the position. But Tony did not expect that Jason did not go far after teleporting. Just 10 meters away in the air near him frantically gathered energy. After a few days ago, Jason also discovered a weakness in the steel armor. The steel armor is indestructible on the outside, but a large number of fragile electrical components are integrated inside. It is them that the armor wants to operate with high precision. When the arc reactor is at full power output, these electrical components will be temporarily insufficient in energy supply. In response to the external performance of the steel armor, it is performance degradation and slow movement, and this situation will completely disappear after 1 or 2 seconds after the full power state is released. This period of weakness in the steel armor is the key to Jason's rapid victory. The head-mounted display locked Jason again, but he hadn't waited for Tony to respond. I saw the energy gushing under Jason's feet, and the whole person flew towards him at an incredible speed. Tony's face changed slightly, and he immediately prepared to escape. But the steel armor is in a period of weakness to restore its energy supply, moving very slowly, and Jason's speed is appallingly fast. One goes down and the other goes up. In the blink of an eye, Jason flew over from a dozen meters away. The right hand condensed energy and bends into a claw, fiercely inserted into the arc reactor in his chest. A smile appeared on Jason's face and his lips slightly opened. Checkmate. As soon as the voice fell, he yanked the arc reactor out vigorously. The smart screen in front of Tony's eyes went out instantly, and a panic and dazed expression appeared on his face. Before setting off, he had thought that he would fail. In his imagination, even if he failed, it would be a fierce struggle between life and death. But he never expected that this battle ended too suddenly. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Loss of energy supply. The electromagnetic pulse at the bottom of the boot went out, a sense of weightlessness came, and Tony began to accelerate to fall. Jason's eyesight was quick, and he stretched out his left hand to hold Tony's robotic arm, then slammed him hard, throwing him to the edge of the Hollywood hilltop. Facing the abrupt end of the battle, Tony was dumbfounded, Pepper was dumbfounded, and the audience who had been waiting in front of the computer for a long time was dumbfounded. What just happened? They only saw the two fight, and Tony's arc reactor was ripped off by Jason, and then there was no more. After coming back to life, the audience suddenly became furious and cursed Tony and the unscrupulous media. This is what you call a close battle? This is what you wrote in your article? The fat Iron Man who beat Jason? Is this the steel armor that represents the future war from the commander of the president to the magazine media? This is cheating. If the steel armor really represents the future, then I suggest that the government should not make senseless resistance and surrender to Jason as soon as possible. With such a weapon that can be destroyed in one slap, it will never be possible to defeat Jason and defeat the Clown Organization. Shit, a bunch of shit. Tony. Pepper ran all the way, kneeling beside Tony. Tony, are you okay? Tony lay on the ground, stretched out his hand to buckle the mask down. It's okay, I can't die for the time being. After speaking, he stood up and looked at Jason with solemn eyes. The last time the two played against each other, the winning percentage was 550, but after only a few days, it became Jason's unilateral crush. This man's growth rate is really terrible. Tony clenched his fist, a bad guess in his heart. If the government cannot kill Jason when he is still weak, then the future of this world will definitely fall into the terror rule of the Clown Organization. Thinking of the description of the hell on earth in the movie, Tony shuddered from the bottom of his heart. Jason grasped the arc reactor with one hand and looked carefully, as if he was admiring a precious piece of art. This little thing can output such powerful energy. Technology is really amazing. Jason slowly fell to the ground, walking towards Tony with a smile on his face. Tony looked nervous and immediately protected Pepper behind him. Just as Jason was about to approach, a light golden electromagnetic pulse struck behind him. David's voice came from the headset immediately. "Boss, it's dangerous. Get out of the way." Jason frowned and jumped into the air with one foot. Boom! The electromagnetic pulse hit the ground, exploding a huge portal. All the people present slowly raised their heads, and a black and grey steel armor appeared not far away. The battle armor in front of me is very strange, a size larger than Tony's original. In addition to the electromagnetic pulse gun, both hands and shoulders of the armor are equipped with weapons, and there is a multi-barrel revolver behind it. The mask of the battle armor was lifted, revealing a familiar face. Seeing that face, Jason showed disdain, and said sarcastically, "Hee, it turned out to be Colonel James Roddy of the Air Force. We haven't seen each other for a long time since we left Los Angeles last time." The incident half a year ago was an unforgettable scar for Roddy in his life, and also the deepest fear in his heart. For this reason, he often suffers from insomnia, dreams, and listlessness. It was not until he temporarily left the army and received 3 months of psychological counseling that he came out of this psychological shadow. Looking at Jason, Roddy frowned and gritted his teeth unconsciously. "It's been a long time. You still haven't changed. You are still such a bastard. But now I'm different." "Hee, it's different if you wear a steel armor." Jason pointed at Tony and said, "Did you see him? This is your end soon." Roddy sneered, "I watched your fight just now, and I learned a little experience. As long as you are not close to you, you can't kill me." Jason said, "If this is the case, you can't kill me either." Roddy nodded, "I know, so I didn't come to fight with you. It's now, run." After speaking, Roddy closed his mask and dived down the cliff. Tony immediately picked up Pepper, took 3 steps and 2 steps, and jumped off the cliff. "What?" The great weightlessness made Pepper scream. Roddy flew to the 2 of them and caught them steadily, one left and the other right. Tony breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Roddy, thanks." Roddy smiled and shook his head, "You're welcome." Looking at the steel armor in front of him, Tony couldn't help but vomit. "Full of weapons? Which idiot designed this?" Roddy replied, "Tony, you are jealous of me." The electromagnetic pulse from the bottom of the boot spurted out, and the 3 of them flew into the air to look down at Jason. Tony opened his mouth and said, "Jason, you win this time. It won't be that simple next time." Jason looked up at them. "Don't. How can the host download it before the live broadcast is over?" The 3 looked at each other, not knowing what the hell Jason was going to make. Roddy's Air Force armor has been modified and moved very fast in the air. As long as they want to run Jason, it is impossible to catch up. With a smile on his face, Jason opened his mouth and shouted, "Franklin, do it." Chapter 179 Iron Man joins the clown organization. Please subscribe. In the woods 100 meters away, Franklin heard Jason's order and immediately smiled. "Boss, it's finally my turn to play." After speaking, he stared at the steel armor in the distance to activate his superpowers. Diddy! A line of red warning symbols appeared on the screen in front of Roddy's eyes, and he frowned and asked in confusion, "What?" The intelligence system immediately issued a warning. Diddy! Out of control. Roddy didn't understand what was going on in the battle armor, and suddenly felt a little panic. He immediately said, "Take me away." Diddy! Out of control. Tony looked at Jason's weird smiling face and heard Roddy's puzzled voice, and immediately noticed something was wrong. "Roddy, what's the matter?" Roddy said in a panic, I don't know, but the screen says out of control. I can't control the armor now." "What?" Tony frowned in surprise. The steel armor was developed by him alone. Many strange bugs appeared during the development process, but this out-of-control bug never appeared. Jason raised his head, looked at Tony with an anxious expression, and said with a smile, "I said, the live broadcast is not over yet, and the anchor is not allowed to download it." Tony lowered his head and said with a serious expression, "Is it your ghost?" Jason smiled and nodded. "Franklin, let them down." As soon as the voice fell, Roddy's steel armor began to slowly land uncontrollably. No! Seeing himself getting closer to the demon, Pepper yelled in despair. Tony also urged, "Roddy, think of a way." Roddy sweated out loudly and said loudly, "This is the armor you designed." "You can't help it. What can I do?" "Tony, try restarting the system." "Roddy, I tried it a long time ago. It didn't work, and the system was controlled." "Tony, try this method again." Tony and Roddy racked their brains and tried all the methods, but the steel armor did not respond at all and still fell uncontrollably to the ground. Jason stepped forward and said, "Franklin, cut off the power." After speaking, the arc reactor on the chest of the battle armor went out. Jason reached out and took off Roddy's mask and smiled and said, "Colonel Roddy, in this situation, do you still think I can't kill you?" Seeing the face that disturbed his dream day and night, Roddy's forehead was covered with sweat, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. 6 months ago, the war trauma syndrome once again came to him. Jason patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "Relax, I'm not going to kill you." Hearing that, Tony looked at him with surprise. "You are so kind. It's really the sun coming out from the west." "Can I ask why?" Jason raised the arc reactor in his hand and said, "Because of it." Tony frowned, not understanding what Jason meant. Jason said, "When I observed the arc reactor up close, I suddenly figured out one thing. That is, Tony Stark is not an ordinary person, but an old hen who can lay golden eggs." "Tony." Jason smiled and felt that this name was appropriate, and continued, "The media said that the arc reactor technology is at least 20 years ahead of the world. I believe this sentence. You can make such a large reactor so small, and only you in this world can do it. So I realized that it is a pity that an inventor as powerful as you was killed. It is better to use it." Tony suddenly realized, with an angry expression. "Do you want to kidnap me?" Jason smiled and nodded. "Yes, the Clown Organization wants to rule the world. It is far from enough to rely on a few superpowers. It also needs a large number of modern troops, and the steel armor is perfect. I want to form a Clown Steel Armor Force and use it to defeat the defense systems of various countries. So I need you to upgrade the arc reactor for me to make it more powerful. I need you to invent even more powerful steel warfare for me. Let it easily kill all modern troops." In front of people all over the world, Jason unabashedly showed his ambition. Hearing this, Tony showed disdain and snorted coldly, "You dream. I won't hand over the steel armor to someone like you, let alone help you upgrade the armor." "Really?" Jason said in a mild manner, and then slowly stretched out his hand to Pepper. "Ah!" Pepper yelled a few times, and Jason caught his neck. "Let go of Pepper." Tony was furious and grabbed Jason's arm and smashed. But he is not Jason's opponent wearing a steel armor. Now how can he shake Jason with his bare hands? Seeing his flustered expression, Jason joked, "I didn't believe that Tony Stark, the playboy, would take risks for a woman, but now I believe it." "Ah, what a great and touching love." What? Tony used his arms, his face flushed, and the blue veins on his neck burst. But Jason's arm didn't waver at all, but the tighter he grasped, and Pepper gradually couldn't breathe. "Enough, I'll join." Tony's defense collapsed instantly, and his arms dropped weakly with a roar. Jason smiled triumphantly and slowly released his arm. "Soon, with the addition of you, a genius inventor, the Clown Organization will surely enter a period of rapid development. I have always been tolerant of my own people, so as long as you don't make small moves, I can guarantee." Tony took a few breaths and waved his hand to interrupt Jason. "It's okay for me to help the Clown Organization, but there is a prerequisite." "What conditions?" Listening to the faint whistling sound in his ear, Tony's frowning expression instantly disappeared, becoming a little weird. "The condition is that you have to survive first." Hearing this, Jason frowned, feeling a little puzzled. At this moment, David's voice came from the headset, "Boss, it's not good." "Another steel armor is flying over." "What?" Jason looked surprised. "This steel armor will give birth or something." After playing Tony, Roddy came, and after playing Roddy, there is another one. "How many steel armors?" "Too many to count." As soon as the voice fell, A large number of black and gray steel armors flew over and surrounded Jason. It is roughly estimated that the number of this batch of steel armors was about 100. These people who control the steel armor did not talk nonsense, raising their arms and attacking at the same time. In an instant, hundreds of electromagnetic pulses shot towards Jason. Jason furrowed his brows and quickly dodged aside. The armored core rushed over after him. Seeing the arrival of reinforcements, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why Tony dared to go to the appointment alone was not because he was blindly arrogant and dazzled by anger. It was because at noon yesterday that the first batch of 100 Air Force Special Edition steel armors had all been delivered to the Air Force. This was Tony's greatest support. But Jason's mighty strength was beyond Tony's imagination, so he dared not trust him anymore, and immediately called 3 soldiers to escort them away. Chapter 180 Clown Organization vs. Steel Army. Please subscribe. Over the top of the Hollywood Hill, 100 steel armors besieged and intercepted Jason, and a dense firepower net gradually surrounded him. The electromagnetic pulse attack of a single armor has no effect on Jason, but quantitative changes can cause qualitative changes. The energy produced by 100 battle armors at the same time is far more than Tony's full power state, and Jason may be half dead if he is hit once. Jason was forced into desperation, and his rich combat potential was stimulated. He used the characteristics of energy absorption and transformation to the extreme, using his monkey-like agility to jump up and down, dodge left and right, and dodge fatal blows dangerously. However, being chased as a pheasant, Jason was also furious. He pressed the headset communicator and yelled, "Don't hide anything if you have any skills." Damn them. Jason gave the order that all the comrades who were ambushing around the top of the mountain jumped out of the bunker and attacked. Franklin stood up, raised one hand to the sky, and immediately controlled the 2 high-speed flying steel armors. The Air Force soldiers who controlled the armor found a warning on the screen that the armor was no longer under their control. The 2 soldiers were taken aback and immediately notified the other comrades. "Oh, my armor has a problem." "Hey, my armor can't be controlled anymore." "My armor is okay. Is there a bug in your armor?" All the soldiers thought it was a problem with the armor itself. After all, the battle armor is currently in the original factory state and has been transferred to the battlefield without the adjustment of military technicians, and it is reasonable to have bugs. Shit, the armor has acted on its own. The 2 soldiers were surprised to find that the armor of the battle armor was raised uncontrollably and aimed at the adjacent steel battle armor. Boom! The palm cannon condensed to the greatest energy spurted out, accurately hitting the arc reactor of the friendly armor. Boom! The arc reactor that was hit was severely damaged. Sparks splashed. The energy supply system of the steel armor immediately stagnated, and 2 soldiers landed on the ground in an emergency. Shit! You are blind. You hit the wrong person. The 2 soldiers who were scolded felt very wronged and immediately defended. "I just said that the armor is out of control. No. The armor is locked again." "Who is locked?" "Lock you down." Boom! There was another loud noise, and 2 battle armors worth more than $100 million were severely damaged and had to withdraw from the battlefield. Just when everyone was at a loss, intelligence from the command headquarters came. After the team leader learned about it, he immediately shouted, "The latest information. Someone in the Clown Organization can control the armor, and you 2 are controlled by them." "Controlled?" "Captain, what shall we do now?" "There is no way. I can only send you out of the battlefield." The surrounding soldiers obeyed the order and immediately destroyed their 2 arc reactors and sent them away. Understand? Upon receiving the order, several steel soldiers shot at the same time, ejecting several electromagnetic pulses, destroying the 2 arc reactors of the steel armor. Losing the energy supply, the armor began to fall rapidly, and immediately 2 steel soldiers appeared, escorting them to escape to a distance. The inner ghost was cleared, and the captain again ordered, "Leave Jason alone, and kill all the clowns in ambush, especially the one who can control the armor. As long as there is no helper, Jason will be the polished commander. Let us kill him." "Understand?" With an order, The battle armor formation stopped its attack on Jason, leaving only 20 battle armors to keep track and suppress fire. The remaining steel soldiers hovered in the air, turned on the thermal imaging to lock the whereabouts of the comrades, and then flew towards them. The main force left. Jason's pressure instantly doubled. While avoiding the attack, he issued a warning, "Everyone, be careful, they are ready to defeat each one." "Ha ha, good, come, I am waiting for them." Franklin smiled indifferently. His second-level electrical control superpower has formed an innate restraint on the steel armor, and it can even be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. It punches a child. The first attacked was Chloe, who stood alone on the top of the mountain and broadcast live. It was not the steel soldiers who picked up soft persimmons, but Chloe was the closest to them. More than a dozen steel soldiers surrounded Chloe, watching her shocking appearance, and her body temperature significantly lower than that of a living person. The soldiers were puzzled as to what it was. The curious thoughts passed quickly, and a dozen steel soldiers raised their arms and fired electromagnetic pulses. Chloe just stood in place, with a beautiful face as cold as ice. Just when the soldiers thought she was going to die on the spot, Chloe's figure suddenly began to move quickly. With agility and nerve reflex far beyond the limit of human beings, she easily avoided more than a dozen electromagnetic pulses. The scariest thing is that Chloe's dodge did not even leave the ground within 2 meters. This cool dodge action without friends made all the soldiers amazed. There is a delay in launching electromagnetic pulses. Although Chloe's evasion surprised the soldiers, it was not too tricky to do anything. It's very simple. Since long-range attacks are not good, then go hand to hand. More than a dozen hunks beat a weak woman and ask if you are afraid. Soon, these soldiers reached a consensus through communication and immediately swooped down to launch an attack. Chloe was not afraid, and took the initiative to fight the soldiers. Boom! During the battle, a steel soldier hit Chloe in the head, and the huge force directly smashed her head. However, the bloody scene of blood splattering did not appear. Chloe's head turned into a cloud of silver-white liquid metal, and then quickly recovered intact. Monkey reset. What is this? The steel soldiers were dumbfounded and surprised. Although they had known that Chloe was not a human being, they did not expect that she was actually made of a lump of liquid metal. This kind of black technology is obviously beyond the current level of technology. While the soldiers were in a daze, Chloe's right hand turned into an electromagnetic gun. Boom! The electromagnetic gun hit the steel soldier, and the powerful current raged inside and outside the armor, causing the internal circuit boards and electrical components to be broken down, completely losing combat effectiveness. On the other side, more than a dozen steel soldiers found David, who was lying on the commanding heights with a cold gun. David's sniper rifle is specially made, with a large caliber, and the bullet is the most sophisticated armor-piercing bullet. With top-level guns and his level 10 gun proficiency, David becomes a mobile turret. Every shot can accurately hit the connecting part of the neck of the battle armor. Although it can't be killed by a single shot, it will not be very comfortable for anyone to get an armor-piercing bullet at the base of the neck. Seeing a group of steel armors attacking, David quickly put down his sniper rifle and stood up. When the steel armor was close enough to him, David suddenly opened his mouth and roared an ultrasonic wave. What? A sharp, piercing voice sounded. More than a dozen steel soldiers suddenly felt chi and blood surge. Their brains stopped thinking, and the bones under their bodies were creaking, and the heart felt swelled to burst. The second-level ultrasound is extremely harmful to the human body, and the battle armor cannot provide them with any protection. The ultrasonic wave lasted for 3 seconds, and all the steel soldiers rolled their eyes and plunged into the valley. David closed his mouth, disdainfully said, "The steel armor is vulnerable to a blow." After that, he pressed the communicator and provocatively said, "Franklin, I have already killed 17 armors, you have to work hard." Relying on his ability to restrain Franklin, who only destroyed 10 battle armors, there are 10,000 MMPs to say. At the foot of the Hollywood Hills, John Wick, who was originally responsible for resisting ground forces, was also besieged by steel armor. Compared with Chloe, Franklin and David's sturdy stand, John's approach is full of elegance. As a top killer, John makes full use of the complex terrain in the mountains to dodge left and right, avoiding the attack of the steel armor. When the steel armor was ordered, John finally showed his hideous fangs. He turned from defense to offense at the right time, quickly approaching the steel armor, and then jumped to avoid the attack, extending his middle finger and gently touching the armor's arm. In an instant, a thick layer of ice formed on the part he touched and spread to the surroundings at an alarming speed. In less than a second, the armor of the armor was wrapped in hard ice, which also included the circuit boards and electrical components inside the armor. Electrical components are very fragile and can only work at a suitable temperature. High temperature will overheat and damage electrical components, and low temperature will affect the failure of electrical components. Either way, it is fatal to the steel armor. If the electrical components of the armor are damaged, this arm is useless. But before the Iron Soldier could launch a counterattack, his hands clung to his back. In an instant, a biting coldness came from his back. In just a few seconds, the steel armor and the soldiers controlling the armor were all frozen into popsicles, and the arc reactor was also extinguished. The second-level frozen superpower is so terrifying. Bang bang bang. At this time, the rest of the steel soldiers arrived, and electromagnetic pulses hit John. John managed to escape, and then ran deep into the jungle. An electromagnetic pulse accidentally hit the frozen steel armor. With a crisp sound, the steel armor shattered into a pile of ice. In the dense forest a few kilometers away from the top of the mountain, Hallie boredly leaned against the tree to rest. Seeing the steel armor flying in the distance, Holly yawned, her expression unchanged. Discover Harley Quinn. Don't underestimate her. Attack with all your strength. In midair, dozens of full-power electromagnetic pulses attacked her. These soldiers calculated in advance all possible locations for Hallie to evade, and the attack range can be said to be in all directions without dead ends. I saw Holly stretch out her small hand, make a gesture of goodbye, and then disappear instantly. Boom! The mountains shook and the mud splashed. The electromagnetic pulse wave blows up loneliness. Holly teleported to the dense forest in the distance and continued to rest on the tree. What a bunch of idiots. My superpowers move instantly. As long as my stamina is adequate, walking you is like walking a dog. Chapter 181 Upgrade Plus. Superpower Level 2. Please subscribe. Los Angeles Air Force Command. The action of the Encirclement and Suppression Clown Organization is very important, and naturally requires someone to direct it. Mr. President personally issued the order, the highest commander of the Air Force personally took command, and the commanders under his command were all veterans on the battlefield. More than a dozen large screens in the headquarters are connected to the video signal of the steel armor, and the live images are played simultaneously. In the eyes of these commanders, Jason's comrades must be collapsed in the face of fierce attacks from a dozen steel fighters. After all, even their boss couldn't resist the attack of a dozen steel warriors and was chased into hiding. However, the reality gave them a slap in the face. 100 steel soldiers encircled and suppressed 6 battlefields, but none of them were victorious. These commanders were dumbfounded at once. The clown organization is so weird. The members of the organization are actually more difficult than the boss of the organization. Some members even killed more than a dozen Iron Warriors with just one move. The Air Force commander's face was extremely ugly, and the pressure of a mountain was pressing on his heart. He wanted to use 100 steel armors to completely wipe out the clown organization, and then he could go down in history and become famous. But according to the current situation, let alone eliminate the clown organization, even this steel armor worth more than $10 billion has to be returned to the factory for repairs. The atmosphere in the command room was depressed, and all the commanders lowered their heads, and the lightning flashed in their minds. It won't work anymore, and a way to turn the tide must be figured out. First of all, the clown organization's strength once again refreshed their perceptions. When the enemy and the enemy are equal or even slightly suppressed, Dividing the forces is a very stupid choice. The best tactic at the moment is to concentrate all the power to use the high mobility of the steel armor, and kill the weakest person in the Clown organization before the other members arrive. The 6 members of the Clown organization, except for Harley Quinn and Jason, all lack high mobility, and it is easy to form a situation of crushing more and less. After discussion, several commanders felt that the feasibility was very high, but the question is, who is the weakest person in the Clown organization? Everyone turned their eyes to the big screen, and the answer was obvious at a glance. Jason Walter. This man, named the leader of the Clown organization, is actually the shameful man of the Clown organization. After the discussion was over, the Air Force commander decisively issued an order. The Iron Warriors heard clearly. Everyone immediately besieged Jason. Pay attention to cutting off his contact with the team members, and we must concentrate firepower to kill him in the shortest time. The Iron Warriors got the latest order, immediately abandoned the target in front of them, and hurriedly flew towards Jason. Just when the comrades were at a loss and did not understand what was going on, the condescending David discovered the movements of the Iron Warrior and immediately reported, "Boss, be careful. All the steel armors are flying towards you." 10 kilometers away, 3 kilometers high in the airspace. Jason is playing a game of chasing me with those soldiers. Hearing David's words, the expression on his face moved slightly. 20 steel warriors beat him one by one, and he can also fly a kite with his superpowers and high mobility to stay invincible. 60 or 70 steel warriors hit him, and there is only one who flees in embarrassment, and he will be seriously injured if he is careless. Without waiting for Jason to speak, Hawley immediately suggested, "Honey, why don't we withdraw today and trouble them again someday?" Jason said angrily, "No, this group of idiots saved Tony, and if they have to let them bleed today, they have to pay me at least 10 billion. Hawley said with some worry, "Honey, it's not time to talk about compensation. You can't beat them alone." Jason turned on the system light curtain, gritted his teeth and said, "Wait. If I can't hold on, you can teleport to rescue me." Hallie could not persuade him, so she could only sigh, "Well, then you must be careful." During the time that several people were talking, the Battle Armored Corps had caught up with Jason. Bang bang bang. A kilometer away, the group of soldiers anxiously began to emit full-power electromagnetic pulses. Jason frowned, spraying out more energy in his body as wind energy. There was a burst of noise in the sky. Jason's moving speed instantly broke the speed of sound, and the Iron Legion behind him rushed forward, unwilling to show weakness. The speed difference between the two is not big. Jason's top speed is 1.3 Mach, and the steel armor's top speed is 1.2 Mach. In addition, Jason had to avoid attacks at all times, so there was no way to get rid of the Iron Warrior. He originally planned in his heart to hold on for at least 5 minutes. As a result, it hasn't passed a minute, and he is a little tired of coping. Just when Jason was unwilling to give up, the villain system finally reacted. Ding. Rumor Terminator, mission completed. Reward, 25,000 villains. Current progress, 3,747,028,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 29, rewarding 10 attribute points. Current progress, 947,029,000. YHS. Jason was ecstatic and couldn't help crying in his heart. He quickly added attribute points and then purchased superpowers. Ding. Do you spend 500,000 points to buy level to energy absorption? Ding. Successful purchase. Remaining points, 34,740. Level 29, 1,247,028,000. Power 103,103. Agility 100,100. Endurance 100,100. Intelligence 90,100. Remaining attribute points, 0. Reputation, 916,441,979,437. Party, TX, David. Prestige acquired for next recruitment, 1 million points, 34,740. Rechargeable points, 0. Ability, Mastery in Combat, Level 10. Proficiency in Driving, Level 10. Proficiency in Firearms, Level 10. Proficiency in Cold Weapons, Level 10. Superpower Energy Absorption, Level 2. Mal, click here. At the moment of gaining superpower, the pain caused by genetic recombination spread throughout the body, and billions of cells in the body roar in pain. What? Jason screamed and immediately fell into a coma and fell into the valley before losing consciousness. He also specifically informed his comrades to leave him alone. Seeing Jason falling straight down, the Iron Warriors thought it was an electromagnetic pulse that hit him, and suddenly cheered with excitement. "Oh, we did it! Yes, we beat Jason!" Their laughter reached the command center, completely breaking the depressive atmosphere in the command room. Several generals in charge of on-site command also breathed a long sigh of relief in their hearts, and the mountain that was pressing in their hearts was also removed. Among all the people present, only the commander of the Air Force remained serious. He pressed the communicator and said, "Land immediately. Look for Jason. Don't be careless until you see his body. Understand?" After speaking, dozens of steel armors fell rapidly, and then used the thermal imaging mode to search for Jason's corpse. Although a person is dead, his body temperature will not drop rapidly. In thermal imaging mode, the soldiers quickly found Jason. The scene picture was transmitted to the big screen in the command room. Seeing Jason lying motionless on the ground covered in mud, the Air Force commander finally smiled. "Great, great. The most wanted man in the United States was shot dead by a guy from our Air Force." Humphrey. In the second half of the year, I was finally able to confidently apply to the idiots in Congress for an increase in military spending. He pressed the communicator again and said, "You guys, good work. Now take Jason's body back to the base. I want to celebrate your feast." Upon hearing this, the captain of the battle armor formation asked puzzledly, "Sir, what about the remaining clown members?" The commander waved his hand and said, "Those people's superpowers are too tricky. They are almost natural enemies for the steel armor. In order to reduce casualties, let them temporarily." Furthermore, after Jason's death, the clown organized a group of dragons without a leader, and they must be caught in an internal battle. Let them consume a wave first, and when they are almost fighting each other, we will take action to completely eradicate the clown organization. Understood. After speaking, the captain immediately ordered someone to step forward and take away Jason's corpse. At this moment, Jason's closed eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 182, Soaring Strength. The killing begins. Please subscribe. The dozens of steel warriors standing around just watched the dead Jason, and slowly stood up again. Cheating the corpse. The scene was quiet and terrible, and the cheers in the command room stopped abruptly, one by one staring with eyes wide open, looking at the big screen. Jason shook a fist, feeling the poor little energy in his body. These energy can almost fill the cells in the body before upgrading. But after the upgrade, it seems so insignificant. The magnitude of energy has not changed, but the container has become bigger. If Jason used to be a wash basin, now it has become a luxurious jacuzzi, with a water storage capacity 10 times larger. The upper limit of energy absorption has also changed from 100 kilograms of TNT explosive equivalent to 1,000 kilograms, which is the explosive equivalent of 1 ton of TNT. This energy is simply not enough to distribute. The billions of cells in the body are all croaking for milk. Jason is not dead. Do it. Kill him. Dozens of steel warriors roared and raised their arms, spraying out electromagnetic pulses. A sneer evoked at the corner of Jason's mouth, thinking, "Here comes the milk." In an instant, a layer of light blue light appeared on his body, and the energy absorption and energy protection cover opened at the same time. In an instant, dozens of full-power electromagnetic pulses struck Jason. There was no explosion, no sound. All energy was absorbed cleanly by Jason. If it hadn't been before the upgrade, Jason would be dead at the moment and could not die again. But now, it's only 80% full. When the mind moves, the majestic energy is transported to the limbs of the body. Jason's body surface emits light blue fluorescent smoke, and all body functions have been fully strengthened. He stepped on the ground with one foot, and there was a violent explosion. The land behind him seemed to have been bombed by artillery shells, with huge potholes appearing. With this explosive power, Jason appeared in front of a steel warrior instantly. Seeing that huge fist slamming over, the expression on the soldier's face slowly changed from surprise to horror. Boom! Jason's fist hit his chest, and the steel armor made of titanium alloy instantly shattered into sky full of electronic parts. The Air Force soldiers who controlled him were shattered by the raging energy, like being thrown into a meat grinder, turning into a pool of finely divided flesh and blood. Jason looked at his bloody fist, his heart beating with excitement. 50% of the power is so strong. Cool. The joy of punching a child is back again. Seeing the bloody mess in front of him, the commander in the command room and the steel soldiers on the scene were immediately dumbfounded. Jason, how come you suddenly become so strong? Before they could think about it, Jason attacked again. A beautiful high kick hit a steel warrior in the head. With a click, the head wrapped in the steel helmet was kicked out abruptly. The cut cross-section is very flat, as if cut by a sharp long knife. Retreat, get the distance, the captain roared, and all the steel fighters immediately flew into the air away from Jason. But their speed was too slow in Jason's eyes. After stepping on the ground, he hit the steel armor with a fist, and a cloud of blood burst out of the sky. The commanders panicked completely and shouted, "Retreat! Disperse and fly into the sky!" But Jason had already smashed his eyes, and he wanted to vent all the grievances he had had for many days. With 10 times the speed of the steel armor, even if the fighters were scattered and fleeing from all directions, Jason could quickly catch up and knock them out. The tragic death of soldiers continued to be heard in the ears. The Air Force commander's face was extremely ugly, a pair of fists were clenched tightly, and he was unwilling but powerless. At this moment, he finally understood that sentence. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are fragile and vulnerable. After struggling for a long time, the commander finally made up his mind. "Is there any way I can contact Jason immediately?" The commander replied, "You can get in touch with Jason's subordinate, that is, the liquid metal robot, through the hacked live broadcast platform." The commander nodded and sighed. "Tell Jason, as long as he spares these soldiers, we are willing to pay $5 billion US. Commander, stop talking. Do it now. Okay. Chloe, who was broadcasting live on the top of the mountain, immediately discovered a hacker intrusion. But like Obadiah, the hacker did not choose to attack, but left a string of characters in the background. Chloe translated the characters and immediately notified Jason. "Boss, the Air Force Base wants you to spare these soldiers. They are willing to pay $5 billion US in compensation." Hearing this, Jason smiled faintly. "Humphrey, so many people died. These officials finally feel distressed. But $5 billion just wanted to send me away. This is begging me." "Chloe, you tell them that there is no bargaining for $10 billion US, and I also want to take all the steel armors on these soldiers." "Okay, boss." Jason decided to negotiate peace, but his hands did not stop. These officials are old foxes. It is hard to guarantee that they are delaying time. It's just that Jason's force was much softer, only destroying the arc reactor and not destroying the steel armor body. After all, once the peace talks are successful, these steel armors will all belong to Jason's private property. Jason's reply was passed to the command room. Upon hearing this excessive request, the commanders were suddenly dissatisfied. "Sir, this request absolutely cannot be agreed." "Yeah, $10 billion. Isn't he a robbery? He also wants us to keep the steel armor. After this, our Air Force has lost $20 billion US." The Air Force commander frowned, scratched the dwindling white hair, and sighed. $10 billion is $10 billion. The steel armor can be reproduced without it. Those elite Air Force pilots are our most precious treasure. The Supreme Commander spoke, and the rest of the commanders could only bow their heads angrily. Seeing that the battle that was about to be won was lost inexplicably, it was a damn frustration. After the $10 billion money arrived, Jason finally smiled and stopped chasing, and then converted all the money into points. Ding. Recharge points, 1 million points. Remaining points, 1,034,740. Hey, boys, we are reconciled. Now, take off your steel armor, and go home with bare butts. Jason hung in the air, smiling. The Iron Warriors didn't know why, until the Supreme Commander's order came through the headset. Take her off the armor and surrender. The soldiers gritted their teeth and felt very unwilling. But Jason's strength is far beyond their ability. Apart from accepting this humiliating surrender clause, they had no second choice. Seeing the soldiers stripped naked and shivering on the top of the Hollywood Hill, Jason was so happy that he exploded. As for the anger and hatred in their eyes, Jason didn't care too much. He likes to see how others hate him, but can't help him. Several comrades stood together. Halley launched superpowers, and all the comrades including the steel armor disappeared in place. He gave a severe lesson to Iron Man, restored the decline of the clown community, accelerated the increase in reputation, and obtained a large number of steel armors, and finally even the points required for superpower level 3 were obtained. Jason's action can be said to have made a lot of money. Chapter 183 Father's Legacy. Recruit the 8th Fellow Party. Please subscribe. Version 2.0 of the Los Angeles incident once again shocked the world. Why is it called version 2.0? Because compared with version 1.0, the perpetrator and the victim are the same person. Poor classmate Tony Stark, once again cruelly crushed by Jason. The title of Iron Man and the performance of Iron Armor were once again marked by a big question mark. These media are all clueless. They even praised Tony yesterday, but in a blink of an eye they began to mock and ridicule again. Questions from the media and ridicule from netizens weighed on Tony's heart, making him a little breathless. Affected by public opinion, the law enforcement agencies that were crazy before and generally snapped up the steel armor jumped out to cancel orders, and the stock price of Stark Industries shrank substantially. As a senior partner, the Air Force also completed a backstab of Tony at a critical moment. The military claimed that the steel armor had serious quality problems, resulting in the deaths of dozens of Air Force pilots, and formally claimed 100 brand new steel armor and $5 billion in compensation from Stark Industries. That's right. The Air Force commander was very witty and passed most of the losses to Stark Industries. As for the remaining $5 billion, it naturally fell to S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason given by the Air Force is very good. It is the responsibility of S.H.I.E.L.D. to eliminate the clown organization, but because of the incompetence of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Air Force was forced to be involved in the battlefield for Homeland Security. This caused such a huge loss. The S.H.I.E.L.D. shall bear this part of the compensation. S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau was frantically bombarded by military leaders, but could only accept it silently. No way, who will let himself be disappointed. Neither S.H.I.E.L.D. drones arrived on the battlefield until the end of the battle. In other words, this department that receives the most funding each year has not made any contribution to this war. The Big Brother's unbalanced heart is excusable, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had to swallow this bitter pill. Media questioned, netizens ridiculed, military backstab, stock price plummeted. Negative news came one after another. Tony was exhausted by these troubles, insomnia all night, and the whole person was sluggish, as if he was 10 years old. Last time, Pepper helped him out of his psychological shadow, but this time, Pepper is a mud bodhisattva who crosses the river and cannot protect himself. Because of the live event, Pepper suffered from severe depression. She gets herself drunk every day. She doesn't even dare to open the bedroom door. She really doesn't have the energy to help Tony. At this darkest moment, a savior suddenly appeared in front of Tony. Malibu, seaside villa. Tony sat on the sofa wearily, and opposite him sat a black marinated egg wearing a blindfold. Nick Fury, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing this, Tony snorted disdainfully. S.H.I.E.L.D. Isn't it the law enforcement agency that is responsible for encircling and suppressing clowns, but only eats up funds, but is useless? If it wasn't because you were too wasteful to eliminate the clown organization, I would have suffered such a serious crime. Looking at the expression on Tony's face, Nick Fury spit out a word calmly. Don't look at me with that look. Forgot to tell you that your father Howard Stark is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing this news, Tony was a little surprised. I have never heard my father say about this. Nick Fury said, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a highly confidential organization. If it weren't for Jason, 99% of the world would not know. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. You seem to have lost terribly in the battle the other day. Hearing this, Tony lowered his head and sighed distractedly. I don't know why, the upper limit of Jason's energy absorption has suddenly increased, and the energy output of the arc reactor is obviously not enough. If you want to kill him, unless Jason stands still and lets 100 steel armors take him alive, boom to death, Nick Fury asked. If the energy output is not enough, you haven't thought of trying new elements? Tony shook his head and said, from the moment the steel armor was born, I have been trying new elements, but there is no element that can replace the current palladium element. Nick Fury smiled and said, very good. I came here today to tell you that you haven't tried them all. What? Tony frowned. Nick Fury explained, your father once conducted a secret study, but limited by the technological conditions at the time, he could not create this magical element. He said that only you have the conditions and wisdom to complete him. Unfinished mission. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Tony couldn't believe his ears. Because in his memory, his father always has a majestic expression, and he has never identified with him, as if he was not his own. Nick Fury stood up and kicked the box under his feet. I'll leave if I have anything else, and I will leave this thing for you. Tony watched Nick Fury leave, and then cast his gaze on the military secret box under his feet, with a line printed on it. Owner, Howard Stark. Somewhere in New York, the Clown Organization. After returning to New York, the first thing Jason dealt with was to secretly buy an abandoned factory in the suburbs of New York and buy a large number of lathes. The first and second floors of the workshop are responsible for simple mechanical processing, while the negative floor of the workshop is used to make steel armor. Because of the arms embargo imposed by the president, no country or organization can legally purchase steel armor from Stark Industries, except for the American military and law enforcement agencies. This huge market vacancy gave Jason an opportunity. He asked Obdia to spend a lot of money to purchase the latest industrial robot from Stark Industries in secret. With complete materials, 4 industrial robots can assemble a steel armor every 7 days. The assembled steel armor is sold on the black market, and the net profit of each armor can be as high as $50 million. If 100 robots produce 25 steel armors every week, the monthly net profit is $5 billion, which is $60 billion a year. With so much money, it is exciting to think about it. In addition, Jason also made Chloe the chief engineer, researching Tony's steel armor and arc reactor, and recruited a large number of researchers from the clown community to serve as her assistants. The factory is running smoothly. Jason has already warmed up in the clown community. I believe that many customers who are not bad money will come to the door soon. In addition, there is good news from Jason. The clown community has renewed its vitality, and terrorist activities worldwide have entered a high incidence stage again, and they have become more intense and on a larger scale than before. Thanks to them, the reputation value of the system skyrocketed again, easily breaking through 1 million people. Ding. The reputation value exceeded 1 million. Congratulations to the host for a chance to recruit from the same party. Do you want to use it now? No, Jason was not in a hurry to recruit comrades. Instead, he chose a good day and turned on the system after bathing in incense and using comrades to recruit. Ding. The Wicked Party locomotive has been activated, and the source of the characters is Black Robe Picket. Ding. Release the comrade recruitment task. Locomotive, complete the task to recruit comrades. Task details: Locomotive has appeared in New York. Convince him to join the Clown Organization. Task reward: 100% loyalty to the same party. Reminder, for people with simple minds and well-developed limbs, it is a good choice to convince people with reason. Chapter 184 The Bank of New York $1 Million Robbery. Please subscribe. New York, Queens, Citibank branch. As the top 10 largest bank in the United States, Citibank is very strong. Even an ordinary branch is built in the Cow Financial Circle of Queens. The road at the front entrance of the branch is spacious and clean, vehicles and pedestrians hurried past, and various shops are dazzling. As the CBD in Queens, everything here is so busy and in order. There is a high-end coffee shop across the street. On the second floor of the cafe, a black guy in his 20s was sitting by the window drinking coffee, but his eyes drifted past the bank door from time to time. Refreshing inch, hip-hop dress, eye-catching complexion. Every detail on his body is incompatible with the noble and elegant cafe. The white, blonde and blue-eyed people at the adjacent tables swept past occasionally, all unabashedly showing contempt and disgust. Some even called the waiter to apply for a seat change, seemingly not wanting to breathe the same air as the dirty black man. The guy pretended not to notice the abnormality of the other guests, just stared at the bank door intently. He was holding a donut in his left hand and a coffee cup in his right hand. After he was full and drunk, he licked the oil stains on his fingers and asked the waiter to pay. He didn't give a tip, and left contentedly after dropping $20. Leaving only the waiter's eyes with disgust. The guy's name on his driver's license was Jesse Usher, but the bottom-ups who knew him called him Locomotive because he is strong and runs fast, like a locomotive. Like most lower-class blacks, the Locomotive is engaged in low-paying and heavy-handed labor. There is no house, no car, and the daily salary can only barely provide enough food and clothing. If there were no accidents, he would continue to live in such obscurity, sick or dead, no one would notice him. But Locomotive was not reconciled. He hated this kind of boring life, and he envied the dazzling politicians on TV. I hope that one day they can become the focus of attention. He tried to play basketball, baseball, sing rap songs, and dance hip-hop, but all failed without exception. Just when he was getting depressed and felt that life was gloomy, a miracle suddenly happened to him. Waking up overnight, the Locomotive suddenly possessed a superpower. His running speed has become very, very fast. He can run 1,000 meters in 10 seconds, throwing all the champions of the 100-meter race out of 10 streets. With superpowers, Locomotive's life has been greatly changed. He could have chosen to join the government and become the kind of super agent in the movie. However, the long-term social oppression, in addition to his desire to be famous and the focus of the spotlight, has also nurtured his violent personality. He hates the government, the banks, the white people, the police, the capitalists, and everyone who has bullied him. Therefore, he came to the door of Citibank today, ready to make a big news to announce his arrival to the world. The Locomotive left the cafe and walked towards the bank. When the two bank security guards saw him, they frowned subconsciously and looked up and down with scrutinizing eyes. The clown believers are making a lot of noise in New York recently, and many small banks have been robbed. Those who do bank security work must always be alert and beware of any suspicious persons. When the Locomotive noticed their gaze, he felt a little angry. Over the years, as long as he appeared in places like banks or high-end stores, security guards would look at him with this look. He didn't have the ability to resist before, so he could only choose to leave silently, but now the corners of the Locomotive's mouth turned up, revealing a kind smile, and took the initiative to move forward. Looking at the nigger in front of him, the security guard looked upset and asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing, I just want to borrow something from you." The security guard shook his head repeatedly. "No, I haven't said what to borrow." The security guard frowned and said in disgust, "No matter what it is, I won't lend it to you. Get out. This is not the place you should come." The Locomotive snorted coldly and pointed to the gun attached to the security guard's waist and said, "Don't refuse in a hurry. I just want to borrow a gun from you." Upon hearing this, The security's face changed drastically. Shit. Another clown believer who was brainwashed. The security guard immediately put his hand on his waist, ready to take out a pistol to subdue him. But the palm of my hand felt empty. The security guard turned his head in surprise and found that the holster had been opened and the pistol in it had disappeared. "Are you looking for this?" The security guard turned his head and saw that the locomotive was holding his own gun, pointing at him with a black muzzle. "Shit." "Put down the gun." Another security guard hurriedly pulled out his gun, but before he could shoot, the locomotive disappeared in front of him. The two security guards blinked, and they were stupid people. In the next second, a hard metal object pressed against the back of the gun guard. In an instant, the body of the security guard froze, and then slowly raised his hands. "Dude, relax, I won't resist." Boom. Before he could finish, the locomotive pulled the trigger decisively. A 5.56 mm brass bullet was shot in from the back of the head and rolled around in the skull to form a cavity, and then shot out from the face with a slap. Suddenly a big scar on the bottom of the bowl appeared on the security's face. The sound of gunfire broke the bustle of the neighborhood. A harsh scream sounded, and the pedestrian ran away like crazy. Several drivers were so frightened that they slammed into the car in front of them. The streets that were originally lively, bustling and orderly quickly became chaotic. Another security guard saw the tragic situation of his colleague after he fell to the ground, and immediately ran into the crowd. The locomotive immediately aimed his gun at him, and fired several shots. "It's a pity, his marksmanship is really bad." At a distance of less than 10 meters, he missed a shot and accidentally wounded several innocent people. Security beamed with joy, just when he thought he had his life back. His eyes flashed suddenly, and the locomotive appeared in front of him. Bang bang bang. There was no accident this time. After a few shots, Security immediately fell to the ground, and his expression before his death was terrified. The locomotive smiled sickly after revenge, and then walked into the bank swaggeringly with a gun in one hand. Because of the gunshots just now, the bank has entered a state of defense. More than a dozen security guards wearing body armor and holding shotguns hid in the bunker, aiming their guns at the entrance. The security guards saw a blurry figure flashing past. After blinking, there was no one outside the door. At this moment, a small footstep came from behind a security guard. When he looked back, he only saw the muzzle of a black hole. Boom! The locomotive pulled the trigger, and the security eyebrow shot and fell to the ground. What? There was a sharp shout inside the bank. The security guards hurriedly turned their heads, and when they saw the locomotive with a gun in one hand, they were all taken aback. How did this person get in? Before they had time to think, they subconsciously pointed their guns at the locomotive. Bang bang bang. Large caliber shotguns shot out, smashing vases, breaking glass, and leaving dense craters on the white wall. But the locomotive that was the target of the attack has long disappeared. Boom. Before long, there was another gunshot in the bank. But when the security guards turned their heads, they could barely see a vague figure. They couldn't find a way except to curse. The locomotive used its speed advantage to quickly move to a security guard, blast their heads with a pistol at a distance, and then choose a new target. From the perspective of him moving at high speed, the passage of time seemed to slow down, and everything in front of him entered bullet time. Boom boom boom. There were continuous gunshots in the bank, and those bank cabinet sisters and the managers all shook under the table. The bank manager has called the police, but I don't know if they will survive before the police arrive. After a minute, the gunfire ended. The locomotive quickly moved to the manager's office and blasted the closed door with the shotgun he picked up. Please don't kill me. The bank manager was a middle-aged white man with a fat brain. He immediately knelt on the ground and raised his hand, begging for mercy in fear. The locomotive laughed mockingly. It was the first time he saw a white man kneeling to a black man. Don't talk nonsense, take me to the bank vault. After speaking, he raised the muzzle and pulled the trigger. Boom! The jade handicraft on the manager's desk was broken into pieces by bullets. The manager trembled with fright, and quickly nodded. Okay, as long as you don't hurt me, I'm willing to cooperate. After speaking, The manager stood up and prepared to go to the vault. The locomotive suddenly grinned and said, "Don't stand up, you just kneel and climb to the vault." Hearing this, the expression on the manager's face was a bit dazed, and after a moment of stunned, there was a faint anger in his eyes. "If you crawl, the speed will be very slow." The locomotive frowned and banged his shot on the desk. "Then you can crawl for me." Looking at the shotgun in his hand, the manager finally bowed his head and chose to crawl out of the office. The manager is a bit fat, and his posture to get up is very funny. Seeing this scene, the locomotive was greatly satisfied. Just kneeling and lacking visual shock, he immediately moved to the bank counter and dragged out all the staff hiding inside. In this way, a spectacle appeared in the lobby of the bank. A dozen white people knelt in a row, and one person followed another's ass and crawled on the ground quickly. Seeing such a scene, the locomotive laughed happily. "Yes, yes, that's it. You descendants of butchers should always walk on your knees." While the locomotive shot and urged, he took out his mobile phone to shoot the video, and then uploaded the video to social networks. Such a hot and informative video, at least 1 million fans. After the group climbed to the vault, the manager took out the key and opened the iron door of the vault. The locomotive threw a backpack over and said, "Don't rush, put the money in the bag quickly." The manager took the bag and stuffed money frantically. The locomotive of crime movies has not been seen less. All he wants are small old banknotes that are not even numbered. After the backpack was full, the manager put the backpack on the ground and asked a little surprised, "Sir, is there only one bag?" In order to survive, he can only rely on betraying the interests of his owner in exchange for the trust of the locomotive. The locomotive picked up the backpack and sneered, "I want to pretend to go, but I can't carry it alone. However, although I can't take it, I won't leave it to you." After speaking, he took out a fake Zippo lighter from his pocket. Chapter 185 High Energy Live. Burn the bank vault. Please subscribe. As the saying goes, those who can do more work. Among all the members of the clown organization, Chloe is the most versatile. She is not only proficient in the professional knowledge of hundreds of disciplines in human society, but also has the computing power comparable to supercomputers, so she shoulders the most workload in the organization. Chloe is not only responsible for maintaining the safety of the clown community, but also monitoring the global military network to prevent Jason from being given a nest by missiles in his sleep. At the same time, she is also the chief scientist of the clown organization, responsible for researching the steel armor and the arc reactor, striving to understand this technology as soon as possible, and independently develop a new version. The most important thing is that Chloe has maintained the 007 work system for a long time, without eating, drinking, and salary. This kind of employee is really what all capitalists dream of. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chloe, who was dissecting the steel armor in the laboratory, detected a piece of valuable information and immediately reported it to Jason. At this moment, Jason is in the underground training ground for superpower training. In order to adapt his body to the changes in superpower level 2 as soon as possible, Jason called Franklin, David, and John to the underground training ground and asked the three of them to jointly attack him. Jason believes that only by pushing himself to the limit of actual combat training can he make rapid progress, so he ordered the three of them to take full action without hesitation. Anyway, there is Bell Mode. The nanny, as long as there is a breath, she can be saved. In the underground training ground, the four-person battle was fierce, for the three accomplices, fighting against a master like Jason can also make rapid progress. "Boss, there is a situation." At this moment, Chloe's voice came from the earphones. Jason kept moving his hands and said breathlessly, "What's the situation?" "There was a robbery at Citibank in Queens. The robbers are suspected of possessing superpowers." Jason thought of the task of recruiting from the same party, and said quickly, "Understood." After that, Jason suddenly speeded up the offensive, wanting to end the special training in the shortest time. Puff. Not far away, the two steel armors controlled by Franklin ejected two full-power electromagnetic pulse waves at the same time. Jason's eyes condensed, attaching the energy of the whole body to the limbs of the body. strengthening the body's ability in all directions. The overflowing energy formed a light blue smoke on Jason, slowly drifting away with the wind. This is the first active skill Jason developed, called Full Power Mode. This mode focuses on melee combat, with armor, output, recovery, fast movement speed, high attack speed, and almost invincible existence of the same rank. The only disadvantage of this mode is that the energy is scattered throughout the body and there is no way to concentrate a little, and no explosive damage can be done. Seeing the electromagnetic pulse from the left and right, Jason raised his blue iron fist and slammed it out. Boom! The two electromagnetic pulses were directly hit by fists and flew elsewhere. "Be careful, boss is really moving." As soon as Franklin finished speaking, Jason's feet teleported to the steel armor, and with a gentle pull with his right hand, he pulled the arc reactor down. Franklin hurriedly manipulated the other armor to escape, but Jason moved too fast and appeared on the other side almost instantaneously, and then solved the steel armor in the same way. The two battle armors were scrapped, and Franklin could only withdraw from the battlefield unwillingly. David and John looked at each other, and both nodded solemnly. Regardless of their horrible idea, Jason rushed towards the two of them at an instant. When he landed, David moved his mouth and suddenly launched a super wave. The harsh sound made Jason's eardrum a little pain, and the bones all over his body were shaking. David's super wave is a very difficult superpower. With energy protection, Jason still felt his body was out of control and his four-dimensional ability was greatly reduced. If it were ordinary people without energy protection, they would have fainted by foaming at the mouth at this moment. At this time, John immediately squatted down and pressed his hands to the ground. In the next second, the white cold air rushed towards Jason, and the ground along the road was all formed into thin ice. If the human body is hit by the cold, it will be frozen into an ice sculpture in just a few seconds. Jason used one foot to avoid the cold, suddenly jumped into the air, and then his hands changed palms to force two waves of energy. When John and David saw this, they immediately dodged aside. Without the interference of ultrasound, Jason's combat effectiveness was fully restored. He immediately gathered the energy in his body into the size of a glass ball, and then madly fired at the two of them. This is the second active skill developed by Jason after his superpower is upgraded, called Energy Burst. The glass ball fell like a drizzle, and David and John had nowhere to hide from being hit by the glass ball, and instantly fell to the street. Upon seeing this, Jason immediately recovered his energy and asked Belmode to come forward for treatment. Looking at the hideous scars on the two of them, Jason was very satisfied with this skill. This is just a burst of energy in the full power state. If you exit the full power state and explode all the energy, the power is absolutely no less powerful than the Jericho missile of Stark Industries. After greeted several accomplices, Jason left the base and flew towards Queens. Citibank, underground vault. A selected clerk held his mobile phone and faced the locomotive nervously. "Hey, old Iron, welcome everyone to watch my live broadcast." Fucking the twisted rap. The locomotive was streaming live in front of the camera with excitement. "Old Irons, I know that there are many anchors on the YouTube who like to show off their wealth through live broadcasts. They live broadcast luxury cars, live luxury houses, live meals, live sex with girls. But today, I want to tell the whole network anchor that you are all shit in my eyes." The locomotive was facing the camera, arrogantly showing a middle finger. Soon, a lot of words beginning with FS appeared in the poorly populated live broadcast room. Some viewers have sharp eyes, and they can see through the reality of the locomotive at a glance. "Stupid X. I'm embarrassed to pretend to be a local tyrant in a clothes stall." The locomotive was not angry when he saw this, and continued, "I know you don't believe it. Today, I will let you old Iron know what is truly wealthy and self-willed." After speaking, his eyes were swept away, and the bank clerk immediately turned around obediently and pointed the phone camera at the vault. As the camera turns, those scolding viewers see a huge vault. In an instant, the scolding stopped. What appeared in front of them was not the safes of ordinary rich people, but the flagship-level bank vaults. The thickness of this thing is close to 50 centimeters. If there is no fingerprint and key to open the lock at the same time, it will be impossible to explode with C4 explosives and RPG. The live broadcast room was silent, and the treasury alone actually revealed the identity of the owner. People who can use a bank vault as a safe are at least at the level of a tyrant prince in the Middle East. As for clothes, those who wear whatever clothes you want to wear and never need foreign objects to decorate yourself are the real local tyrants. The locomotive walked into the vault, and the staff also followed in. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my family's vault. How is it style?" The people watching the live broadcast were completely dumbfounded. What greeted them was a mountain of cash and gold nuggets with a total value of no less than $1 billion US. Damn, I'm really sour. I met a superlocal anchor again. There are so many rich people in the world, why can't you count me as one? The number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed, and soon broke through from dozens to 10,000. And it is still increasing. The surly spirit in the live comment area disappeared, and all the audience turned into dogs and licked up hard, hoping to win the favor of the local tyrants to enjoy a bowl of rice. The locomotive looked at the popularity of the live broadcast room and the nauseous words in the comment area, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. This is life, and the previous decades have been so in vain. The locomotive's heart was pounding, and the excitement couldn't help it. Don't get excited, everyone. These are basic operations that are not surprising. There are still dozens of treasuries of this level. Hearing this, the comment area was another burst of surprise. Dozens of vaults. Could it be that you are the invisible rich man who never appeared in the media and never appeared in Fortune magazines? This is too rich. Damn, I'm so envious. I really hope that the money will fall down and smash this nigger to death. The locomotive smiled and continued, "If I just show off my wealth, I am no different from other anchors, so I will play a big one today." As he said, he took out the lighter from his pocket, lit the flame and said, "I want a fire to burn all the cash." What? Hearing that, all the audience were dumbfounded. After watching the live broadcast for such a long time, I have seen all kinds of fancy shows of wealth, but I have never seen a live broadcast to burn money, and I have to burn hundreds of millions of dollars. This is a grudge against Kian. The audience has nothing to say. I feel that my 3 views have been shattered at this moment. The locomotive walked to the pile of cash and lit the bank notes with a lighter. Obviously the money is not his own, but watching the money slowly ignite, the audience still cannot help but feel distressed. "Big dog, why not give it to me?" The flame increased slightly, and soon ignited the pile of money. The locomotive moved another box of bank notes, and then kept throwing cash in. This scene is like burning paper money to the dead on the Eastern Tomb Sweeping Day. The fire grew stronger and gradually spread to the entire vault. The locomotive walked out of the vault, looked at the flames in front of him, and laughed. "How about old Diane? I said that those who show off their wealth live our shit." No one dares to object now. Hundreds of millions of dollars were burned in one fire, except for me. There is absolutely no second in the world. Before he could finish his words, intensive sirens sounded outside the door. The staff turned around subconsciously, but accidentally sold the locomotive. Looking at the familiar scene in front of them, someone tentatively commented, "Hold the grass. This is not Citibank." "What bank? This is the anchor's home." "You are blind. Can't you see the Citibank logo?" "Yes, it's Citibank. I'm their VIP. I can't get familiar with it anymore." "Anchor, what is going on? Could it be that the anchor burned Citibank's vault?" "Grass. My savings are in Citibank." "Dead nigger, I want to kill you." Ignoring the bursting comment area, the locomotive looked at the police car outside the window with a sneer. Chapter 186 Police and Bandit Battle. The Dead Police Chief. Please subscribe, Queens. Outside the Citibank, more than a dozen explosion-proof police vehicles blocked all exits of the bank. Hundreds of special police officers put on body armor and aimed at the glass door with automatic rifles. 2 helicopters hovered overhead, broadcasting live footage. The several sniper teams on the top of the tall building opposite were all in place. The police negotiator hid behind the explosion-proof vehicle and used a tweeter to shout inside. The locomotive turned a deaf ear to these nonsense. He took up his backpack and locked the buckle on his chest, and slowly pushed open the glass door of the bank. The police are very nervous because they didn't know if it was a robber or a hostage who pushed the door. They didn't dare to shoot without permission, all staring at the glass door with wide eyes. They first saw a black hand, and according to the information bank staff were all white. Fool unexpectedly ran out alone. Just as the police were relaxed and ready to shoot, the figure flickered in front of them, and the glass door slowly closed again. When the locomotive is running at high speed, the passage of time slows down and the people and things around are entering bullet time. In this state, it seems that the whole world is its own people. Just when the police were confused, the locomotive had moved behind a special police officer. Peering with his right hand, a grenade hung on his chest popped out into his hand. The special police was taken aback and turned his head quickly. There was no one behind, but on the ground was a grenade that had already opened the insurance. Monkey reset! The special police exclaimed loudly, but before he could move, the grenade exploded. Boom! A ball of fire rose, and the special policeman was blown into the air, and then fell to the ground with blood, completely showing no signs of life. The loud sound of the explosion broke the solemn atmosphere. All the police officers raised their guns and looked around in a panic, but let alone people around them, there was no footsteps. Seeing the police's panicked expression, the locomotive looked excited and extremely happy. After wandering around, the locomotive found a policeman who was alone, and put the shotgun on his back. Boom! A gunshot. Although the policeman was wearing a body armor, he was hit by a large-caliber shotgun at zero distance and was still punched through his body. Blood splashed on the face of the locomotive, and he smiled excitedly and ran away again. A group of special police officers were swept around by a robber, which made the chief of the police station in charge of on-site command very angry. He immediately took out the intercom and asked the sniper lying on the roof, standing high and looking far away. The behavior of the locomotive was seen by the snipers, but the locomotive's speed was too fast, and the sniper could only see a vague figure, only when he stopped to kill. Sir, the robbers are fast, they should be superpowers. Hearing this, the secretary felt big for a while. The rumor that the robbers were superpowers, but the crowd onlookers misunderstood when they were emotionally stressed, but it was actually true. This is troublesome. Superpowers are not something that the local branch can handle. They must find SHIELD Bureau. But even if you notify SHIELD now, it will take at least half an hour to arrive. According to the robbers' killing speed, they were destroyed by the regiment after half an hour. The director picked up the walkie-talkie again. Sniper, are you sure to hit him the moment he stops killing? The sniper replied, if you know the target in advance, you can do it. But this guy kills people entirely out of interest and cannot be predicted in advance. The director said, it's okay, I have a way. After speaking, the chief jumped into a police car and took out a pistol and shot at the sky. Bang bang bang. The continuous gunfire attracted everyone's attention, including the locomotive. Come out, you son of a bitch. People who have the ability to single with me, don't bully me. The secretary rushed into the crown, staring at the audience with a pair of tiger eyes. As soon as the voice fell, all the policemen were blinded. What is the director doing? Isn't it stupid? You provoked a robber with superpowers like this. Don't you know how to write dead words? At the moment, the locomotive is also a little confused, completely unable to understand the behavior of the director. Is he awe-inspiring, or is his head pitted? However, the sniper ambushing on the top floor understood the director's meaning and immediately moved his gun to the director's side. Can't bear to let the child catch the wolf. With this kind of wisdom and courage, no wonder people can be the chief. The TV station broadcasted live, and the director's words quickly reached the audience's ears. Although they can't understand the director's behavior, most people still respect him. After all, those who have the courage to face death will always be the minority. The TV host was even more excited and exclaimed, George Stacy is the most responsible police chief I have ever seen. There is no one. Why? Don't you dare. Director George snorted coldly and said with contempt, I knew that a scum like you would always be a scumbag and would never be on the stage for a lifetime. His words of scum completely angered the locomotive, and the anger in his heart was suddenly out of control. They all say that blacks have a high crime rate, and they all say that blacks are so lazy. But when you were born in this country, your future is doomed from the moment you have black skin. The damn white people always like to slander black people for not seeking to make progress, because the white people have personally blocked all the black people's ascent channels. Whenever the black man wants to climb up, the white man will kick you down forcefully. If you are determined to kick you down, then use a gun to kill you. The blacks in this country are so desperate. Fuck you. The locomotive roared and jumped onto the police car and raised his shotgun against George's forehead. For the locomotive everything is slow motion, but for George, he just feels a gust of wind, and then an angry black man appears in front of him. The locomotive's eyes were red and roared, "Go to hell, white pig!" Boom! A high-precision sniper rifle shot accurately hit the arm of the locomotive, and the finger that pulled the trigger immediately lost his strength. The locomotive was in pain, and subconsciously activated his superpowers into bullet time. But it was too late. The bullet had penetrated his arm. He could only watch his arm break in two, and the section of his palm slowly fell to the ground. In an instant, the pain of digging through the heart spread throughout the body. The locomotive was trembling, his forehead was sweating, and his brain almost lost consciousness. At this time, a few more bullets came quickly. In the desire to survive, the locomotive endured the painful pain and avoided it. The bullet left a few scratches on his cheeks and shoulders. Regardless of killing this damn white pig, the locomotive jumped out of the police car and ran out desperately. Before he ran far, he only felt weak, and fell to the ground with a plop. Because of the serious injury, he can't use superpowers temporarily. Director George came back to his senses, his face covered in blood and his eyes widened. Although he had recovered his life, he still felt lingering in his heart, as if he had walked from hell. The police looked far away. A few hundred meters away, the locomotive fell in a pool of blood, struggling to get up. But because his arm was broken and he lost too much blood, he tried several times and failed. "A son of a bitch, I will kill you!" A police officer cursed and wanted to step forward to make up the knife. George immediately stepped forward to stop him. "Wait a minute, don't shoot." Upon hearing this, a police officer said dissatisfied, "Chief, he just killed 7 police officers." George waved his hand, and said helplessly, "I know you are angry, and I understand your feelings. But you must know that he is now the only superpower that the government has captured alive. If scientists can thoroughly study his genes and develop weapons against superpowers, many police and soldiers will avoid death in the future. Isn't this more valuable than killing people and venting your anger now?" After listening to Chief George's words, the police officers who wanted to shoot the locomotive indiscriminately bowed their heads and put their guns away unwillingly. George nodded and said, "Give him a shot of a powerful anesthetic, and someone from SHIELD will come and pick him up soon." "Understand." A police officer stepped forward, preparing to inject the locomotive with anesthetic. At this time, the distant sky buzzed, as if a fighter plane was flying by. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky, and the observer on the top of the building also took out a telescope to observe the sound source. After a while, the walkie-talkie in George's hand sounded a trembling observation hand. "Jason." "No good. Jason is here." "What?" George was taken aback. His face was ugly. "Damn Jason. If we don't come early or late, we come when we are about to succeed." George acted decisively, and he immediately issued an order to all the police officers, "Retreat. Retreat quickly." Everyone gets in the car immediately. Hearing Jason's name, all the police panicked. They climbed onto the police car, slammed on the accelerator and fled the scene, and the 2 helicopters quickly flew away. There was a mess at the scene, and a policeman said in a frustration, "Chief, this nigger." George said, "Jason's goal is him. We all have to die with him." After that, he jumped on the police explosion-proof car and whizzed away. 10 seconds later, Jason fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. But when he stood up, he could only see the taillights of the police car. Jason smiled and said sarcastically, "The police in New York really do. They can run much faster than the police in Los Angeles." Lifting his head and looking around, there was a pool of blood on the ground in the distance, and Jason hurriedly stepped forward to help the locomotive. Seeing his missing half of his arm, Jason frowned. No one can cure such a serious injury except Belmode. Jason found the broken arm, picked up the locomotive and flew towards the stronghold. Underground training ground. John and David woke up after treatment. Belmode stood up, wiped off the sweat from his forehead, and asked puzzledly, "I'm exhausted. I think it's interesting that you fight each other every day." John and David looked at each other, smiling bitterly, and did not answer. Boom. At this time, the door of the basement was kicked open, and Jason walked in quickly and put the locomotive on the treatment bed. "His arm is broken and must be quickly connected." Everyone leaned forward to take a look, and suddenly took a breath. "This buddy is a bit miserable." Belmode started treatment immediately, then raised his head and said dissatisfied, "Where did you find the person?" "When did the clown organization change to the Red Cross?" Jason replied, "Like you. He is also a core member of the organization." Chapter 187 Successful Recruitment of the Same Party. Warframe pre-sale is hot. Please subscribe. After several hours of treatment, the broken arm of the locomotive was connected, and his body function was mostly restored. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw a few people with their heads stretched out, looking at him curiously. "You are awake." Monkey Reset. The locomotive turned pale in fright, and quickly turned over and got out of the bed and covered his chest with both hands, like a little daughter-in-law who had been assaulted. He roared in horror, "Who are you? What did you do to me?" Hearing his loud and powerful voice, Jason said, "Well, it looks like he is recovering well." The other party did not pay attention to him at all, which made the locomotive very annoyed. "Am I asking you?" His voice stopped abruptly. Looking at Jason's familiar face, the locomotive was completely stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively asked, Are you Mr. Jason Walter?" Jason touched his chin. "Yes, it's me." The locomotive looked at the others. "Are you a clown organization?" "Okay." Getting the affirmative answer, the locomotive looked dumbfounded. "This is not a dream, right?" "What happened when I was in a coma?" With a mess in his mind, the locomotive frowned and scratched his hair, and suddenly realized that his broken arm had been connected. "Amuka." The locomotive rubbed his skin, his eyes full of surprise. Not only was his arm connected, but he didn't even have a scar, let alone any discomfort or pain. "This kind of defying technology, I am afraid that the best medical skills in the world will not be able to do it." After thinking about it, only the clown organization can do it, because the core members of this organization are all superpowers like him. "You saved me and helped me get my arm?" Jason nodded slightly, too lazy to even speak. Upon hearing this, the locomotive asked curiously, "Why save me?" "I don't seem to know you," Jason said. "Because you are superpowers just like us. Because you, like us, are dissatisfied with this shit-like world. We are the same kind of people, and you are very suitable to join the clown organization. The clown organization is inviting me." The locomotive swallowed, and his heart began to beat faster. "Is it a member of the organization, or a full member?" It seems that this guy doesn't log into the clown community less often, and he even knows the level of members of the clown organization. "No, it's a core member." Hearing this, the locomotive's face was ecstatic, and the muscles on his face were twisted. He kept nodding his head and said, "Thank you for your invitation. I am very willing." "No, I am very honored to join the clown organization." Before obtaining superpowers, Locomotive was a user of the clown community. It is a pity that he was timid and fearful at that time, and kept diving in the community, not to mention completing a terrorist mission. He dared not even publish a post. Jason stepped forward to shake hands with him, smiled and said, "You are welcome to join. This is the organization's base in New York. You can live here with peace of mind for the time being without worrying about any security issues. These fellow parties are also core members. They will help you truly understand and integrate into the Clown organization. After speaking, Jason patted him on the shoulder and led Belmode to leave the training ground. Halfway, Belmode asked curiously, "Is it that simple?" "I think when she was the leader in Los Angeles, every core member was strictly selected after many tests. Even so, she recruited a lot of undercover agents. At the most exaggerated time, she recruited 5 members, 3 of whom were undercover agents. But when it comes to Jason, it feels a bit tricky to recruit core members." Jason looked up at the transparent light curtain and smiled. "It's that simple. It's too complicated for you to think." Ding. The Wicked Party locomotive recruited successfully. Source: Black Robe Pickets. Abilities: Theft Proficiency, Level 2, Driving Proficiency, Level 1, Combat Proficiency, Level 4, Firearms Proficiency, Level 1, Superpower Swift Speed, Level 1. The two separated halfway. Belmode went to the bedroom to make up for a sleep, and Jason went to the underground factory alone. In the empty workshop, there are hundreds of high-precision CNC machine tools, each of which is assisted by 4 industrial robots. Jason strolled around the factory building leisurely, and the pleasant mechanical sound came to his ears, bringing a different listening experience. I don't know if Stan, a music fan, likes this kind of mechanical sound. Jason walked all the way, and finally walked to Chloe and found a chair to sit down. Chloe is testing a new model of the arc reactor. The first batch of steel armor will use this newly upgraded reactor, which has a higher output power than Tony's original. Boss. Chloe continued her work without looking up. Jason asked, "How is the pre-sale situation of the steel armor?" The quality of the steel armor business directly affects the points that Jason can obtain, and then affects his strength, so Jason must pay attention to it. Very good. 100 steel armors that were pre-sold this month were robbed in just 1 minute and 27 seconds after being put on the Clown community. Hearing that, Jason showed a satisfied smile on his face. 1 battle armor has a net profit of $50 million, and a 100 battle armor is $5 billion. Calculating the monthly net profit of $1 billion in the New York black market, the Clown organization can now earn $6 billion a month. This income is very impressive. Jason smiled, and then asked, "Who are the customers who buy the steel armor?" Chloe replied, "The number of customers is very large. Basically, countries with a little bit of strength have bought it. This kind of product that surpasses the times is still very popular." Jason frowned and said, "It's really rare." "There is no limit on the purchase of steel armor. I thought it would be sold out by several big countries." Chloe said, "Steel armor is not a children's toy. The specific combat performance has yet to be tested. Each customer orders 1 or 2 with the attitude of trying it out. Some local tyrants in the Middle East buy it back as a figure." By the way, the Hydra people also walked through the back door through Stanfield and locked 5 steel armors in advance. This makes me feel strange. Hydra has basically controlled SHIELD. Why not use official channels to buy genuine Stark Industries armor, but instead spend a high price on our black market armor? Jason explained to Chloe. The genuine steel armor is a top-secret product. The use of armor not only requires layers of approval and registration, but also contains special chips and numbers. These chips will record the operating status and flight trajectory of each armor in real time, and upload them to the servers of Stark Industries, the military, the government, SHIELD and other law enforcement agencies. Although Hydra controls SHIELD, there are still many loopholes, let alone other departments. Once they do something bad with the genuine armor, it is easy to expose. Chloe nodded, and finally understood why Hydra had made such a move. Understood, boss. Is there anything else? Jason stood up and said, "No, you are busy." After speaking, he just left the underground factory. Chapter 188. The experiment failed. Hulk is born. Please subscribe. A bar somewhere on the street in Dayton, Ohio. Two men sat at a small square table by the window of the bar. A suit and leather shoe wears a short beard, with a frivolous look in his eyes. The other was dressed in military uniform and had gray hair. Judging from his facial expressions, he was a scheming, indifferent person. "General, I will remind you again," Tony Stark in a suit said with a serious expression, "my father terminated the super soldier program in the last century for a reason. This technology has serious problems." "Really?" Air Force Lieutenant General Ross took a sip of whiskey, and said, "You said there was a problem with the super soldier program, but don't forget that Captain America is the first superhero in history." Tony looked upset and snorted coldly. "Captain America is a special case. Not everyone can be as lucky as him." General Ross smiled and asked with a somewhat ironic expression, "Okay, I will listen to you. Give up the super soldier plan. Then, who will kill Jason? Who will kill the clown organization? Do you rely on your iron skin?" Tony's face twitched, and his eyes were a little angry. "The super soldier plan is too unstable. In contrast, the steel armor is more reliable." Hearing this, General Ross smiled non-committal. He raised the glass and drank the whiskey in the glass. "Whatever. You have your plan, I have my ideas. Don't waste time." Tony shook his head indifferently. "I'm just a lobbyist for Nick Fury, and I don't care about the result." "He can't convince me, and neither can you." After speaking, General Rose stood up and prepared to leave. Tony frowned and asked, "Just a drink?" General Rose said as he walked, "There is a genius scientist in the laboratory who wants to do human experiments by himself. I'm going to the spot and staring." A bunch of lunatics." Tony showed disdain. He picked up the wine glass and sniffed it on the tip of his nose, then put it down again. The Military Secret Laboratory. A group of talented scientists organized by the military is intensively testing various equipment. In 10 minutes, this secret experiment that even scientists do not know what to do will be the first human experiment. The test subject is the team's absolute brain tank, Bruce Banner, a top physicist with 7 PhDs. Banner stood by and instructed them to test the equipment. Standing beside him was his girlfriend Betty Rose, who was also the daughter of General Rose. "Bruce, are you nervous?" Betty asked. Banner looked at his girlfriend with a smile, with a relaxed and happy expression on his face. Even without paying attention to the words, that kind of absolute confidence is already beyond words. Squeak tilde. The door of the laboratory opened and General Rose, who was blushing, walked in. "Geniuses, are you ready?" General Banner said hello, then looked at his colleagues one by one. "Confirm." "Okay, no problem." After all the tests were over, Banner turned around and said, "General, we are ready." General Rose patted the future son-in-law on the shoulder. "Bruce, so many years of hard work, it depends on your performance." Banner nodded seriously, then walked into the test area and lay on the gamma ray meter. Several assistants stepped forward to tie his hands and feet, turned on the switch of the instrument, and then quickly left. With the monitoring equipment ready, Banner nodded at Betty through the window. Betty stretched out her thumb to show encouragement, and then said, "Go." Click. The assistant presses the switch and the instrument starts. A green gamma ray shone on Banner. General Rose walked up to his daughter, staring at Banner unblinking. "For most of my life, success and failure are at this moment." After running the instrument for more than 10 seconds, the red warning light on the monitoring station suddenly lights up. "Diddy." The harsh alarm sounded through the laboratory. "No, stop." Betty's face changed, and she quickly walked over to urge her assistant to turn off the device. It failed again. General Rose lowered his head, his eyes full of disappointment. Boom. At this moment, the gamma ray apparatus exploded, emitting a burst of black smoke and fire. At the moment of the explosion, gamma rays far exceeding the experimental dose 10,000 times irradiated Banner's whole body. Banner closed his eyes, his expression distorted in extreme pain, and his limbs struggled desperately like a convulsion. "Banner, what's wrong with you?" Betty lay on the glass, looking anxious, and slapped the window hard. General Ross hurriedly pulled him. "Betty, don't go near the window, watch out for gamma rays." He knew very well that this was not an experiment failure, but an experiment accident. Banner was definitely not saved by being exposed to such a large dose of gamma rays. But to everyone's surprise, Banner not only did not die, but the intensity of the struggle became greater. At the same time, dozens of green stripes appeared on the skin of his upper body, which were connected to the limbs and skeletons like blood. Gradually, Banner's body was getting greener, and his body was getting bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amaka, the scientists in the laboratory ran out in horror. Only General Ross and Betty remained in place. Betty was heartbroken and worried. General Rose looked calm and lost in thought. Banner got bigger and bigger. His huge size easily crushed the gamma-ray meter, and he sat down on the ground. When he stood up, a green monster with a height of 2 meters and 3 meters, a weight of more than 500 kilograms, and explosive muscle mass appeared in front of them. Hulk opened his teeth and danced his claws, shouting at the two of them. The two people opposite the glass window were completely frightened and stood motionless. Upon seeing this, Hulk thought they were not convinced, and grabbed the squashed mechanical equipment and smashed it. "Be careful!" With a crash, the glass window was broken by the equipment. Betty couldn't dodge, was taken by the device, and immediately fell to the ground and fainted. Raw. Hulk thumped his chest triumphantly, then rushed out of the test area. Whether it's a metal door or a concrete wall, it becomes a tofu project in front of him, which breaks when it is crushed, and falls when it is touched. At this time, the guard broke in from outside, raised his pistol, and shot at Hulk. Bang bang bang. Hulk's original target was General Rose. Seeing a small bug attacking him, he waved his hand to fan General Rose and walked to the guard. The guard raised his head and looked at the behemoth in front of him, directly frightened. Raw. Hulk roared and smashed the guard into patties with a sharp punch. After getting rid of the guards, Hulk rushed out of the laboratory and quickly ran outdoors. Superhuman speed, strength and endurance make Hulk feel like no one. The bullets of various calibers fired by the guards were tickling to him. Not only is there no harm, but it will irritate him. Boom! Hulk knocked down the outer wall of the laboratory building from indoors, and then fell to the ground. He bent his legs to accumulate energy and jumped out of the experimental base with ease, completely disappearing into the night. General Rose fell to the ground, clutching his dislocated arm. A light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 189. The plot opens. Mountain rain is coming. Please subscribe. Although Hulk's strength is strong, his mind is like a bear kid who only knows anger. After escaping from the laboratory, he quickly ran to the outskirts to have fun in the mountains and forests, and he was crazy all night before returning his body to Banner. Banner woke up, ran home from the suburbs in big pants, changed clothes and rushed to the hospital. Through the glass window, he saw his beloved girlfriend lying on the hospital bed unconscious, self-blame and guilt flooding his mind. "How dare you come over? It's all because of your self-confidence that Betty became like this." General Rose, with his arm in a plaster, rushed over and pulled out Banner's collar and roared. Banner lowered his head and dared not look directly at his future father-in-law. No, it was General Rose's eyes. He killed Betty like this, not to mention that General Ross would not agree to their marriage. Even Betty. Banner couldn't imagine how Betty would think of him when he woke up. Lover? Colleague? Or a monster? General Ross pushed him against the wall and said angrily, "I now announce that you have been arrested. You are not allowed to go anywhere until the military has figured out your body." Hearing this, Banner frowned and shook his head resolutely. He is very clear about General Rose's character. He is a cruel character who wants to achieve his goals by all means. If it weren't for Betty, Banner would never work with such a person. Once Banner is caught in a hurry, long and brutal trials and torture await him. In order to conceal the truth, General Rose will most likely imprison him for a lifetime. "No, I will figure out how to solve my problem myself. Don't worry, I will not stay in the United States and will not cause trouble to the government and the military." General Rose narrowed his eyes and threatened in a low voice, "Banner, this is a high-level order. I advise you not to resist." "General, I also advise you, don't force me." Banner raised his head and stared at General Rose, a green light flashing across his pale blue pupils. General Rose was taken aback, and immediately let go of his hand and stepped back, and then commanded the soldiers, "You catch him." Banner glanced, and the soldiers immediately retracted their feet. They are all confidants of General Rose, know what happened to the homework, so they dare not act rashly. Banner turned his head, gave Betty a gentle look, and then left the hospital without looking back. Before coming to the hospital, he had booked a ticket to Brazil. He won't be back for the time being until the monster in his body is resolved. An accident in the military's experiment led to the birth of the uncontrollable Hulk. This kind of shocking scandal is naturally to be concealed. All those who knew the inside information signed the highest level confidentiality agreement, and if they were leaked, they would be punished as treason. Regarding the big explosion last night, the military's public explanation was that a short circuit of the experimental equipment caused a laboratory explosion. The explosion caused the death of several guards. General Rose's arm was dislocated, and Dr. Betty, the general's daughter, was seriously injured and unconscious. The chief of the experiment, the top physicist Dr. Bruce Banner, was expelled from the military and his whereabouts are unknown. This fake news has deceived ordinary people, failed to deceive high-level government, and even less deceived Jason, the half-hearted prophet. When he heard Bruce Banner's name, a green monster suddenly appeared in his mind. Unlike Iron Man, Hawkeye, and Black Widows, the Hulk's combat power is at the top of the Marvel Universe. Except for those godlike characters, ordinary superheroes are not his enemy at all. Even more frightening is that the upper limit of the Hulk's combat effectiveness is extremely high. When it becomes more angry, it can exert a terrifying combat effectiveness. If Jason is now playing one-on-one with the Hulk, he doesn't have much confidence in his heart. The birth of the Hulk is a blessing or a curse for the Clown organization. Jason felt a little bit of pressure after a long absence, and all he could do was to fill up the workload, and he was frantically doing tasks every day, hoping to improve his strength as soon as possible. At the same time, in a small icy and snowy town in Siberia, a pair of down-and-out father and son watched TV in front of the stove. The TV is showing a documentary produced by American TV, called Tony Stark from Playboy to Iron Man. On the screen, Tony announced to the media vigorously, "I'm Iron Man." A word inflamed 1,000 layers of waves. Iron Man and Tony instantly became the target of the media, and the patron saint of the American people. Seeing this, the old man over the past few years was full of frustration, leaving tears of regret. His name is Anthony Vank. He was once a genius scientist and a colleague of Howard Stark. The two participated in the development of the arc reactor together. However, the greedy Stark family actually framed him as a Soviet spy and deported him in order to swallow the fruits of victory. The stupid Soviet government could not understand his talents, and exiled him to Siberia, where he lived a life of poverty all his life. If it's just that he suffers, Anthony can still accept it. But because of his special status, his son could not receive a good education, could not enter the university to teach, let alone enter the government agency. This is what he can't bear. Also, the son of the developer of the arc reactor, Tony Stark, became the pride of the United States, enjoying the glory and wealth they could not imagine. However, his son can only stay in a small cold city and barely make ends meet by repairing machinery in the factory. This huge difference made Anthony ticklish with hatred. He turned his head to look at his son, 2 rows of teardrops shed. "Ivan, this should be yours." Ivan Vank remained silent and held his father's hand tightly. "He understands. He understands everything." "Ivan, this should be yours." Anthony said this weakly, repeating it over and over again, until his heart beats completely. Father's hand slipped from his palm. Ivan's heart seemed to have been cut open, and severe pain spread throughout his body. At the same time, a surge of anger surged from the bottom of my heart, completely overwhelming him. When his father's funeral was over, Ivan had already formulated a revenge plan in his heart. He must avenge the Stark family. He must let this family of thieves die without a burial place, even if there is no bones left. Ivan pulled out the blueprint left by his father and set about building the arc reactor. When the reactor is built, it will be the end of Tony Stark. The mountain rain was about to come and the wind filled the building. Everyone became busy, as the incarnation of terror, Jason is busy doing tasks all day to earn villains. Hulk hid in a slum in Brazil, learning to control his anger, looking for a way to eliminate Hulk. Tony stayed in the laboratory and started researching and developing a new generation of steel armor. For revenge, Ivan is busy building the arc reactor. In the foreseeable future, the four must have a fierce confrontation. Chapter 190. Dragon and Phoenix are prosperous. Crazy upgrade. Please subscribe. Time flies. March has passed. Belmode and Hallie's due date finally arrived. The New York base of the Clown organization, Jason has transformed one of the rooms into a delivery room. The doctors and equipment are ready, and they are the world's top presence, in order to prevent accidents during the production process. The second daughter has entered the delivery room, and Jason and a few accomplices are waiting anxiously outside the door. Boss, don't be nervous. Seeing Jason walking up and down upset, John comforted him intimately. Miss Chloe is also in the delivery room. There will be no problem. Jason nodded with a serious expression. He believed Chloe's technique, but the frequency of the heartbeat still did not slow down. 10 minutes after the two entered the delivery room, the door of the delivery room suddenly opened. Chloe came out with a smile on his face and said, "Boss, Miss Hallie gave birth to a baby boy. Mother and child are safe." Hearing that, the big rock in Jason's heart finally fell, and his clenched hands were also released. "This bastard, I haven't had a good mood yet. He actually came out so soon." "Boss, congratulations." Several comrades beamed up and congratulated Jason. The current Clown organization is similar to the feudal country in the past, and Jason is the king of this country. For any feudal country, heirs are the most important thing, which can effectively prevent the kingdom from falling apart due to certain changes. In this regard, Hallie's children are also very important to them. With a smile on Jason's face, he was surrounded by a strong sense of happiness. After laughing for a moment, he asked again, "What about Belmode?" Chloe replied, "Miss Belmode will take some time." After speaking, Chloe entered the delivery room again. Hallie's child is impatient and can't wait to come into this world, but Belmode's child seemed to miss the feeling of being in his mother even more. After more than 2 hours of suffering, the delivery room finally came to good news. Belmode gave birth to a baby girl, and the mother and daughter were also safe. The two women lay weakly on a stretcher bed, and were carefully sent to a well-prepared bedroom, each holding a baby in their arms. Jason leaned forward excitedly. The expression on his face instantly froze. The skin of the two babies was wrinkled, their complexion flushed, and their facial features were even more unsightly, and they looked like an old man. Jason's mind was hit hard and he was stupid. "Is this my child?" Chloe came over and explained, "Boss, newborn babies are like this, just wait a few months." Jason turned his head and stared at Chloe, an expression that "I'm young, don't lie to me." In the warm bedroom, the second girl was also a little dazed at the moment. At one point, they wondered if the baby was holding the wrong baby, or something went wrong during pregnancy. Chloe and Jason walked in and once again gave the three people a bit of relevant knowledge. After listening to Chloe's popular science, the three of them were relieved, and then discussed the names of the children. Needless to say, Hallie's child continued to use the name Blair Walter. Belmode's child is a girl. What name should he take? Jason and Hallie each said a name, but Belmode smiled and shook her head. She had thought about the child's name early on. Angel. Angelina. Belmode touched the child's head and asked, "Is this name nice?" Jason nodded and smiled. "It sounds good." Even though he said so, there was a magical BGM in his mind. After having a child, Jason's life was completely disrupted. He took as few tasks as possible, assigned unimportant tasks to his party members, and returned to his family to stay with his wife and children all day. This life has lasted for nearly 4 months. During this time, the Clown organization has undergone earth-shaking changes. The first is the scale of the organization. Thanks to the promotion and publicity of the clown community, more and more people believe in clowns. Today, all cities in the United States have established clown branches, with members ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand. These divisions are managed and trained by past members from the headquarters, allowing them to grow from a miscellaneous army to a regular army to perform more difficult tasks. The second change is the change of the same party. The previous situation was a swarm of the party in New York. Although this improved the combat effectiveness of the headquarters, it severely restricted the ability of the comrades in the party and also affected the progress of earning villains. As a result, Jason sent all his accomplices except Hallie and Belmode to other places and let them manage large areas. Stanfield in Washington. There is a locomotive in Los Angeles. Chloe is in San Francisco. Houston has John Wick in charge. Franklin is in charge of Detroit. Atlanta has David in charge. The effect of this move is very impressive. After having superpowers to join the party, these cities have entered a period of rapid development. The clown community has become very active. Every day, many people want to join in and become peripheral or even full members. The monthly villain value contributed by these cities is also rising. The third change is Jason himself. First, let's talk about abilities. In 7 months, he had already mastered the level of energy absorption to the point of proficiency, and his combat power had been greatly improved compared to when he had just acquired the ability. The second is the change of the system. The system hasn't done anything during this period of time, but unified the rules for recruiting fellow party members into a task recruitment style, without forcing both sides to instill memories. During this time, Jason's money and income were also very amazing. The black market business in New York quickly expanded to the surrounding area. Within a few months, it took over the black market business in 3 states, and brought all the gangsters in these states to shore. At the same time, the business of the clown armor is getting better and better. Since the first batch of battle armors were released, various countries and organizations have conducted actual combat tests on battle armors. The Joker's armor that was adjusted by Chloe has won unanimous praise from all customers, and some countries even want to independently imitate the clown's armor. However, after a period of research, this unrealistic fantasy was finally abandoned. How difficult is it to imitate the Joker's armor? Assuming that you have a full set of drawings, you must first prepare the titanium alloy material for making the armor. This material is far more difficult to manufacture than aviation materials, and only dozens of countries in the world have mastered this technology. Secondly, after the materials are manufactured, it is necessary to assemble the armor, which involves precision machining technology. This technology can meet the standard, and the world is only the United States, Japan, Germany and other established industrial powers. Then, when the armor is assembled, it is necessary to install microprocessors, sensors, helmet displays, flight stabilizers, electromagnetic pulse transmitters and other equipment inside the armor. Only the United States can independently manufacture these devices. Finally, and the most critical part, you need a miniature arc reactor to power the armor. This technology is an exclusive patent of Stark Industries, and this one has no other branches. As long as Tony Stark is not thinking about it, it is impossible to transfer this technology. Let alone other countries. Not even the US government. Stark Industries is still counting on the arc reactor to make a fortune. The imitation is impossible, and Stark Industries technology cannot be bought. They can only buy the Joker's armor from Jason. As the war armor was so popular, Jason naturally didn't want to watch the banknotes flow away. He doubled the factory's production capacity in the second month. In order to sell more, Jason launched a buy 10 get 1 free sales routine. In order to make it affordable to poor countries without money, he also made a cheap version of the armor. Although its performance is not as good as the regular version of the armor, but the price is only 1/3 of the regular version. For countries in war zones, this price is very fragrant. In 7 months, Jason's net profit from the sale of the Joker's armor was as high as $50 billion, and the black market revenue in several states near New York also exceeded the tens of billions of dollars. The most important thing is that all these money flows into Jason's pocket without paying a penny of tax. As for the prestigious IRS, even if Jason announced his property and address, they would dare not come to collect taxes. With a personal value of $60 billion, Jason became the world's richest man. This made him happy for a long time after 2 decades of hardship. The only upset is that no newspaper wants to put Jason on the cover of the magazine. Although $60 billion is an astronomical figure, Jason didn't cover it up because there are so many places to spend money. The clown organization has raised a bunch of brothers who can fight and kill, so they have to pay them. People put their heads on their waistbands to work, and their lives are at risk anytime and anywhere. A monthly salary of $100,000 is not too much. There are more than 10,000 official members of the clown organization, and the salary alone will cost 1 billion yuan a month, which does not include the salary of the peripheral members. In addition, there is the golden swallowing behemoth of the great evil system. Last month, Jason upgraded all his party's superpowers to level 3, spending a total of $42.5 billion. Now Jason has only 3 melons and 2 dates left when he flips through his pockets. The cleanliness is comparable to that of the Moonlight Clan in his previous life. Although distressed, the money was very worthwhile because they brought Jason a great deal of benefit. In just 7 months, Jason's system level skyrocketed by 18 levels, only one step away from the 4-dimensional 150-point prerequisite required for superpower level 3. The most important thing is that Jason worked hard for the first 3 months and stayed at home for the next 4 months. If Jason, who made his living from robbery on the street more than 10 years ago, belonged to a proletarian, he became a working class the moment he stepped into the gang. When he was a big boss under Jin, he was regarded as a middle class. He betrayed Jin and went out to work alone and belonged to an entrepreneur. Now Jason has finally become a butterfly and has become a real capitalist. If you don't have to do anything while lying in bed every day, your assets will grow rapidly like bacteria multiply. This is called capitalism. Chapter 191 Overseas Mission. Burning Paris. Please subscribe. Clearly, the warm sun shines into the bedroom through the window. Jason got up and got out of bed cautiously and walked to the crib. Looking at the sleeping faces of the 2 newborns, he smiled knowingly as if he was cured. He crept into the shower and took a hot bath, then stood in front of the basin to wash and brush his teeth. Suddenly, a transparent light curtain appeared in front of him. Ding! Daily mission has been released. Jason brushed his teeth with one hand, browsing today's tasks. There are 30 missions in total, ranging from low to high. Unfortunately, these missions were not attractive to Jason. Only the last mission was barely interesting because he was the first overseas assignment that Jason received. Task 30, Fire Notre Dame de Paris. Task details: being a villain should not be confined to one country, it is time to look globally. As the shame of the 5 constants, France is very suitable to be the first target. Burn down this 800-year-old building and say hello to the French people. Task reward: 10,000 20,000 villain points. Reminder: as the first battle overseas, it must be magnificent and shock the world. After washing, Jason walked into the dining room, and the maid had already prepared his breakfast. Jason sent today's task to Chloe while eating, and then she posted it to the clown community for clown members across the United States to perform. After sending, Jason asked the servant to bring the laptop, and then logged into the clown community to open the chat group of the core members. In order to facilitate the vertical communication between Jason and members of different levels, the clown community has established many official chat groups. The highest-ranking one is undoubtedly this core member chat group, and the group members are all Jason's accomplices. Chloe: boss, today's task has been passed to the community. Jason: well, I saw it. Jason: at all members, today's task is out. Are you interested in it? John: no. David: no. Franklin: boss, I think the last mission is quite interesting. This seems to be the first overseas mission of the organization. Jason: yeah. Overseas tasks are related to the face of the organization and must be successfully completed. If you are not interested, I will go to France myself. Franklin: no, boss. The baby is just born. You should rest in New York. This task is entrusted to me. Jason thought for a moment and replied, "Of course you can, but you are a little strenuous to perform the task. I suggest you find a partner." Locomotive, let me go with Brother Xiaofu. After all, France is an overseas country. Without the support of the local clown branch, it is indeed a lot of inconvenience to perform tasks alone. Franklin, okay. I will go to Los Angeles in the afternoon and we will leave in the evening. Since Locomotive joined the clown organization, he quickly became good buddies with Franklin. I don't know if it's because they are all black. Jason, okay, let's act together. On the premise of ensuring safety, make things as big as possible. Even if the sky is broken, I will carry it for you. Franklin, got it, boss. Locomotive, we will. Stanfield, hey, I really envy you. I can still travel to France. Franklin, you, a civil servant in this country, take a leisurely day every day, so embarrassed to say such things. Stanfield, I'm lurking in the heart of the enemy, so I feel scared every day. Jason, Stan, has there been any movement from S.H.I.E.L.D. recently? Stanfield, nothing happened. Hill guards me just like guards against thieves. He doesn't let me know anything important. By the way, there is another strange thing about S.H.I.E.L.D. All the agents of the Halogen Egg faction above level 7 have disappeared for a few months, and I don't know what they are secretly doing. Jason frowned slightly. He hadn't seen level 7 agents for several months, indicating that S.H.I.E.L.D. must be making some horrible idea. Jason, keep your eyes on it and let me know if there is any problem. Stanfield, okay, boss. After taking over the mission in Paris, both Franklin and Locomotive became busy and packed a large bag of luggage. Those who know they are going to Paris for a mission, but those who don't know think they are going to Paris for a trip. In the evening, Los Angeles International Airport. A Boeing 747 aircraft slowly took off from the airport to Paris, France. Franklin and Locomotive, who had already changed their faces, were sitting on the luxurious seats in the first-class cabin with excited expressions on their faces. For the two of them, this is their first trip abroad, and excitement are inevitable. Franklin took out a thick document from his bag and said, "This is all the fun places in France that I have let people collect. You see, this is the top nightclub in France. It is full of blonde and enthusiastic girls. This is a French racing track, where we can enjoy racing. These are famous French restaurants, and this is a place of interest in France. After we arrive in France, we must seize the time to complete the task, and then take a few days to relax." The Locomotive took the file and browsed through pages with interest. Yeah, it's time to relax. The intensity of work during this period of time is too great. When I open my eyes every day, it is a task, which is more tiring than I used to do odd jobs. Franklin sighed and smiled. Yes, work is very tiring, but also very fulfilling. Upon hearing this, the Locomotive nodded in agreement. Struggling for the dream I love does not feel tired at all, and I am full of energy when I work every day. By the way, Brother Xiaofu, do you speak French? Franklin shook his head and laughed to himself. I didn't even graduate from high school. So what French do you know? Then when we arrived in France, we were not familiar with the place and the language, how to do the task. We can't grab a barrel of gasoline at the gas station and then go to Notre Dame de Paris to light it. This is too low. Don't worry, I'm already ready. Franklin reached out his hand and turned the document to the last page. A picture of a woman is printed on white A4 paper, and there is a line of mobile phone numbers below. Franklin smiled and said, I found a female student studying in France with a daily salary of $1,000 on social networks. She can be our tour guide. How about it? Isn't it beautiful? This female student was carefully selected from hundreds of candidates. The Locomotive looked at the photo of the woman and said with a thumbs up, I admire it. It's better for Xiaofu to be thoughtful. The two chatted, not sleepy at all, and didn't fall asleep until midnight. At 8 o'clock in the morning the next day, the plane landed at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. Franklin and the Locomotive were carrying bags and suitcases, dressed as tourists, and walked off the plane, joking and laughing, ready to find their tour guide. What they didn't know was that it was not long after the civil aviation plane landed. A Gulfstream private jet also landed at Charles de Gaulle Airport. Chapter 192 Hotel Disturbance. Mona Lisa. Please subscribe. Franklin and the locomotive walked out of the airport. Both sides of the long exit aisle were crowded with people who came to pick up the airport. They held up signs with the names of relatives or customers. Franklin and locomotive looked all the way, and soon noticed a bright golden sign. Not just them, but almost everyone who passed by was attracted by this brand, because the reflection of the bright gold material is so dazzling. They also wrote down the name written on the sign, Mr. Clinton. "Oh, the pickup cards are so fancy, I bet $20. This Mr. Clinton must be a nouveau riche." The tourists passing by thought so. Franklin walked over, took off his oversized sunglasses and said, "Hey, girl, I noticed you." The girl holding the sign is blonde and blue-eyed, dressed in fashion. Her figure and appearance are very good, and she belongs to the top rank of street beauty. The beauty raised her head, and in front of her two black people who dressed similarly stood. A big gold chain, a big gold watch, a baseball cap, a hip-hop sweater, and oversized sunglasses on the collar, dressed as a typical street black man. The beauty frowned, wondering. Judging from the conversation between the two on Facebook, Mr. Clinton should be a super rich man. Suits and shoes are his standard equipment. But the man in front of him doesn't look like a rich man, but like a street gangster. "You don't believe it?" Franklin took out his passport from his pocket. The beauty took a look, and her doubts were completely dispelled. Larry Clinton. This is indeed the name of her client. It seems that there is still a big gap between the real rich and the rich you imagined. The beauty returned her passport and apologized. "Mr. Clinton is very sorry, please go here." Franklin took back his passport and followed her and said, "You are Helen." Helen nodded and smiled. Helen Daisy, a native of Los Angeles, is currently studying at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. "Well, yes, good school." Franklin pretended to be. In fact, it was the first time he even heard of the name of this school. When the two met for the first time, they were chatting awkwardly with each other, and the locomotive who was listening rolled his eyes. "Brother Xiaofu's pickup skills are so bad, no wonder he always likes to go to the club to play, because the girls that don't need to tease, just give the money." The three people walked to the parking lot, and a black Mercedes-Benz car was parked in the parking space. "Mr. Clinton, this is the car you asked me to rent." Helen took out the key and said, "You drive or I drive?" Franklin is not at all interested in Mercedes-Benz cars now. "You can drive. First go to the hotel to put your luggage." "Okay." The two put their luggage in the back row, and the car slowly drove out of the parking lot. Through the car windows, a series of modern high-rise buildings, ancient Gothic buildings, and charming city views appeared in front of them. They looked at each other and smiled at the corners of their mouths. "Paris, the fashion capital. We are coming." An hour later, the three drove to the Four Seasons Hotel in Paris. The hotel was not booked by Franklin, but by Helen to help. All he had to do was to reveal to Helen, "Brother is not bad for money. How expensive is food, drink and fun?" Therefore, Helen booked this Four Seasons Hotel, one of the top hotels in Paris. The hotel is close to the banks of the Seine, and you can enjoy the beautiful view of Paris from the terrace. The hotel is not far from the shopping paradise Champs-Élysées, and only 2 kilometers away from the iconic French Eiffel Tower. The top hotels are naturally very valuable. Cheap rooms in the off-season are as high as $2,000 per night, and for luxury suites, it is more than $3,000. The Mercedes-Benz parked at the entrance of the lobby, and immediately a waiter in a neat suit came and opened the door. The three of them got out of the car, handed the keys and luggage to the waiter, and then walked into the floral, noble and elegant hotel lobby. Helen took the passports of the two to check in, while Franklin and Locomotive sat in the rest area waiting. A handsome waiter stepped forward, holding a silver tray with fresh fruit and macarons. The Locomotive cocked her lang's legs and ate the fruit cake, like a nouveau riche entering the city, attracting the beauties around him frequently. In fact, He can't be blamed. After all, he was just a coolie at the bottom of society more than half a year ago, and a person's behavior and habits for many years cannot be changed in just a few months. Brother Xiaofu, look, the locomotive said with a chuckle, not knowing what he saw. Franklin has been with Jason for the longest time. Although his behavior is not a gentleman, he is at least not ashamed. He looked up and saw many beautiful blonde women standing at the front desk of the hotel. Standing beside them were several grandfather-level local tyrants, all of whom were gray-haired and worthy. Franklin took a look, and was not interested. This situation is normal in any country. A few minutes later, Helen walked over quickly and said with an embarrassed expression, "Mr. Clinton, I am very embarrassed." The presidential suite was taken away. Franklin frowned. What does it mean to be robbed? Helen hurriedly explained, I had booked the presidential suite before, but the front desk of the hotel said that an important guest is coming today, so the reserved presidential suite will be given to that important guest, Franklin said with a smile. Seeing Franklin's expression of dissatisfaction, Helen hurriedly said, Mr. Clinton, the hotel stated that it can give away 2 breakfast coupons worth $200. Franklin narrowed his eyes and said nothing. His boss is the richest man in the world, and he is worth more than $1 billion US. Would he care about this $200 breakfast coupon? Helen added, if you are not satisfied, we can also change to other hotels. There are many top hotels in Paris. Franklin sighed and waved his hand casually, forget it. Just book another suite. Hearing this, Helen smiled and thanked him repeatedly, and then ran to check in. Brother Xiaofu, it seems that not only the staff here, but even the owner of this hotel has no eyesight. The locomotive scanned the surrounding crowd with an unhappy expression. Whether it is the hotel staff or the tourists who are staying, they look at the expressions and eyes of the two with a trace of contempt and discrimination. This made Locomotive, who had always been sensitive to skin color problems, immediately noticed it. Yes, Franklin's face was also a little angry. Before leaving, I have to give him a great gift. Well, it must be. In a few words, the two wicked men sentenced the hotel to death. After the check-in was done, the 3 of them were led by the waiter to the high-level luxury suite, and their luggage and car keys were quickly delivered. Helen smiled charmingly and asked, Mr. Clinton, do you need to rest in the morning? If you don't need it, I can take you to the Champs-Élysées. Franklin sat on the sofa and shook his head and said, I will go shopping later on Fragrant Street. Since I come to Paris, I must first see the historical sites. Helen was surprised. You two don't look like the kind of people who have a good time. Soon, her expression returned to normal, and she smiled. Okay, we will go to the Louvre in the morning, Notre Dame in the afternoon, and the Eiffel Tower in the evening. Franklin nodded and said, yes, I am very satisfied with this arrangement. After a short break, the 3 of them went downstairs to the parking lot and drove to the Louvre. The Louvre is the first of the 4 major museums in the world. It was built in 1204. It was originally the royal palace of France, where 50 French kings and queens lived. Since 1793, the Louvre has been transformed into a museum. More than 400,000 art collections are stored in the museum, but most of them are looted. After parking the car, the 3 of them walked to the Louvre Square. There is a famous glass pyramid building in the square, designed by Chinese architect Im Pei, and it is one of the attractions that global tourists must check in when they come to France. The 3 took a group photo in front of the glass pyramid, then bought tickets and lined up to enter the Louvre. Helen dutifully acts as a tour guide, introducing them to the history of the Louvre and the origin of various collections. After shopping for less than half an hour, the locomotive yawned. He asked in a low voice, Brother Xiaofu, do you understand these things? Why do I get more sleepy as I watch? Franklin rubbed his eyes and nodded. Me too. You said these sculptures and paintings are so good. The locomotive felt the same way. Yes, look at the sculptures of naked men and women. They are not exquisite at all, and they are not as good as a simulation doll. As they walked, they communicated quietly. The people who come here are all arty. If they hear these conversations, they will probably be scolded to death. Helen, who was walking in front, did not hear the whispers of the 2. and continued to introduce, although there are many collections in the Louvre, there are only 3 most precious collections, which are called the 3 treasures of the town hall. 3 treasures of the town hall. This word made the two of them a little bit interested. Which Sampo? Helen replied, sculptures Venus of Milo and Goddess of Victory, painting Mona Lisa. Upon hearing this, the two looked at each other in awe. Even rough people like them have heard of the name Mona Lisa. Miss Helen, take us to the Mona Lisa. Helen smiled and said, yes, it's right in front. After walking for a few minutes, the 3 finally saw this priceless treasure. After stopping and appreciating for a long time, Franklin suddenly asked, is this painting authentic? Helen replied, it should be authentic. But there are many rumors about the truth and falsehood of Mona Lisa. It may only be known by museum personnel. Franklin then asked, how much is this painting worth? Even the well-known Mona Lisa, Franklin cannot appreciate her beauty. Direct evaluation can make him better understand the value of the masterpiece. Helen smiled and said, the value of this painting is $830 million, but unless the French government's brain is broken, otherwise it will not be sold for this amount of money. $830 million, so cheap. Franklin frowned and mumbled, forget it, take this painting back and give it to the boss, as a full moon gift for the 2 children. Hanging Mona Lisa at home. This is so much face. Chapter 193 Action begins. Rob the fire truck. Please subscribe. After coming out of the Louvre, the 3 of them found a restaurant nearby for lunch. After a short rest, we drove to Notre Dame de Paris. Notre Dame Cathedral is the cathedral of the Catholic Archdiocese of Paris. It was built in 1163 and has a history of more than 800 years. The 3 of them took a group photo in front of the main building of the main church, and then entered the church to visit, starting from the basement and continuing to visit the bell tower. Okay. The tour of Notre Dame de Paris is over. The 3 left the church and walked towards the parking lot. Helen said as he walked, next stop, Eiffel Tower. The 2 behind him looked at each other, and Franklin frowned and said, Miss Helen, I suddenly felt a little sick. Let's cancel the evening trip. I want to go back to the hotel to rest. Helen stopped and asked with concern, Mr. Clinton, do I need to go to the hospital? Franklin smiled and said, of course not. We have just been on the plane for the whole night and the jet lag has not reversed. It is normal to have some physical discomfort. Just rest for a night. Helen nodded and said, okay, you 2 will have a good rest. There is still plenty of time, so don't worry about traveling. Rest well before talking. After the 3 people discussed, they drove back to the Four Seasons Hotel in Paris. After parting with Helen in the lobby, the 2 returned to the luxury suite. The moment the door closed, the fatigue on their faces disappeared. The 2 sat on the sofa. Franklin took out a book of Paris travel guide and placed it on the coffee table, and then marked it with a water-based pen. There are 2 goals tonight. One is to set Notre Dame de Paris on fire, and the other is to steal the Mona Lisa in the Louvre. My plan is like this, Franklin said. First, we have to steal a fire truck to empty the water tank. Then find the gas station and fill the tank with gasoline, and then drive the fire truck to the square inches front of Notre Dame Cathedral and give it a gasoline bath with a high-pressure water gun. And finally lit it with a fire. The locomotive came interested, and nodded in praise. Good job. Then, Franklin continued, the fire in Notre Dame de Paris will surely alarm the Paris government. Most of the city police will be transferred there. We only need to leave before the police arrive and drive to the Louvre. With swift power and my electrical control, you can easily kill the guards of the Louvre and steal the Mona Lisa. When the Paris police reacted and hurriedly arrived, we had already slipped away. Well, is there anything missing in my plan? The locomotive closed his eyes slightly, went through the planning process in his mind, nodded and said, the plan is good. What needs to be prepared in advance? Franklin said, you don't need to prepare anything. It's okay to be on the spot. Okay. Then we inform the boss of this plan. After receiving Franklin's plan, Jason glanced around and found no obvious loopholes. He turned around and sent the plan to Chloe for her to look at it. Chloe's algorithm is simple and rude. She directly converted the superpowers of Franklin and Locomotive into data, and then converted the power of the French military and police into data. Finally, the two sets of data are substituted into the formula, and the supercomputer is used for calculation. After a few minutes, the results came out. On the premise that Franklin and Locomotive did not take the initiative to die, and the French government did not use nuclear weapons to pacify Paris, Franklin won. When it came to 6 o'clock in the evening, Franklin called room service and ordered 2 steak sets. At 6:15, the waiter pushed the dining car into the room and put the food on the table. Franklin ignored the predecessors and gave him a €50 tip very generously. The waiter thanked him excitedly. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the two had dinner and were ready to act. Brother Xiaofu, there is a camera outside the corridor. I know, it's okay. Franklin walked into the bathroom and found the red alarm button on the wall of the bathtub. He stretched out the fingers of his right hand and placed it on his temple, then activated his superpowers. In an instant, the bathtub alarm was controlled by him. Franklin followed the line of the sirens and quickly controlled the entire monitoring system of the hotel. Well, now they are all blind. Great. The Locomotive praised with a thumbs up. Pushing open the door, the two of them took the elevator downstairs without any cover. On the monitor in the hotel's security room, the elevator car was empty and even a ghost was not seen, and the security guards did not notice any abnormality. Leaving the Four Seasons Hotel through the back door, the two strolled through the streets of Paris. After walking along the street for half an hour, I came to another district. The street lights feasting at night, lively and bustling. There are cars parked on the street, like a long dragon with no head in sight. Franklin walked over to launch his superpowers, and an imported Audi car immediately unlocked the door. The two got in the car and drove towards the outskirts of Paris. Look, Xiaofu, there are many good things in this car. The Locomotive rummaged through the co-pilot's armrest box and found a men's handbag. After opening it, there are the owner's certificate, cash, and an iPhone 3G mobile phone. Good luck. We will find another cell phone in the province. Franklin smiled. You can call the police, just say. Franklin looked out the window and reported an address. The Locomotive immediately downloaded a voice-changing software on his mobile phone, and then dialed the alarm call, saying that a fire broke out in a factory near the suburbs. After the call, they parked the car to the side of the road and waited quietly. Franklin lit a cigarette, opened the car window and said casually, Locomotive, ask you something? Brother Xiaofu, please ask. This afternoon I said that I was not feeling well. Helen's expression became very worried. You said ... Does she like me? The Locomotive twitched, not knowing how to answer. It is true that she is worried, but she is worried that you will cancel the trip due to physical reasons, so she will have no money. Why don't you speak? The Locomotive laughed and said, Brother Xiaofu, don't worry about Helen. Let's go to the club to play when the task is completed. It is more suitable for you. Hearing this, Franklin showed no fear. What do you mean? The Locomotive sighed. I'll tell the truth, Xiaofu brother. Your level of picking up girls is terrible. If you don't make up this shortboard, no girl will like you. Even if you like you only like your money. Franklin's expression was stiff. This is a bit familiar, and his ex-girlfriend told him the same way. Being stabbed in the pain point, Franklin flushed with anger. He threw away the cigarette and said uncomfortably, they are all single dogs. You are not much better than me. The Locomotive smiled awkwardly and did not refute. After waiting for about 10 minutes, there was a sirens in the distance, and a fire truck entered their vision. Worked. The two pushed the door and got out of the car and ran to the fire engine, waving their arms desperately, like ordinary people in trouble. The fire truck pulled over slowly, and a fireman jumped out of the car and ran over and asked, Hey, what's the trouble with you? Bala 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 bala. It turned out to be a foreign tourist. The firefighter felt big for a while. He turned his head and called to his partner, There are 2 foreign tourists here. Who of you speaks better English? Soon, All three firefighters except the driver got out of the car and walked over. Franklin and the locomotive looked at each other and suddenly attacked the 4 firefighters in front of them. Jason had already upgraded their fighting and gun abilities to level 10. With the speed and strength of superhumans far beyond ordinary people, the two killed all 4 firefighters in just 5 seconds. These people didn't know what happened until the last moment of their lives. The driver was completely frightened when he saw this scene, but he quickly reacted and locked the door. As long as the door is locked, the bad guys can't get in. The next thing he has to do is call the police and drive away. Hey! At this time, a voice rang in the ear. The driver turned his head suddenly and saw a black face looking at him with a smile. What? After a scream, the locomotive solved the driver and pushed him out of the car. Franklin got into the cab, touched the huge steering wheel, and said excitedly, "I have driven a car for so many years, but this is the first time the fire engine has driven." The locomotive asked, "We have to drain the water first." "Brother Xiaofu, do you know how the fire engine sprays water?" Franklin started the car and said, "I don't know, you can Google it yourself." The locomotive quickly turned on the phone and entered the model of the fire truck. Although it was the first time to drive a fire truck, Franklin drove the car away steadily with the help of level 10 driving proficiency. "How is it? Did you find it?" The locomotive laughed and said, "Brother Xiaofu, we are lucky. This fire truck is a fully automatic fire truck imported from Germany, and all operations are integrated into the central control panel." "Then hurry up, spray all the water tanks, and wash and bathe passing cars." The locomotive looked at the operating instructions and pressed the central control button. Rumble. The pumping and pressurizing pump in the carriage started to work, and a stout nozzle was quickly erected. After adjusting the direction, the locomotive presses the water spray button. Puff. The nozzle immediately sprayed a long water column, more than 100 meters away. "Wow! The fire truck is so cool." Following the beat of the pumping pump, the two clapped their hands excitedly and twisted their bodies. The fire truck sprayed water very quickly, and after 5 minutes, the 3.5 tons of water stored in the water tank were all sprayed. Franklin raised his hand and pointed. "Look, there is a gas station in front of you." The locomotive was eagerly gearing his hands. "Very well, let's go in and go on." The fire truck drove into the gas station and stopped slowly, and the two jumped out of the car one by one. A gas station worker came over, picked up the oil gun and asked, "Sir, do you need to fill it up?" "Well, fill it all up," Franklin replied in English with a smile on his face, and then rushed towards the staff in the puzzled eyes. Chapter 194 Real Man, Never Look Back at the Explosion. Please subscribe. At night, Paris, outskirts, the remote gas station is full of corpses. The bodies of 7 employees lie in various corners inside and outside the gas station. Even if they were scattered, and even if there were only 2 murderers, they did not make a call to the police until they died. The locomotive opened the water tank of the fire truck according to the operation on the mobile phone and said, "Let's start." Franklin stepped forward and stuffed the oil gun into the water tank, activated the super oil gun and started to spray gasoline frantically. The fire truck stopped right in the middle of the 4 refueling points. In order to speed up, the 2 of them stuffed all the gasoline guns into the water tank. However, the capacity of the water tank is too large, and the time for refueling is still somewhat long. The locomotive and Franklin sat aside chatting, and smoothly solved the 3 waves of unlucky ghosts who came to cheer. After half an hour, the huge water tank was finally filled with gasoline. Franklin immediately sat in the cab, and the locomotive pulled out all the oil guns and let them continue to spray gasoline. Starting the fire engine, the two drove towards Notre Dame Square. Paris is the capital of fashion and romance, and it is also a city that never sleeps. The sky is as dark as ink, but there are more and more people outside the Notre Dame Square. Walking on the square, you can see men and women holding hands and kissing everywhere. This exciting scene caused tons of harm to countless single dogs. Tourists are enjoying a cool night, and a low engine sound is heard from far and near. Everyone raised their heads and saw a fire engine slowly approaching and stopping in the central area of the square. "Is there a fire?" The tourists raised their heads and looked around in doubt. Except for the dazzling lights around, they did not see a trace of fire. At this time, the pumping booster pump of the fire truck started, and a low rumbling sound was heard. The sturdy firefighting nozzle rises from the top of the water tank and turns to aim at Notre Dame de Paris. Puff! A thick jet of water sprayed out, and after drawing a curve in the sky, it crashed onto the top of the building. The tourists were curious and hurriedly asked their companions beside them, "Do you still have a custom of spraying water on buildings in France?" The French natives were confused when asked, "Is this custom in Paris?" "I'm afraid it's not," a fake Frenchman. The weird behavior of the fire truck did not affect the interest of tourists in the least. Romantic French couples also choose to walk in the rain, walk under the arc of the jet of water, and feel the cool touch of the fine raindrops on their cheeks. "Oh, dear, this is so romantic." The women raised their heads and sniffed their noses gently, ready to feel the green and astringent smell of rain. "However, my dear, why does this rain smell like gasoline?" The men also sniffed their noses. Their intoxicated expressions instantly stiffened and quickly turned into panic. "Oh my God! This is gasoline! Gasoline!" someone yelled. "What? Really? It's really gasoline!" The surrounding crowd began to sniff the smell in the air vigorously. Sure enough, a familiar and unfamiliar smell entered the nasal cavity. "Damn it! Is the man driving the fire truck a pig's brain? Actually spraying gasoline as water?" The bold man ran to the fire truck and knocked hard on the door to remind them. The power window slowly fell, and a face wearing a clown mask appeared in front of them. In an instant, the entire square was silent, and all the tourists were dumbfounded. Many of these tourists have come from the United States. Now the mainland of the United States has become a mess. Clown organizations are making troubles everywhere, and the government's police force simply cannot control them. They thought they would not have to worry about safety when they came overseas, but they didn't expect the clown organization to follow along. The short and strange silence was broken, and everyone screamed and fled away. "Damn it! They're a clown organization. Call the police." The police stationed in the square to maintain public order heard the commotion and rushed over here immediately. Seeing the two people sitting in the fire truck, the police immediately escaped with their pistols, preparing to kill them on the spot. "Dare to set Notre Dame on fire? Damn it!" "Hold on." A policeman pressed his colleague's pistol. "The fire truck is filled with gasoline. We must not shoot." "Yes." "Once the gasoline is ignited, Notre Dame de Paris will be destroyed by fire, and those of us will become sinners in France." The police immediately put away their pistols, pulled out the batons from their waists, and rushed up. Looking at the oncoming dozens of policemen, Franklin sneered disdainfully, "You go down and play with them." The locomotive moved his wrists and said with a smile, "There are still a few minutes before the water tank is sprayed, so let's play with them." Click. The door opened and the locomotive jumped down. "Quick, get him up." These French policemen were not only not afraid when they saw the clown organization, but rushed up with excitement like seeing a big girl. If this were replaced by the American police, it would have disappeared long ago. The policeman running in the front rushed forward, raised his baton and slammed it towards the locomotive. "First work done." "Huh." The moment the baton hit the locomotive, he suddenly activated his superpowers, and the whole world entered bullet time. Looking at the policeman who was still at hand, the locomotive touched the scum on his chin and thought of a good idea. He gently lifted the policeman up, changed his direction, and then disarmed his superpowers. The eager policeman beamed with joy, clenched his baton and smashed it down. Boom! A muffled sound. The truncheon hit his colleague's forehead impartially, and a line of blood flowed down his forehead. The two policemen looked at each other. Whether it is a hitter or a person being beaten, they are in a state of stunned eyes. What happened and what happened just now? How did I call my colleague? Why was I hit by a colleague? After a while, a sharp pain came from the top of the head. What? The policeman clutched his bloody forehead and cried out in pain. The surrounding police stopped one after another and looked at the colleague who was lying on the ground screaming and staring at each other. My God, what the hell is going on? I don't know. My eyes bloomed and it became like this. Is this a superpower? I heard that the core members of the clown organization are superpowers. Is there really superpowers in this world? I thought it was fake news from CNN. If he really has superpowers, then we won't be over. Just when the police were at a loss, the locomotive that disappeared before his eyes reappeared, with 2 table knives in his hands. When I first met, I didn't prepare a gift. I'll show you a show. The locomotive raised the knife in his hand and smiled. After a while, I will throw these 2 knives out. The knife in the left hand will pierce his right eye, and the knife in the right hand will pierce his left eye. The locomotive pointed at 2 police officers casually, and said excitedly, "This is not the magic of bad streets. Magic has props and childcare, but I rely on my true ability. Run." Before he could finish his words, the policeman's complexion changed drastically and quickly turned and fled. The locomotive didn't care about them, closed his eyes and started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, he threw the knife forward abruptly, and then quickly activated his superpowers. Opening his eyes, 2 knives were floating in the air, flying at a slow speed. Shit, this is a bit too much. The locomotive complained and slightly modified the flight path of the knife. Then, he took the 2 policemen who had just been named and adjusted their positions to ensure that the knife could hit. Superpower lifted. Call out. The 2 knives flew over quickly, piercing the eyes of the 2 with precision. What? A tragic scream sounded. The 2 policemen covered their bloody eyes, knelt down on the ground and cried heartbreakingly. Their eyes were pierced by the knife. The police officers who ran away looked back, frightened and hurried to flee. The police had a flower in front of them, and the locomotive, which was just 100 meters behind them, suddenly appeared in front of them. "It's now," a police officer yelled, staring. This sentence was like a signal, and all the police immediately took out their guns and shot him frantically. Bang, bang, bang. The locomotive quickly activated its superpowers with a different face. The speed of the bullet is much faster than that of the knife, and even the 3rd-level ability cannot be underestimated. The locomotive trotted and ran out of the bullet-shooting area. While running, he noticed that his station was in the opposite direction of the fire truck. The locomotive suddenly realized, because it is in the opposite direction, the police do not have to worry that the bullet will hit the fire truck and ignite the gasoline. Interesting. The locomotive stood aside with a sneer. All this is certainly not a coincidence. It seems that these white-skinned police officers still have a few smart people, for unknown superpowers. The police are extremely afraid. They squeezed the trigger forcefully, venting all the bullets in the magazine. But when they looked intently, there was no one in front of them. After a glance, I finally saw the unharmed locomotive standing aside. "Quick, change the magazine." The locomotive's lip slightly said, "The game is over, the killing begins." He activated his superpowers and quickly moved to a policeman, snatching the pistol and magazine from him. After changing the magazine, he raised his arm and aimed the muzzle at his heart. Boom! A slow gunshot sounded. The brass bullet hit the policeman's body at a slow speed visible to the naked eye. The reason why I chose to shoot the heart instead of the brainstem that can instantly make people lose their response. That's because he hopes to leave dozens of seconds, so that these police officers can experience this feeling of despair at the last moment of their lives. The locomotive did the same, taking names one by one. After emptying 2 magazines, he threw away the pistol to disarm his superpowers. In an instant, the dozen or so policemen fell to the ground at the same time, their bodies twitching and squirming like dehydrated fish, and blood was constantly gushing from the wound on their chest. The locomotive squatted down and looked at them with a smile, until these people stopped moving and closed their eyes completely. Taking advantage of this time, Franklin washed the Notre Dame Cathedral from top to bottom like a car wash until the gasoline in the water tank ran out. He jumped out of the car and greeted the locomotive to leave. "It's all done, let's go." Franklin took a Zippo lighter from his pocket and lit a cigarette for himself and the locomotive. Taking a deep breath and exhaling the smoke slowly, He vigorously threw the burning lighter back. Chapter 195 Paris Riot. The army is dispatched. Please subscribe. The lighter was thrown into the air with the flame hung on it and quickly fell to the ground. The gasoline on the ground was instantly ignited, and a cloud of blue flame ignited. In the next second, the flame expanded to the surroundings at an alarming speed. Plaza, fire truck, Notre Dame Cathedral, and surrounding buildings. In just tens of seconds, everything was swallowed by the merciless flame. The crowd who fled to the distance looked at the scene in front of them with a dull expression on their faces. The ancient buildings that are more than 800 years old are just burned. The French people present felt a burst of heart-piercing pain in their hearts. This is their history, this is their culture, this is their glory. That's it. The smoky heat wave swept across, and it burned slightly on the skin. Everyone recovered. Quarrels and shouts resounded throughout the city. Some people were heartbroken for the burning of Notre Dame Cathedral, and many people turned on their mobile phones with excitement, taking advantage of the heat. The internet has brought the world closer. In just a few minutes, the global media learned of the news and were shocked by it. As the instigator, Franklin and the locomotive had a relaxed expression. They strolled to the side of the street and got into a car. Across the windows, the two looked back and admired their work again, and then started the car toward the Louvre. At the same time, the police call of the French police was broken. The operator just put down the phone for less than a second, and the phone rang again. These people called the police for only one reason. A criminal suspected of a clown organization burned Notre Dame de Paris with gasoline. The first time he heard this news, the operator thought it was a prank by a drunkard, and did not take it seriously. But the alarm calls rang one after another, and the operator had to pay attention to it and reported the situation to the chief of police. Soon, the police station's helicopter took off and hurried to Notre Dame de Paris. As the helicopter approached Notre Dame de Paris, a cloud of flames ignited, and the dazzling light illuminates the entire city. The police on the helicopter were completely dumbfounded. They immediately sent the information back to the police station, and the chief contacted Mr. President. Notre Dame Cathedral was burned down by terrorists. This is a shame for the entire country and the entire nation. Mr. President got furious when he got the news and immediately dispatched the French National Gendarmerie Special Service to arrest the criminals, and at the same time ordered all the fire engines in Paris to be dispatched to put out the fire at Notre Dame Cathedral. A few minutes later, this elite special force called the Man in Black was dispatched and rushed to Notre Dame in Paris by helicopter. But when Mr. President had a headache because of this, the chief of police brought another bad news. A terrorist attack also occurred in a Michelin restaurant on the second floor of the Eiffel Tower. Damn the clown organization. Mr. President, with a sullen expression, hit the desk with a punch. As early as a few months ago, he was a big fan of the clown organization. It's not that he yearns for crime in his heart, but that he understands that the enemy's enemy is a friend. Because of the long-term activities of the clown organization, the political economy and culture of the United States decline rapidly in half a year. The ambitious Mr. President is unwilling to be a vassal of the United States, so he supports any acts of sabotage against the United States with his hands and feet. Of course, the condemnation on the bright side is still in place. In fact, not only France, but all countries in the world that are bullied by the United States think so. It's just that Mr. President never expected that this clown organization would suddenly appear in France and burn Notre Dame de Paris, which has a history of more than 800 years. What the hell is the US government doing? Even a terrorist organization can't figure it out. But it actually allowed them to gradually grow and develop. Mr. President was furious. He contacted the commander of the Men in Black again and asked him to set up a team to go to the Eiffel Tower. The burning of Notre Dame de Paris is already a shame. If anything happens to the Eiffel Tower, then he, the president, will resign. However, what the poor Mr. President did not expect was that in addition to the above two places, the Louvre, another landmark in France, would also suffer. Franklin drove to the glass pyramid square. Compared with the morning, there are a lot fewer tourists in the square, because most people ran to watch the excitement. The Louvre is closed, and only a few policemen are standing at the door, arguing about what is on the red cloud in the distance. When they saw two people wearing clown masks coming, their brains went blank. In the next second, a surge of anger ignited from the bottom of my heart. After burning Notre Dame de Paris, and now we are going to burn the Louvre. Your clown organization is too arrogant. Whether it was tolerable or unbearable, the police hardly communicated, and subconsciously immediately took out a gun and prepared to shoot. There is no court sentence for these miscellaneous things. Shooting them directly is the greatest kindness. Looking at the policeman staring in front of him, Franklin said calmly, "Do it." A gust of wind blew by her side and her cool hairstyle was completely ruined. Franklin firmly stabilized the bottom plate. If he hadn't been prepared for it, he could have been knocked to the ground just now. Finish. The sound of a locomotive came in my ears. Looking up, the policeman in front of him had all fallen to the ground. Let's go. Relying on the memories of the morning, the two successfully arrived at the Mona Lisa exhibition hall. Looking at the eternal smile on the wall, they crossed the guardrail and took off the painting. Diddy. The harsh siren sounded, and a large number of policemen arrived upon hearing the news. Brother Xiaofu, hold tight, and I will solve these miscellaneous fish. Franklin hugged the painting and nodded. Well, be quicker. Do not worry. After speaking, the locomotive disappeared in place, and there was another scream in the distance. Franklin walked slowly towards the exit. There were corpses all the way without meeting a living person. Only magic can defeat magic. In the same way, only superpowers can defeat superpowers. Ordinary people who want to touch this inverse scale will end up miserably. Tonight is just an ordinary night for many people, but it is destined to sleepless for the top of the French government. Notre Dame de Paris, the Eiffel Tower one after another, and now even the Louvre also has terrorists. This can't help but make people wonder, are the French intelligence agencies fishing every day at work? The French president has a big head, but now is not the time to be held accountable. The top priority is to eliminate all terrorists in the city. After another small team was drawn from the men in black, Mr. President had to declare a state of emergency. All citizens must return home immediately, suspend all outdoor activities, and dispatch a large-scale army into Paris to clean up the city. Chapter 196 Revenge. 20 years late. On the second floor of the Eiffel Tower, there is a one-Michelin star restaurant named Jules Verne. The restaurant specializes in French cuisine. It is 125 meters above the ground. Sitting by the window, you can enjoy the night view of Paris. The good craftsmanship combined with the ultimate landscape has attracted countless diners to come here, and the restaurant business is also very prosperous. Sir, Madame, 5 mature veal steaks. A waiter walked over and placed the steak in front of the guests. Thank you. After thanking the guests casually, they picked up the knife and fork to taste the delicious delicacies in front of them. However, the waiter on the side did not leave. He stared at the customer's face earnestly. His expression shined, hesitant to speak. What's the matter? The guest turned his head slightly impatiently. Are you Mr. Tony Stark? The waiter asked quickly. Tony put down his knife and fork to face him, and said calmly, I am. With a definite answer, the waiter became very happy. He took out his signature pen and a postcard from the Iron Man Collector's Edition, and bowed respectfully. Sir, I am your superfan. Can you sign me? Hearing this, Tony was slightly surprised and unhappy. But he still took the pen and paper, and whispered, It's okay to sign for you, but I hope you won't bother me in the next hour. Looking at the signed photo in his hand, the waiter nodded happily. Don't worry, I won't let anyone disturb your date. Seeing the back of the waiter leaving, Tony smiled and said, This kid is so sensible. After that, he turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, and persuaded, Even the waiter can tell that we are dating, so don't be so frowning and be happy. Pepper Potts, absently cutting the steak, bowed his head and said, Tony, I really don't feel that way. The clown organization is becoming more and more rampant in the United States, and all brave fighters are fighting with them. But we come out at this time. Appointment. Tony sighed lightly, holding Pepper's hand, and said, The fighter also needs to rest. We have been doing high-intensity work during this period, and we will break if we are too tight. Pepper looked sad and said, I know you are very hard, but don't worry, it's just a week, nothing can be delayed. Tony looked sideways at the transparent floor-to-ceiling window and said, look, the night view of Paris is so beautiful, we must forget our worries and enjoy this rare moment. Pepper turned her head and looked at the night view outside the window, and for a moment she was also a little intoxicated. Forget it, let him rest for a week. Pepper convinced himself in his heart, finally showing a small smile on his face. Boom! At this time, a huge muffled noise came, and a building in the distance suddenly lit up. The expressions of Pepper and Tony instantly solidified. The restaurant at a height of 125 meters above the ground allows guests to easily see the panoramic view of Paris. Soon there was a noise in the quiet and elegant restaurant. My goodness! What a big flame! Who knows where it is? If I read it right, it should be Notre Dame de Paris. It's over. With such a big flame, Notre Dame de Paris will be burned to ashes. The color of this flame is unusual. It shouldn't be accidental fire, but someone deliberately set it on fire. But who has the guts to set Notre Dame on fire? Who else? Only the clown is organized. Pepper's smile narrowed, becoming angry and helpless. Shit! Seeing Pepper's eyes, Tony burst out and swear word upset. Tony! Pepper turned his head and shouted. But Mr. Stark didn't seem to hear. He just frowned and cut the steak on the plate hard. Tony, it's your turn. Pepper's voice increased a few more degrees. Tony sighed heavily. Firefighting is the job of firefighters. Pepper frowned, his face serious. It's your job to catch the clown organization. No, this is not my job. Tony waved his hand quickly, and said impatiently, I'm just a consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D., not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't make a mistake. But you're Iron Man, you are a superhero. No, this is different from Iron Man. Before joining S.H.I.E.L.D., I told Nick Fury very clearly, as long as it is dealing with the clown organization, I am willing to provide all technical support without reservation, but absolutely never fight on the front line. Tony spoke extremely fast and his complexion was a little red. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look out the window, and said in a slightly sad tone, on the day 6 months ago, I believe you don't want to experience it again. Hearing this, Pepper could no longer speak. The tragic failure 6 months ago has completely crushed them. Although with the help of the nobles, they each stepped out of the shadows and chose to join S.H.I.E.L.D. against the clown organization. But neither Tony nor Pepper lost the courage to confront Jason. No one can accept the successive fiascos. At the sightseeing entrance on the ground of the Eiffel Tower, a long line of people pointed at the distant fire, but a man in a dark hooded overalls took the opportunity to jump into the queue and walked into the sightseeing entrance and came to the private elevator leading to the second floor. Sir, do you have an appointment? A waiter stopped him and looked up and down with those questioning eyes. This hooded man has disheveled clothes, dark skin and rough hands. At first glance, he looks like a man engaged in heavy physical labor. The waiter was very suspicious that his monthly salary was enough for a big meal. I have an appointment. The hooded man took out the restaurant reservation voucher. Sir, I'm sorry, this restaurant must wear a formal dress. If you don't have a formal dress, the waiter explained to him the rules of the restaurant, but the hooded man didn't have the patience to listen. He frowned and shook his wrist, and a dagger appeared in his hand. With a backhand stabbing, the dagger pierced the waiter's throat fiercely, and blood came out gurgling. What? This scene was seen by the people behind, and there was a harsh scream. This is the end, and the hooded man doesn't hide it anymore. He took off his hood, revealing an old face. He was Ivan Vank, who was framed by the Stark family and caused a rough life to stay in Siberia. The purpose of his trip was to assassinate Tony Stark, the last bloodline of the Stark family. Ivan ignored the panicked passers-by and entered the elevator and came to the second-floor restaurant of the Eiffel Tower. The elevator door opened, and the waiter in charge of the reception was suddenly startled. How did the people downstairs do it? Why didn't they put it in without formal clothes? Sir, I'm sorry, this restaurant. Before he could finish speaking, Ivan grabbed his collar and dragged him into the elevator. Years of heavy physical labor exercised Ivan's body very strong, and he could beat 10 thin bamboo poles like a waiter in a restaurant. Ivan asked fiercely, "If you want to survive, just answer me a question." The waiter said in horror, "You said, which table does Tony Stark sit at?" Upon hearing this, the waiter showed a surprised expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he tremblingly stretched out his finger and pointed to the left. "Mr. Stark is at table 20. "Thank you." Ivan smiled cruelly, and quickly strangled his throat with his right hand. Click! The waiter's throat was crushed, and he kept silent. He could only stare out his eyes and knelt on the ground with a painful expression. "Stark, I have come to seek revenge for you." With a sneer on his face, Ivan strode into the restaurant. Chapter 197 Iron Man vs. Whiplash. With a weird smile on Ivan's face, he walked slowly towards table 20. When the diners and waiters on both sides saw him, they all showed surprised expressions. "Who is this person? Why came here without wearing formal clothes?" Some guests showed dissatisfaction and called the waiter to complain. The waiter bowed his head to apologize to the guests, and then quickly stepped forward to stop Ivan and said, "Mister, I'm sorry, this restaurant needs to be loaded." Ivan stopped, grabbed the waiter's collar with both hands and shook it hard. The lean waiter was immediately thrown out, and his back spine hit the dining table hard. With a bang, a few cracks appeared on the dining table. All the ceramic utensils were shaken off, making a crackling sound, and the waiter was hit hard and fell directly to the ground without responding. Murder. Witness the gangsters committing crimes with their own eyes. How can those pampered grandparents bear it? They roared in horror, and the quick-reacting ones hurriedly jumped out of the table and ran towards the elevator entrance, and the restaurant suddenly became a mess. Hearing the scream in his ear, Ivan smiled triumphantly. He reached out and took off his overalls, revealing the arc reactor tied to his chest. Relying on the drawings left by his father and Ivan's years of working experience in a mechanical processing plant, he finally built the arc reactor after half a year. Pressing the start switch, and then shaking his hands, 2 long whips were thrown out. The arc reactor began to work and power up, and the 2 long whips were surrounded by blue thunder and lightning, making a sizzling sound. Ivan flicked the long whip as he walked, and all the objects touched by the long whip were cut into pieces. The cut was smooth and flat like a water jet. There was a scream from the restaurant, and Tony frowned. He stopped an escaped waiter and asked, "Hey, what happened before?" The waiter gasped for breath and panicked. "Hi. Mr. Stark, someone is killing someone in front of you." "Terrorist?" Tony looked up, just in time to see Ivan strode towards here. The waiter screamed, and immediately broke free and ran. Tony reacted quickly and pulled Pepper up. "You run." "Tony, hurry up, go find Happy." Pepper suddenly realized that he followed the waiter and left. Looking at the messy restaurant, Tony shook his head disappointedly. The first vacation in 2 years, it was destroyed. When Ivan saw Tony stop, they were separated by tens of meters. "Tony Stark." Ivan grinned, grinning coldly. The other party called him by his name, apparently directed at him. Tony looked at him seriously and asked, "Who are you?" "Ivan Vank." Tony retrieved the name in his mind, then shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't know you." Hearing that, Ivan's heart is even more hateful, and he laughed at himself with anger. You are a great American hero, a big capitalist, and of course you don't know me as an unknown man." Tony put his gaze on the arc reactor on his chest, frowned and said, "How could it be an unknown person who can make the arc reactor?" Ivan squeezed the whip and said bitterly, "Yeah, if it wasn't for your father to drive my father out of the company to swallow the arc reactor and slander him as a spy, I should have become a drunken dude just like you." "Your father?" Tony was puzzled. "My father's name is Anthony Vank, but this name should be strange to you." Speaking of his father, Ivan's eyes showed sadness. Tony nodded. There was no such person in his memory. This is normal. After all, a hypocritical villain like Howard Stark will not tell his children his scandals. With a bitter smile on his face, Ivan slammed his whip. "Since your father is dead, The anger of the Vank family can only be vented at you. After speaking, he swung the long whip towards Tony's face. Wait. Tony wanted to delay time, but Ivan's movements didn't stop at all. Shit. Tony swore angrily and hurriedly fell back. The electric whip was thrown on the ground, bursting out crackling electric sparks. After a miss, Ivan attacked again. Seeing this, Tony ran backwards, scrambled, and slammed a chair in his hand. Ivan raised his arms, and the long whip easily cut the chair in half. The two of you chased me, and Tony was quickly forced into a blind spot in the restaurant. Seeing that he had nowhere to go, Ivan sneered and waved his long whip. Hee hee, Stark's dirty blood is over. Just as Ivan was about to start his hands, Tony called to a halt. Wait a minute, I can compensate you, as much as you want. After speaking, he quickly took out a pen from his clothes. I have a bearer promissory note from a Swiss bank. You can take it to any bank in Switzerland and you can exchange it for money. Let's say, 300 million, 500 million, or $1 billion. How much money do you want to let it go? Ivan stopped attacking and looked at Tony blankly, his eyes full of sadness and contempt. As expected of Howard Stark's son, he always wants to use money to solve any problems. You really are not worthy of the arc reactor, let alone the title of Iron Man. You're right, I really don't deserve it. Tony opened the pen quickly and smiled, but even if you kill me, you will definitely not be Iron Man. After speaking, Tony threw the pen parts abruptly, then turned his head and closed his eyes to cover his ears. Boom! A strong light from the pen parts instantly robbed Ivan of vision. Then there was another loud noise that shook Ivan's head a little dizzy, and there was tinnitus in his ears. Ah! Ivan yelled up to the sky in pain, covering his ears. Good chance. Because his ears were temporarily deaf, Ivan couldn't hear anything. Tony took the opportunity to jump onto the dining table and jumped past him in 3 steps. After running to a safe distance of 20 meters, Tony picked up a vase from the table and slammed it at him. Slap! The vase was smashed to pieces. The back of Ivan's brain was bloody, and his body staggered and almost fell to the ground. Oh, the hidden concussion bomb is pretty easy to use. Tony is very satisfied with his invention. Tony. At this time, Pepper's voice came from behind. Tony looked back and saw Pepper running towards here with Harpy. Harpy still holding a black and gold briefcase in his hand. Quick, throw him over! Tony shouted excitedly, clapping his hands. Hearing that, Harpy squatted down and threw the briefcase out in a bowling posture. The box slid on the pink-yellow tiles and was finally stepped on by Tony with one foot. Ivan shook his head and slowly opened his eyes. There was a hazy white light in front of him, but after all he recovered part of his vision. But when he turned around to kill Tony, Iron Man had already appeared in front of him. Chapter 198 The Power of the Whole Country, Search for Suspects. Tens of seconds after Ivan lost his vision, Tony had already put on the steel armor and successfully transformed into the superhero Iron Man. A highly technological loading process, with a red-gold matching titanium alloy battle armor and an ice-cold mask with golden light. The guests who had not had time to squeeze into the elevator screamed with excitement, especially the single ladies in Paris. Iron Man, come on. Iron Man, get rid of this rubbish. Tony, I love you. Sharp sopranos one after another, showing Tony the fanatical side of French romance. Pepper was dissatisfied and cursed in a low voice. By Kai. Harpy stood by and pretended not to hear anything. Ivan rubbed his eyes, looked at Tony and sneered, You don't deserve to wear this dress. Tony just now is just an ordinary person without the power to bind a chicken, and can only let Ivan's cynicism. But after putting on the steel armor, he is the superhero Iron Man, and the increase in self-confidence is not a little bit. Hearing this, Tony snorted coldly. I only have one question. How did you know that I was in Paris? Ivan squeezed the whip and sneered, You are a rich man who travels by private jet. As long as you spend some money on the black market, you can get your flight record. Tony suddenly realized, thank you. Next time, I will take a civil aviation plane. Next time? No, next time, Ivan roared savagely, and then rushed up, slamming his whip. Sir, be careful. Jarvis reminded, marking the trajectory of the whip and giving dodge suggestions. Tony followed the advice and moved his upper body slightly to the right. The whip brushed a few centimeters from him and threw it to the ground. Snapped. After the loud noise, a black trace appeared on the ground. Tony glanced at it, disdainful in his heart. This one? Tony and Jason have fought for several rounds, and the firepower of both sides is very fierce, and the place where they fought will eventually become a ruin. Tony really didn't see the level of lethality in front of him, and didn't know who gave Ivan the courage to assassinate him. Tony is not interested in playing cat-and-mouse games. He raises his arm and sprays out an electromagnetic pulse wave. Ivan raised his arm and quickly used another long whip to defend. Snapped. The fragile whip broke, and the electromagnetic pulse hit the arc reactor on Ivan's chest. Boom! With a muffled sound, Ivan was instantly knocked out more than 10 meters away and hit the wall hard. The arc reactor, which was the core of the energy supply, was also blown out and fell to the ground. Tony stepped forward and picked up the reactor. Jarvis, good sir. The two had a good heart, and Jarvis immediately showed the three-dimensional picture of the reactor. Tony took a look at the key parameters, and then smashed the reactor forcefully with disdain. To him now, the reactor made by Ivan is as simple as a children's toy and has no reference value. Ivan leaned on the wall and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He suffered a heavy blow to his chest and abdomen, and he spouted a mouthful of blood with a wild smile, and cursed, "Tony, ha ha you lose you lose." Tony didn't know, so he shook his head and said, "Insane." After speaking, he raised his arm again and sprayed out an electromagnetic pulse, which completely knocked Ivan out. After the restaurant was quiet for a while, it immediately became noisy. "Oh, thank you, Iron Man." "Tony, you are the best." The battle is over and they are safe. The ladies behind them clapped their palms excitedly, and then rushed over to surround Tony, reaching out to stroke the cold steel armor. "Oh, so hard." "Tony, can this thing fly?" "Mr. Stark, can the armor be sold to me?" Tony was overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the French. Even if the beautiful lady is so close to him, there are several meanings for those brawny men rubbing against him. At this time, the elevator door opened again. A small team of French special forces is long overdue. Feeling the atmosphere in the restaurant comparable to the concert scene, these soldiers suddenly felt a little confused. Didn't it mean that terrorists appeared in the restaurant? Could it be that the bastard is calling the fake police? Seeing the army arrived, Tony was relieved immediately and waved, "Hey, are the terrorists here?" The soldiers looked up and looked at each other suddenly. "This is Iron Man?" The team leader stepped forward to ask what happened. Tony and the people around him explained it to him verbally. After understanding the details of the matter, the captain immediately thanked Tony, and then ordered his men to take Ivan away. Before leaving, the captain contacted Mr. President and conveyed the president's invitation to Tony. There was a terrorist attack during the date, and Tony and Pepper were not in the mood to go shopping. Harpy drove the car to the exit of the Eiffel Tower, and the two drove back to the Four Seasons Hotel in Paris. Paris tonight was shrouded in fire all night. Even if the president mobilized all the fire trucks in Paris, the fire at Notre Dame de Paris still burned for 10 hours. By the time it got bright, there was only an empty shell of this 800-year-old building, which fell fragile at the touch of a touch, and a large number of precious cultural relics were also burned in the fire. The disaster last night did not stop there. The Louvre was stolen and the treasure of the town hall Mona Lisa was stolen. The whole country was shocked. In addition, terrorist attacks also occurred on the Eiffel Tower. Even though I happened to meet Iron Man eating dinner and smoothly deal with the terrorists, it still caused dozens of casualties. The sky in Paris is covered with dark clouds, and it seems that even God is mourning for the disaster of last night. Countless people of Paris spontaneously took to the streets and presented flowers to Notre Dame Cathedral, the Louvre and the victims in this incident to express their inner memory and regret. The deep sadness aroused intense anger. When the clown organization was making waves in the United States, France, from the government to the people, clapped and cheered, and even thought it was God punishing the United States. According to calculations by French economists, The clown organization causes losses to the United States as much as trillions of dollars each year. He clings to the United States like a cancer, destroying the country's political, economic and cultural. As long as the clown organization can persist for 10 years, the behemoth of the United States will be dragged down by it. The most important thing is that neither the private sector nor the government has a special medicine to eliminate the clown organization. The enemy of the enemy is the friend. Therefore, the clown organization has a very good reputation in other countries, and it is even called the hero of the anti-American war, and the leader of the country who loves the limelight wants to award Jason a medal. However, what governments all over the world did not expect is that the clown organization is too arrogant. In two-line combat, it is a big taboo for military strategists to face the enemy before and after. The heads of state have proven this to the world decades ago. But the clown organization does not believe in evil. They not only angered the US government, but even extended their black hands to France. Only by personal experience can you empathize. The evil behavior of the clown organization completely woke up the stupid French people. They felt the pain equal to that of the American people and began to hate the clown organization from the bottom of their hearts. A large number of rebels against clown organizations began to appear on the internet, and street signs blaming clown organizations appeared on the streets, and many people even ran to the government building to protest, hoping that the government would arrest these thugs in the shortest possible time. Opposing the clown organization for a while became the political correctness of France. The anger of the people has burned across the country, and the pressure on the French president and law enforcement agencies has doubled. In order to catch the prisoners and stabilize the presidential throne, Mr. President immediately ordered the airport station and terminal to be sealed off, and all personnel entering and exiting must be checked carefully. The law enforcement department is responsible for cleaning the scene and carefully checking the clues left at the crime scene. The immigration management department is responsible for reviewing the list of all persons entering the country within half a month, especially black people. It is not that the French government discriminates against blacks, but based on the images taken by the onlookers, the two attackers are blacks. After a series of orders were issued, the state machinery began to operate at high speed, and law enforcement agencies could be seen everywhere in the streets. These people are experts in various fields, and the energy they generate when they unite is amazing. As soon as it was getting light, a thick document was delivered to the desk of the French president. Mr. President opened the document, which was densely printed with the entry photos and passports of more than 100 blacks. The subordinate reminded, "Mr. President, these are the people who still have suspicions after investigation, but the two people on the last page are the most suspicious." The president turned to the last page, and it turned out to be a picture of Franklin and the locomotive. Without waiting for the president to inquire, his subordinate immediately explained, "The two of them entered the country yesterday morning, and they also hired an international student as a tour guide." Generally, tourists entering the country will first have a jet lag to rest in the hotel, but soon after entering the country, they went to the Louvre and Notre Dame Cathedral. Through access to surveillance video, they found that they have no interest in history and cultural relics. They just glanced around in a hurry, and they did not take photos and upload them to Facebook to show off, which is inconsistent with the behavior of most tourists. The president frowned. "These are not evidences," the subordinates continued. After investigation, the attacker rushed to the suburbs by stealing an Audi. The theft was only a 5-minute drive from the Four Seasons Hotel where they stayed, and a walk of less than half an hour. A single clue cannot explain the problem, but if these clues are linked together, the two of them are very suspicious. The president asked, "What are you going to do?" The subordinates solemnly said, "First arrest the foreign student tour guide to understand the situation, and then go directly to the hotel for questioning on the grounds of investigating the immigrants, and obtain surveillance video to ask the staff. As long as we can prove that they left the hotel during the incident, we will decide to arrest and interrogate." After all, the attackers are members of the clown organization, and they will not leave too many traces. It is almost impossible to achieve conclusive evidence, so special measures must be taken in special times. The president understood what he meant by the special period, and immediately nodded in agreement with the action. Okay, just do it. Chapter 199 Upgrade Plus. Plan to Robbery. New York, the Clown Organization stronghold. As usual, Jason sat at the table to eat breakfast and turned on the TV to watch the news. The terrorist attacks in Paris are already well known worldwide. Whether it's TV news or social media, everyone is talking about it. On the TV screen, CNN reporters in France are standing in front of the wreckage of Notre Dame de Paris making a live report. The 800-year-old building has now become a ruined ball with black smoke. Ha, good job. Jason held the coffee cup and smiled appreciatively. Through this mission, the Clown Organization successfully fired its first shot overseas. Those who could only learn about the Clown Organization through television in the past experienced for the first time what terror is, and the reputation of the organization began to skyrocket. Ding! Burning Notre Dame de Paris. The task is completed, and 20,000 villains are obtained. Current progress, 4,900,047,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 48, gaining 10 attribute points. Current progress, 200,048,000. Level 48, 1,247,047,000. Power 153,153. Agility 150,150. Endurance 140,150. Intelligence 90,140. Remaining attribute points, 0. Reputation, 38474594979437. Party, Locomotive, TX. Prestige required for the next recruitment, 10 million. Points, 1,534,740. Rechargeable points, 0. Ability, Mastery in Combat, Level 10. Proficiency in Driving, Level 10. Proficiency in Firearms, Level 10. Proficiency in Cold Weapons, Level 10. Superpower Energy Absorption, Level 2. Mal, click here. One level is only one level away. Jason raised his head and drank the coffee, eyes full of excitement. The news program finished talking about the thefts of Notre Dame and the Louvre, and then started talking about the Eiffel Tower. The French intelligence agency originally thought that the Clown Organization had launched 3 terrorist attacks in Paris at the same time, but after investigation, it was discovered that the incident on the Eiffel Tower had nothing to do with the Clown Organization. The prisoner was named Ivan Vank, a Russian smuggler. He went to Paris to assassinate Tony Stark because of some personal grievances. However, what surprised the media is that this Ivan can actually build a miniaturized arc reactor. As we all know, the arc reactor is the golden sign of Stark Industries, and its creator is Tony's father Howard Stark. After Howard's death, this technology has been mastered by Stark Industries. And now suddenly someone is coming to assassinate Tony because of personal enmity, and he also has the ability to build the arc reactor, which has to make the media and the public curious and associate. The screen is showing Tony fighting with the prisoner, which was taken by the guests seating in the restaurant. The battle was not as thrilling as imagined, and it was evenly matched. In just 10 seconds, Tony killed Ivan in seconds, and the two weren't opponents of the same level at all. Looking at the picture in front of him, Jason's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly discovered that Tony's steel armor had obvious changes, especially the arc reactor. The energy output limit has been greatly improved compared with before. Great, this is not a simple upgrade, but a complete replacement. Jason secretly admired, and at the same time developed a keen interest in the new arc reactor. Coincidentally, the television media reported that Ivan has been imprisoned by the French government and rejected the extradition request of the US government. Everyone knows the heart of Sima Zhao. The French government's careful thinking is obvious. He wants to extract the secrets of the arc reactor from Ivan, so as to completely get rid of the dependence on the US government in the military. Sorry, I'm interested in this stuff. Jason sneered. He immediately contacted Franklin through Chloe. Four Seasons Hotel, Paris. In order to hide the Mona Lisa, Franklin and Locomotive came back after being busy for half the night last night and were lying in bed slumbering. Buzzing. The phone beside the pillow began to vibrate wildly. Franklin closed his eyes and touched the phone, and skillfully pressed the answer button on his ear. "Hey, Franklin." Hearing the sound from the speakers, the two immediately became sober. "Boss." Jason smiled and said, "I'm sorry to disturb you. I have a task to give you when I called." Franklin got up from the bed and said, "Boss, just ask. Have you read the news about the Eiffel Tower?" "I saw a little bit last night. I only know that a madman ran to the Eiffel Tower to assassinate Tony, but he was killed by Tony." "Yes, that's the lunatic. He is now in prison by the French government. You are responsible for saving him and taking him back to New York." "Understood, boss." "Then I won't bother you to sleep. Please feel free to contact Chloe if you need anything." After hanging up the phone, Franklin relayed the task to Locomotive, and then the two turned on the TV and started watching local news in France. Outside the Four Seasons Hotel, a dozen military armored vehicles surrounded the hotel. Several senior government officials brought hundreds of special forces into the hotel, and the tour guide named Helen was among them. She might not have dreamed that the Casey she caught on Facebook was actually a suspect in the Paris terrorist attack. "Sir, what are you guys?" The hotel manager was dumbfounded when he saw a group of heavily armed soldiers rushing in. The senior government official stepped forward and showed his credentials, and then solemnly said, "Mr. Manager, I need you to call up all the monitoring of the hotel yesterday. At the same time, we will prepare several rooms. We need more hotel staff to conduct separate interrogations." The manager nodded hurriedly and said, "No problem, please follow me." The group was divided into 3 groups. One group checked the hotel video, one group was in charge of interrogating the waiter, and the last group went directly to Franklin's suite from Helen! The two were watching the news in the room. After hearing the knock on the door, they looked at each other with smiles. Franklin walked to the door, and through the cat's eyes he saw Helen standing outside the door, no one else around. "Miss Helen." Franklin opened the door and smiled. Helen's expression was a little nervous, and she smiled forcefully. "Mr. Franklin, it seems that you had a good rest yesterday." Franklin ushered her into the suite, curled his lips and said, "The spirit is indeed sufficient, but it is a pity that Paris is no longer suitable for tourism." Helen looked embarrassed and said, "I'm very sorry. Paris has left a bad impression on you." "But I just heard the waiter downstairs say that you had gone out around 6 in the evening." After speaking, Helen's eyes fixed on Franklin, wanting to see a hint. Franklin's expression remained the same, but he was puzzled. Did the waiter misunderstand the person? "I haven't been out since I came back yesterday." "Really? That might be a mistake." Helen sat on the sofa, chatting with each other. In the hotel monitoring room, the government technicians called out the monitoring and set up several teams to quickly review the contents of the day. "Sir, they did not go out yesterday." "Could you miss it?" the senior government official asked with a frown. "Sir, this is absolutely impossible," the technician said firmly. "Then, is there any news from the other group?" "No, everything is normal." The senior government officials sighed in disappointment. It was hard to catch 2 major suspects, but they had an alibi, which made them very frustrated. "Gentlemen, do you need help?" At this time, a frivolous voice came from outside the door. Chapter 200 Encircle the Clown. Tony Weapon. Paris, Élysée Palace. Mr. President and senior government officials met Iron Man Tony Stark in the conference room. After some courtesy, the two sides entered the topic. Mr. President asked, "Mr. Stark, why did you prevent the special forces from arresting the 2 blacks when you were at the Four Seasons Hotel? Is it because of their skin color and nationality?" "That's right. Even if Franklin and Locomotive had an alibi, the commander in town at the time still insisted on arresting them. On the one hand, they are eager to catch the prisoners to calm the anger, and Franklin is the most suspicious of them, and torture may be able to ask for some valuable information. On the other hand, the Paris terrorist attack is the first overseas case of the Clown organization. In order to ensure the success of the mission, they must send core members to the scene in person. The core members of the Clown Organization are superpowers, so it shouldn't be difficult to escape hotel surveillance. Based on the above 2 points, the commander decided to control people first. However, at this time, Tony stood up and strongly opposed. Somehow he persuaded the commander not to take action against them for the time being. The premise is that Tony must give a convincing reason in front of Mr. President. Of course it's not for these reasons. Tony put away his frivolous smile. His face became serious. Although it is a crooked beating, you really caught the right person. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. You mean? Tony nodded and said, yes, I have read their information and verified it through the United States. The owner of this passport is an ordinary office worker. He has never left the United States since he was a child, and he doesn't even know the existence of this passport. The meeting room was silent. Everyone looked at each other, with blank expressions on their faces. Since they knew they were criminals, why did Iron Man help them cover? Mr. President, with an angry face, slapped the table and said, Mr. Stark, I order you to give me an explanation. Tony looked around, looked at the angry expressions on their faces, and sneered, I saved more than 100 soldiers and hundreds of innocent people who were present at the time. This is my explanation. Tony's words were very harsh, and a senior official in military uniform said angrily, huh? You mean, France's most elite special forces can't defeat 2 heinous American prisoners? Tony leaned back on the backrest, disdainfully said, yes. One word stirred up 1,000 waves, and the meeting room was fried in an instant. The senior official in military uniform flushed with anger. Too arrogant. I will order the special forces to arrest them, and see what else you can say. Please, Tony said indifferently with a calm expression. Wait a minute. Mr. President shook his head, signaled the senior military officials not to be impulsive, and then asked in a calm tone, Mr. Stark, are they the core members of the Clown Organization? Tony nodded silently. The core members represent that they have superpowers, but senior military officials are still full of disdain. What about superpowers? Pulled onto the battlefield with endless cannonballs. No matter how many superpowers are dead souls under the cannonballs. Tony didn't sell it and said bluntly, according to the video taken on the scene yesterday and the intelligence of the Clown Organization within S.H.I.E.L.D., these 2 black people should be the core members of the Clown Organization, Franklin Clinton, and someone codenamed Locomotive. Mr. President knows the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. As one of the 5 gangsters, he was still the immediate boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. in terms of procedures. Unfortunately, the reality is that the US government is the ruler of S.H.I.E.L.D., so many S.H.I. Mr. President asked, what are their superpowers? Franklin has the ability to remotely control electronic products, ranging from light bulbs to gunships, and even my steel armor can be controlled. Hearing this, everyone present took a breath, and the senior military officer felt his scalp tingling even more, because just now he was going to send a gunship to deal with them. Once the armed helicopter loaded with weapons is controlled by the enemy, the consequences are really disastrous. Immediately afterwards, Tony threw another slam. The man codenamed Locomotive has a speed that surpasses the sound. He can travel through the streets of Paris in a quarter of an hour. If he shows up in this meeting room, he could cut everyone in the meeting room with a knife at the moment you blinked. After listening to Tony's words, the conference room fell silent again, and all the senior government officials had their faces black. This superpower is too tricky. No wonder the US government has nothing to do with the Clown Organization. In the face of these monsters, no country on Earth can deal with it. After a long silence, Mr. President tentatively said, Mr. Stark, if you... Tony smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Franklin's superpowers are his natural enemies. No matter how he upgrades the armor, as long as the electrical components are used inside the armor, the final result is still lying in 1 second. Seeing that the superhero Iron Man couldn't subdue them, Mr. President showed disappointment and sighed heavily. After staying up all night, the real culprit of the Paris terrorist attack was found. But what is ridiculous is that a developed country with nuclear weapons has no way to deal with them, so in the end, it can only watch them leave. In fact, there is no way to solve the problem. as long as the president orders the launch of a surface-to-surface missile at the Four Seasons Hotel. They will be wiped out in all likelihood, but the consequence is that he will also be wiped out by the angry French people. Mr. President has not had the courage to give up his life for the time being. When everyone was downcast, Tony sat up straight and said, "In fact, there is no way to get rid of them." Hearing that, everyone's eyes brightened. "Mr. Stark, please speak," Tony bluntly said. "Jason is very powerful and greedy at the same time. We can use his greed to set a trap. Ivan Vank has the ability to build the arc reactor, and he is now being held in a French prison. Jason is greedy and will definitely send someone to rescue him, and then let Ivan use it for him. Now that we know the enemy's next goal, we can plant a trap and wait for them to take the bait." Mr. President thought for a moment and asked a fatal question. "According to what you said, the power of the government and the military can't defeat superpowers at all. Didn't it become a unilateral killing in the end?" "This question is very simple," Tony said to himself. "Since you know their superpowers, you can target them in a targeted manner. First, we have to ambush a large number of soldiers in prison. These soldiers must wear strong and thick armor, but they must not carry weapons, especially guns." Mr. President said, "That's right." With the locomotive carrying a gun is equivalent to handing him the beheading knife. "It's better to wear armor and kill them with bare hands." Tony continued, "When they appeared in the prison, we immediately closed the gates and destroyed the activation mechanism to trap them in the prison. Remember, it must be a physical destruction, because the power outage or the lock-in procedure will cause Franklin to come. It's useless to say, as long as we do the above 2 points, we can then use our number advantage to besiege them until they exhaust their energy, and finally catch turtles in the urn." Tony's suggestion is over. The senior government officials present were all in deep thought, and whispered discussions from time to time. Mr. President smiled and nodded. "Good idea." "Without further ado, I will order now to send 1,000 elite soldiers to prison." "Please wait a minute," Tony interrupted him suddenly. "Mr. President, this is just an immature proposal. I can't guarantee 100% success." Mr. President smiled and said, "Don't worry. Whether it succeeds or not, the French government will remember Mr. Stark's kindness." "Thank you." Tony forced a smile, then continued, "Ivan is a rotten egg. Leaving him in France will definitely arouse the coveting of terrorists, and terrorist attacks like yesterday will definitely happen again. So I suggest that Mr. President, Ivan should be handed over to SHIELD for imprisonment." "Only SHI." Hearing this, the smile on Mr. President's face gradually faded, and the goodwill he had for Tony gradually faded. I said why he, an American, should try his best to help us make suggestions." After going around a big circle, it turned out to be a lobbyist for the U.S. government. In addition to Stark Industries and the Clown Organization, Ivan is the third person to master the miniaturization technology of the arc reactor. The potential of this technology is endless. Not only at the military level, the emergence of this technology has almost subverted the current energy industry, and the changes to other industries are also seismic. Only by taking this technology in its own hands can France hope to get rid of its dependence on the United States and once again create new glory. Tony Stark and the US government tried to trick us into giving up this technology in a few words, which is nothing short of a dream. "Mr. Stark, we will always remember your kindness," Mr. President said with an indifferent expression, "but the question about Ivan belongs to our internal affairs, so you can't worry about it." Tony frowned and threatened, "Mr. President, you first act on the core members of the Clown Organization, and now you are imprisoning the key figure Ivan in jail. You are not afraid that Jason will come to the door himself?" Upon hearing this, Mr. President laughed and said sarcastically, "Let him come. The French government will never compromise with terrorists, let alone pay compensation to terrorists." This Mr. President is not authentic. When he hits people in the face. Tony showed dissatisfaction but didn't bother to speak anymore. He put on his sunglasses and stood up to leave. "In that case, I wish you good luck. By the way, The arc reactor is the exclusive patented technology of Stark Industries. I don't want to see legal disputes with your country in this regard." Upon hearing this, Mr. President smiled and said, "This is strange. Why is Stark Industrial's patented technology controlled by Ivan?" It seems that the ownership of this patented technology is still to be discussed. "Don't worry. The French government will seriously investigate it." HMPH, whatever. Tony snorted disdainfully. "I'll be back to the United States in the afternoon. Could you please trouble Mr. President to bring me a word to Ivan? Please say, my father's wisdom and tolerance are far beyond the Vank family's expectations. No matter how hard he and his father struggle, they are just frogs at the bottom of the well."